Hello and a wonderful morning to everyone in chat. My name is Lena and I'm hosting today's THQ Nordic stream live from Gamescom. Is everybody awake yet? I mean, I know some people of you are not from Germany. You're watching from far away. So tell me what time it is for you and I'm gonna say good morning or good night. But I mean, we're gonna spend the whole day together and I'm really excited for it. I hope you're excited too. Chat, I see YouTube chat and Twitch chat, so I'm ready to talk to you. We have a lovely morning show starting here. We're gonna look at summer. It's 4 a.m. for you guys. Is your life out of control or are you just that excited for this stream? I mean, I get it because it's gonna be awesome, but holy. Great. I mean, hi to you. Good morning. Like, really, really good morning. Or maybe just get some more hours of sleep in. But, I mean, this stream is probably too exciting to sleep anyways. I get it. So, good morning to you. And we're going to do a smooth morning show. We're going to look at some merch. That's why there's a box over there, and it looks really messy here. But we make it even more messy. I'm really excited for that. And I can tell you what's in store for today, if you guys want to. We're gonna talk a lot. We're gonna play all the games, basically. We're gonna have a booth tour. We're gonna look at a wrestling match. We're gonna have some SpongeBob action, the Valiant. We've got AirHead. We've got Stuntfest. We've got Parish. We've got Spellforce, Tempest Rising, Jagged Alliance, and Alone in the Dark. So there's a lot of going on, and I'm really excited to hear what you're most excited about. Do you have a favorite? Are you like really excited because I want to see the hype in chat? I know there's a little bit delay for me, so I'm thinking you might not be as hyped, so you have to do double the hype. Okay? So I'm gonna wait for it. You're excited for the wrestling and Darksiders. Tempest Rising. That's the schedule, yeah. So we're at the morning show right now. So you see what I just talked about. We're gonna have wonderful guests at 11 a.m. There's gonna be Kassiopeia. She's a lovely streamer and artist, and she's gonna play SpongeBob and the Valiant with me. And I'm really excited. At 12 p.m., there's the booth tour with Daniel, the host you met yesterday. Then there's gonna be AirHead gameplay. Then there's a little break at 1 until 2. Then we're going to play Stuntfest. Then there's Parish. Today is a dev day, as you can already tell. There's a lot of devs introducing their games. Then there's going to be Spellforce with 2D Kiri. She's going to take over and give you like real high-quality gameplay. Then there's Tempest Rising with devs again. Another booth tour, which is going to be exciting. And then there's Jagged Alliance. I think the booth tour is supposed to be wrestling, right? Yeah. The booth tour is not a booth tour at 5, but it's going to be a wrestling match that we're going to watch. And the end is going to be scary with Alone in the Dark. And then I'm going to say goodbye. But that's pretty far away right now, so we're good, right? So, now that you know what we've got in store, I could like tell you what there's actually in a store with like merch. If you're interested, Chad, like, there's gonna be merch. And who doesn't love merch? I actually don't know what's inside. The only thing that I got shown beforehand is this one. And, yeah. That was the introduction I got to the merch. So I'm really excited to look inside the box. I don't know how excited you are, but you can tell me, because I know this is gonna, I mean, you guys know live streams, right? So I'm gonna read chat the whole day. That's my job, basically. I'm gonna read your questions. If you've got questions for the devs or questions for me or for anything, I'm gonna try to answer them, and I try to read everything. And if you have any requests at all, like smell it or something. Smell it is a weird request, but if you got anything, just tell me, and I try to give it my best. Maybe. It's probably gonna be good. SpongeBob plushie. I don't know if there's a SpongeBob plushie. I really don't know anything that's inside the box, so maybe we should find out, right? So, I'm really excited. The first thing I actually did, that's why I said it, I really smelled it, and I think it actually smells like an alien would smell. And I guess you can decide for yourself if that's a good thing or a bad thing. But maybe I should ask you, what do you think an alien smells like? I can smell it for you, and you can interpret my face. Yeah, that's something. And I mean, that's gonna be you staring at the gameplay that's coming today. Ha! Fish? You think aliens smell like fish? That's interesting. Is that like, there's so many people saying that. Is that actually a thing that's like common? Or are you just like, yeah, first person was right. Yeah, fish must be it. Mothballs. Yeah, I mean, this one smells kind of like paint. Like when you go to a craft store and you open a fresh box of paint, that's what it smells like. And I think that's pretty close to a real alien. So let's look inside the box. That's really far away. I'm just gonna grab something and we're gonna see and look at it. There's gonna be a lot of t-shirts, I think. So there's an Outcast 2 t-shirt. I mean, we can vote on it, chat, like how we like it and if you would wear it. We're gonna rate it from 1 out of 10. So I'm gonna show you something. You're gonna tell me from 1 to 10 how great you think it is, and then maybe I'll give my opinion. I mean, any fans of Outcast 2? I think it's a plain good t-shirt, and if you like it, I mean, it's cute. It's cute. I would give it like a 6, maybe. I mean, I'm German. You have to take that in the equation because I'm really strict with stuff. So I usually would give it like a 5, but just because I'm really strict. But I mean, it's so cute. I wish I knew what sound it made, because I actually don't know what sound it makes. But I imagine it would something be like. This is starting weird. I love it. So there's people saying 5 and 7. You've waited for Outcast 2 for 23 years. That's. So you would love that t-shirt, you say? Great. By the way, if you're at Gamescom at 5 o'clock, there's gonna be a raffle on stage for a collector's edition, but I actually don't know for which game. But be here at 5 and win something. Great. So the thing I already saw yesterday are those socks. Those are SpongeBob socks, and I was really jealous of the people that won them. So I'm gonna unpack them, and I hope that we can give them to anyone else then, and I can just keep them maybe. That would be great. Where's Daniel? Today is I am hosting today. Daniel is gonna be back for the booth tour today, and he's gonna look at the wrestling match with me, and he's hosting tomorrow. On Saturday, it's my turn again, and on Sunday, Daniel is all yours again. So we're switching. Great. But don't worry, Daniel's gonna be here later. So those are SpongeBob socks. Those are really thick, like really thick. Usually, I feel like socks on Twitch at least are problematic, but that's why I'm putting it on my hand and nothing else, I guess. But I don't know, YouTube chat, is socks a weird thing at YouTube? Does anyone know? Will there be more AEW gameplay? I don't think there's gameplay today, but we're gonna look at the wrestling match. Right now it's not planned. The schedule will be up soon, but I don't think it is right now. Try them on. I mean, I am trying them on. I mean, this one, that's where you put socks, right? It's a healthy looking foot. Mr. Socko, yeah, I mean, we could, like, if the stream really goes south, I'm just gonna talk to myself if no one else shows up and just pretend like, you're doing a really good job, Lena. Thanks. You're smelly. No, you're not. Oh, like compared to the alien, I'm gonna rate everything by smell because you can rate it by look and I can rate it by smell. That's fair, right? So, so this one smells kind of nice, actually. But I don't know if I've been at Gamescom for too long already because I think a sock smells nice, but maybe. And this one, like smell-wise, this is a 1. Smell-wise, this one's a good 7, I would say. Smells like fabric. Yeah, but that's a good thing, right? I mean, for me, one of the best smells is the smell of freshly washed clothes. I really, really like that. But I don't know, what's your favorite smell, chat? This is weird and this is hilarious. Yeah, I mean, if you let me be alone in a stream, that's what's gonna happen. So I hope you're all fine with that. Let's look at more merch, right? So, we've got some mouse pads from Destroy All Humans. I'm gonna do the smell test. You're gonna rate it out of 10, right? 1 to 10, how cute you think it is. It's really floppy. I'm gonna smell it. Oh, this smells like tires. Like when you're at a mechanic, it smells like this, 100%. Or if you're like changing a tire. I don't know if you've done that before. I did. I felt really cool, but I never want to do it again. I don't have a car anymore, so I'm good. But my favorite scent is Smoky Bonfire. Yeah, that's a good one. A lot of people like the smell of rain in the forest. That's really romantic, I guess. Okay. So, there's more stuff here. There's more t-shirts. There were a lot of wrestling fans just right in chat, right? You would love that. It's a wrestling shirt. I think it's cute, but compared to the other one, I don't know. It smells like fabric, but worse than the socks. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? Sorry, don't go smelling big cats. Why not? You should smell more stuff. Like, I try to give you the full Gamescom experience here because I know you can see everything. I mean, you can see people in the background. It's opening up. It's exciting. But you're missing out on the smells. So that's what I'm here for the whole experience. Great. The Outcast 2 shirt is better. I think so too, actually. I think so too. I mean, I can't stand up, so just grab it. Let's see if there's like some gem in here. There's more alien bob hats, a lot of t-shirts, more mouse pads, bigger mouse pads. Are they bigger? There's mouse pads from Alone in the Dark. Any horror fans here? So what does Gamescom smell like? It depends on the days. Because in the beginning, it's kind of okay, and it gets worse. It gets worse because it's really hot in Germany right now. It's like 33 degrees outside. That's like, I don't know, over 100 degrees Fahrenheit. So people are gonna get smelly. Some halls are fine with air conditioning, but some are not. So there's Alone in the Dark mousepad. It's basically the same. Like, if you had to choose, chat, which one would you take? They don't have hygiene. I mean, they do, but it's so hot in here that you just can't do anything about it at some point. Okay, I see. Dude, you can't say none. Okay, there's more people saying Alone in the Dark than Destroy All Humans. I mean, I feel like if that was my mouse pad, I would have my mouse like on his face, because otherwise I would feel really watched all the time. But maybe that's just me. And I really like how moody this is. Alone in the Dark definitely up there on my list of games to play from you guys alongside Cosmic Shake and Fight Forever. Great. I think we have a Alone in the Dark slot late today, so you're gonna get a treat. And we also have SpongeBob, but we don't have Fight Forever today, I think. But the rest is gonna be great. I'm gonna look inside the box again. Oh, the schedule is online, I see. So if you want to know what's going on today, write !schedule in chat and you'll see. Awesome. I see some masks here. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's how it's supposed to look. Almost. Doesn't really fit me because of the headset, but I think it looks good, right? I mean, I could go to a party like this. It's perfect. I mean, what wouldn't be perfect? It's really hot. But the thing you don't see from that side, there's a quote on there. Prep your probe, the invasion is on. Which is fun. Probably fun. And I feel like I should wear this. This is not the right. So, let's continue. Am I like really like serious and businessy? So there's more t-shirts. There's another t-shirt we haven't looked at. It's an Alone in the Dark shirt. And I mean, if you don't know that this is a game, it could just be a normal t-shirt. That's crazy. I mean, obviously it's a logo, but I like how simplistic it is. Would you rate it higher or lower than the Outcast 2 shirt? Does the logo glow in the dark? Let's see. Oh, wait. That's what I meant. You ask questions, I'm gonna answer them for you. It doesn't. Nothing happened here. Yeah, I just lost it. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Shall we take a peek inside again? Maybe we find something that... Ooh! There's more stuff. There's keychains from Destroy All Humans. I'm not gonna unpack them because they would struggle so much to get them back in there. But those are really heavy. Outcast 2 is definitely better though. From the t-shirt or the game? Those are two different things probably. 10 out of 10. I mean, I have a balcony here. I feel like I could probably throw these at people's heads, but if I did that in my break, I would probably get thrown out of Gamescom, so don't think that would be a good idea. Or what do you think, chat? It feels the stream is like online selling. I mean, you can't buy anything of this, I think, right now. Maybe in the shop, but I'm not trying to sell it. I'm just rating it and I'm smelling it for you. So I made it only 30 minutes late. Don't worry, you're just missing the best part. No, it's just the morning show. We're gonna go into some stuff about HandyGames soon. Someone's gonna come over and talk to me, and I'm excited for that. I don't know if the person visiting me is already here yet, but I will probably hear that soon, right? Oh, there's more masks. So, there's one more mask. This one's scary. Like, I thought the alien was scary, but I was wrong. But I think this suits me. If I hosted like this the whole time, would you be happier about it? Would you like it? 20 people heard on Gamescom. I mean, I feel really good. I feel really sexy. That's where. I don't know. Is it out of meat? It doesn't smell like meat, which I'm really happy about, actually. I don't know. Cute, right? But it's really hot underneath it. I'm not allowed to do that, I think. So, out of all the things we just saw, guys, what is the item you would think? You're not gonna know where my question is gonna go. What do you think from those items I just showed you? Which one would be the best to eat for breakfast? Because it's a breakfast show, right? It's a morning show, so I'm gonna ask a breakfast question. What item do you think would taste the best? The mouse pad, the socks. I mean, why did I ask that question? Obviously, some people are gonna say the socks. I bet it smells like pineapple. It actually doesn't. Is it made from a pizza box? That could be it. It could be really green, I guess. The box they came in, I mean, wasn't there in cereal, like, wasn't there boxes in cereal? But it was like really big. The keychain got all the iron you need for the day. Nickstuff knows what's up. Yeah, I mean, that's a lot of merch. We could, like, we have my co-host here. He's really soft. He's really cute. Don't know that weird question. That's not a weird question to ask. Like, what would you eat for breakfast? That's not a weird question, guys. Come on. Okay, so right now we're gonna go on a quick break, and after the break, we're gonna come back with HandyGames, and we're gonna talk about it, and I'm really excited. So stay tuned, and I see you in a couple of minutes.
Ever since you took that damned scepter, you haven't been yourself. You brought us here, then abandoned the fight, abandoned your men, and even abandoned your vows! For what?
So you're alive, brother.
Aye, Lord!
The honor is ours, brother.
There's no turning back, no rest, no doubt. Advancing. Whoa! What manner of beast? These be fools! Ventrus Nemando, peace, peace!
I see you have brought friends.
In God's name. Back off, Dave! In God's name. What happened to you, brother? On the march! Back off, Dave! By your command!
Fate is curious, don't you think? After all I had to suffer and sacrifice, it puts you in my righteous path. You! Don't make me do this, Theo.
Everybody break out, break out. It's time to break out. We about to, it's time. Let's go, let's ride, let's roll. Got me feeling so free now. It's exactly what I need. We knocking down the door. Turn up a little more. Hey, what you waiting for? Race glasses, what's on me? I did the math, I got the test, stay on the path, I lead. Under the rays, don't want the shades, this here the life that I need. Top down to the breeze, whole crew came with me. It's about to get litty. Shake it till you break it, baby, run. Hey, what you waiting for?
I know you have thousands of questions, but you need to trust me. Listen. Don't do anything dangerous yet, okay?
The plane for millennia has been like a paradise, but that changed recently.
This darkness is a bad sign.
Be careful out there. And please come back in one piece, okay?
I told you not to go alone. It's too dangerous for you. Hang on, Lux! I'm coming!
I do understand why Asim was mad. Now that we finally have a new Lux, he is worried to lose you.
I can recognize all the bits inside. Wishing I could love the chant beating my drums. Hoping I could be there. If only I could meet her. Wonder when the music stopped. I'm shaking. With the best of never ending, ever stop. With the enemy basking in the dark.
We're back! Yay! And I'm not alone here. I have Constantin from HandyGames with me here, and he's gonna tell us a little bit about HandyGames.
Thanks for having me. Yeah, exactly. That's why we're here. Yeah, I'm Consti. I am the community manager at HandyGames. That means I, keep an eye out on you guys out there playing our games. If you got questions, if there's anything you'd like to know, if there's feedback, and that sort of stuff, that's where I come in. Also, I handle streams on our end. So if we present our games, you're probably going to see me on our Twitch and YouTube channels all the time, playing our own games, talking about stuff. And yeah, this is essentially what I do. And what is HandyGames? That's the big question here. We are essentially a subsidiary to THQ Nordic. That's why I'm allowed to be here, I guess. And yeah, we're a publisher from Germany, from northern Bavaria. And yeah, we call ourselves a AAA publisher. So we focus on indie titles mostly, not exclusively, but mostly. And on top of that, we also are responsible for a bunch of games. So if you've played the last SpongeBob game, the Battle for Bikini, wow, the Battle for Bikini Bottom Rehydrated, that's where we came in to develop and port the mobile versions for iOS and Android, for example. Okay. So that's essentially what we're doing.
That's pretty cool. So, Chad, first of all, You can ask any questions you want. That's what we're here for. And we're going to read your chat. I'm going to ask your questions as long as they're nice and good questions. So please do your best, chat. And you said you're used to answering the community's questions, right?
Yes.
What's like the most annoying question you get?
Is this game going to be free?
So is it?
No.
Okay, makes sense.
Generally speaking, no. I think that's something important for us, is that we are responsible for a bunch of mobile games as well. This is not exclusively what we're doing. Actually, the majority of our work is publishing games on PC and consoles. However, as I said, we are responsible for a bunch of mobile ports, but we are quite proud, I dare say, that we decided to abandon everything that's freemium, especially when we're talking about games that are premium titles, like SpongeBob, like Battle Chasers, and all these games that you've seen from THQ in the last few years, and also whatever's coming in the future. We are pretty adamant that the best system right now for mobile games is, or for any games for that matter, is you buy a game and you get the full experience. There's no in-app purchases or anything like that. But that also means that the game is not going to be free.
Okay, makes sense. You said you're doing a lot of mobile parts. So is that actually what most people are struggling with and coming to you for it, or is that just a bonus?
I mean, is the game free question is mostly coming from the mobile crowds, because this is something that they're used to. And I don't even want to say that it's what's right and what's wrong, but for us it wouldn't work. For example, we brought a game with us that you can try on Gamescom. That is, I mean, you probably heard of it. That's Wreckfest, and we are actually bringing it to mobile. You can play it at our booth in the Indie Arena booth, or at Samsung actually. Yeah, I mean, you've seen Wreckfest. If you know anything about game development and publishing, you probably know how much time and effort goes into making a game like this. Obviously, the framework is here for the port, but still, everything needs to be adapted. The UI needs to be different, the controls, the performance, and stuff like that. So yeah, it's a crazy experience bringing a game like that to mobile, and we think the people are going to love it. However, yeah.
I actually had a peek at your website before, and I saw like what you tell devs what you need from them. And what really stood out for me is that you actually said you want games to be different. I mean, that's the thing people say, but you really emphasize it. And like, what's the thing you're looking for exactly? Like, what is different for you guys?
Right. I'm afraid there's probably not a straightforward answer, because this can be really anything. We published a game that came out earlier this year that's called One Hand Clapping, where it's essentially a 2D puzzle platformer, which is not anything unheard of. However, you have to solve the puzzles by singing or humming or making noise into a microphone of some sort, and that is something that we've not seen before. Obviously, we've all seen karaoke games and stuff like that, but that is something very, very unique, and yeah, that's why we decided in that case to go forward with the game. Similarly, Entling, a game that we just recently released.
I played the demo of it. It's so cute and heartbreaking.
Exactly, it is heartbreaking, which is something that we try to emphasize, almost like a warning. Buyer beware, this game is heartbreaking.
Yeah.
Because on the surface it looks cute. It looks just like another side-scrolling sort of adventure, and you play as a cute fox, and everything's nice, and it is nice. It has its nice moments for sure.
I mean, you can cuddle in the game, which is really cute, but it's even more heartbreaking then.
Yeah, there's a dedicated cuddling button. However, yeah, it gets really dark, and it is very serious. It deals with the serious aftermath of environmental change, climate change, you know, that sort of stuff, without making it the main focus. The main focus is the foxes, and they're trying to survive, and the foxes, they don't think about what's going on, right? They don't care about climate change, but not the way we do. But they will feel the impact and at some point, and that's what the game tries to convey. And I think it really does a great job at that, and that makes it a very unique experience, in my opinion.
Great.
So, yeah, this different can be a lot of things.
So I have a kind of mean question, because you want different games. What would be your dream game type, or what would you pitch?
What would I pitch? That's a good question. There are so many great games out there. I personally love games that are, I don't want to say unique, that feel realistic in a way. That doesn't mean that they need to look, you know, perfect graphically or anything, but if it feels like, hey, this is an experience, an extraordinary experience that somebody could have, or you know, in the case of Endling, maybe something could have. That's where I really feel entangled in a story or in a setting, in the lore of a game. And what I really enjoy in games is environmental storytelling. So a story that is not presented to you head on, but instead you have to observe what's going on within that world.
So, I mean, this is like, we're gonna play AirHead later.
Right.
So you're probably, if you say you like environmental puzzles and stuff, so you're probably a big fan of that one?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, makes sense.
That's the short answer, yeah. AirHead is one of these games where, again, if you take it at face value, it's a puzzle platformer with, you know, a bunch of mechanical gimmicks within it, and a cool art style and stuff like that. But if you look deeper, if you read all your diary entries, or what do you call it? Yeah, I guess diary entries that you unlock while playing the game, which is something that we'll see later, you'll understand that this world that is presented is not just some random alien planet that you're on. There is something happening there, and it is, again, maybe a bit more sinister than you would think at first.
Chat says, I would say it is not only unique, it got soul. That really felt like that's what you meant. Do you have another favorite game from your...
There's so many good games.
Like, if you had to tell chat one game that they need to play, which one and why?
I mean, right now I would have to say Endling, for sure, but we've already talked about this, so definitely play Endling. There's also a demo available, and it's already out. That's something. And I think later this week we'll also take a look at Endling here on the stream. But another game that's really interesting to me was, it's an older title of ours, is Through the Darkest of Times. It's been very well received in the German-speaking part of the world, and essentially it deals with a resistance group during the time of the Nazis in Germany, right? So starting around the 30s and then going through the war and stuff. But it's almost like a sort of text adventure meets strategy game. And you meet all these people who are in whatever way they can trying to resist that unjust regime. And some of them succeed and some of them don't. There is no set path. You can fail, you can lose the game for sure. And what really stands out there for me is you're not going to be this action hero or anything that's going to alter the course of history. What happened, happened. And you're not going to change that within that game. which in its own way is also kind of heartbreaking because you try so hard, but you maybe make a small difference for some people, but in the grand scheme of things, you're not going to stop the war or anything like that. And that is also a very unique experience, and I think something that I would recommend to anyone who's interested in European history.
Great.
Yeah.
Thanks for the recommendation. I've got one more question. For all the people in chat that are potentially working on a game right now. So could just anybody apply to you, or how does the process work, and what do you need? Like, what would you tell them that they should do?
Yeah, I mean, technically, yes. Anybody can pitch a game. There are some things that you should consider, which, similar to sending out an application. If your application is bad, it's probably not going to work out for you. However, yeah, technically, you can contact us. You can contact our producers, sorry, who will be responsible for you as a developer to sort of bridge the gap between your team and our team as a publisher. And who will then talk to you about milestones that you need to reach, what's the budget going to be, how long will it take you to finish the project that you have. And I think what's important, I mean, I'm not a producer, so I don't know, the whole ins and outs of this whole process. However, I guess some tips that I can give from stories that I've heard where, for example, Josef, one of our publishers, comes over to me. He's in the office across from me and says, "Oh, I just had a pitch. It was horrible. They had no idea where they were going." So really have a clear vision of what you're trying to do. Ideally, you'll have like a playable prototype or something like that. A very small demo. Know roughly how much money you're going to need, how many people are you, what are the salaries, stuff like that. So yeah, really be prepared. An event like Gamescom is ideal for this as well.
Oh, actually, people could do an elevator pitch with you guys?
Elevator pitch might be difficult because all the producers are holed up in the business area. But if you're a publisher, you'll probably get access to the business area. Sorry, if you're a developer, you'll probably get access to the business area, and try to set up a meeting beforehand with any publisher that you're interested in, and yeah, come here and pitch your game face to face.
So if I had a really, really good idea, and I would pitch it to you, but I don't know anything about how to make video games,
right?
You would help me, or is that really unrealistic?
I mean, I could try, but it's difficult because I guess similar to like writing a book, where people come to writers and say, "Hey, I've got this great idea. Let's make it together. I have the idea, you write it, and we'll split 50-50." The problem is,
I don't think that's the realistic split there.
Exactly,
but yeah.
because having a good idea is not the difficult part, unfortunately.
It's not?
No,
okay.
I'm sorry.
Damn it. Okay.
You have a good idea, then you work on it for 5 to 7 years.
That's
depending on the scale of the project, and then you have a game.
Is that like the usual time it takes?
It really depends on the project.
What's the quickest it has been?
Oh, that's a very good question. I don't even know. I think 2 years is probably the minimum.
Oh wow.
From start to finish, and that's really fast, even for a small indie game. I don't know, obviously AAA publishers or developers with huge teams, they might be quicker for some things, but usually their scope is much larger as well for their games, so they have more people to get it done in the same time. But yeah, it can be anywhere from 2 to 10 years.
So
it really depends.
Are you more hesitant to work with solo devs, or doesn't that matter?
That doesn't really matter. The smallest team we're working with right now are the guys from Item 42 who are developing Parish, who we'll talk to later today, actually. And they're 2 brothers. So, and that's it, essentially. Obviously, they get some help, some outside help here and there, but the core team is 2 guys. So
that's insane.
There's no rule for that, I would say. Yeah.
Okay, great. Chat, do you have one more question before we go into a tiny break? That's your chance to ask. I mean, you could also kind of give a little hint if you're producing a game and want to hear, I guess. I can say something nice to you. Or maybe you can just give us give me your ideas for free. That would be great for me. But yeah, so if there's no more questions, I would say I'm gonna say thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me.
I mean, we're gonna hang out later again.
Sure.
I'm excited
For
to
sure.
play some games.
Yep.
It was really nice and interesting. Thank you. And we're gonna go into a quick break, and then we'll do some gameplay with Kassiopeia. Thank you.
Enjoy.
Breaking news here in Sledgehammer County. After a sharp increase of car racing activity in recent days, authorities now report a staggering amount of items and racetracks popping up out of nowhere. Jan, what do you make of it?
Well, Bill, it's like you say. Random bits and pieces of racetracks, along with all different kinds of items, have been emerging all over the county. And, wait, I'm just getting word that these pieces now seem to be rising into the air, forming an ever-expanding aerial racetrack and eclipsing the sky above Sledgehammer. Bill, I've never seen anything like this. You have to wonder, who is behind this, and where does it end?
Shadows in the sky, footsteps in the night, behind me, targets in their sight, running out of light to save me. Red moon on the rise, you say your last good night, while I get
Welcome command uplink initializing. Please stand by.
Land incarceration, most heavily affected by the fallout.
You have proven yourself loyal to me so far, General. Our dynasty has waited long enough. Show me that my trust is not misplaced.
Braces for the inevitable retaliation.
Strong though they may be, they are still flesh and bone. Get to work.
Told you. Look at all those snails the monster kidnapped.
Look, it's Gary.
So how do we save Gary without that monster snail seeing us?
Gary is the monster snail.
Huh?
They grow up so fast, don't they?
These massive amounts of candy bars must have given him a sugar rush. We can't take him back home like this. We have to cut off his candy supply first.
Already on it, buddy! Squidward, bye-bye!
Squidward, Banuga.
Porifera!
Things off! Citizen in need! Karate Bob to the rescue!
Jelly extras were very convincingly beating me up.
Welcome back, party peoples. I'm not alone again, but I have some fresh faces on my couch. I'm here with AJ and Kassiopeia.
Hello.
Thanks
Good
for
to be
being
back.
here.
Hello.
Are you excited?
Very. I am very excited.
We're gonna play some SpongeBob today, and Cassie is playing actually. Did you ever play it?
No, this is like my first time.
Are you good at platformers?
We'll see.
Okay, I mean, we can just hop right in. Chat, again, if you have any questions, we're gonna read them, so just talk to us. You're basically the fourth person on this couch, and we're just gonna have some fun with it, right?
Yes, and I'll maybe give a little introduction to the game for the people that haven't seen the stream yesterday.
Am I a cowboy right now?
Yes, you are a cowboy right now.
Nice.
So basically what happened in the Cosmic Shake is that SpongeBob and Patrick, they find these magical mermaid bubble tears, and they start to wish for the best things for all their friends. But as it is always with the two of them, they overdo it a little bit.
Oh no.
And all their wishes collide to each other, and what they create with that is basically they destroy the very fabric of reality, creating 7 different wish worlds outside, and all the friends from Bikini Bottom get dragged into one of these wish worlds. So what you see here is Western, it's the very first level. All of the levels are themed to one of the original episodes that everybody knows, watching South Park.
What is that?
South Park, I'm sorry, watching SpongeBob.
Do you get to know like what the wishes were exactly?
You get to know what the wishes were while playing the levels. So for example, we have a gameplay trailer that is out right now, and you see one of the karate levels, for example. It's completely themed about the very famous karate episode with SpongeBob and Sandy. So you get to know that they wished for Sandy, of course, to be a big karate star.
Aww.
And there's one addition to the level that we have is that Squidward is being the director of a karate movie. SpongeBob, of course, is the main actor.
Sure.
And yeah, so basically every scene that you have in that level is a movie scene directed by Squidward, and you play along.
That sounds really cool.
Why is Patrick a tiny balloon?
That's it, because Patrick wished to be a balloon.
Oh.
There you go.
No!
Oh, that's a difficult jump right there.
No.
Daniel played the demo yesterday as well, and he struggled with that as well.
I saw that actually.
You did?
Yeah. It's like, oh, that doesn't look too bad.
I mean, you just have to be a little better than him.
Oh no.
No, it's fine. I mean, we did some playtesting with kids, and they did not struggle with that one.
Oh no, don't say that.
It's reassuring.
No, it's fine. But just jump on the pad. It will give you the boost. Do the double jump, keep pressed, and press forward. Because you want to go forward. Yes, almost.
No! Oh my god. We'll stay here forever, probably.
No, you're going to make it, I'm pretty sure.
Is this game going to be speedrunnable again?
Of course, definitely. I mean, it's with the success back then from Battle for Bikini Rehydrated, Battle for Bikini Bottom. We know that the speedrunner community will be jumping on that game.
So is it that, like, if
Can I
they
maybe help you a
find
little bit on that one?
an exploit?
You want to?
That's always the fascinating part, is then once a game is released, that what these people still find out there.
And you just
we're
leave it
already
then?
looking forward to it, yes.
Yeah.
And we were amazed with Battle for Bikini Bottom Rehydrated, where somebody made a 2-minute something speedrun.
Oh, wow. So you're rather impressed rather than you're like, oh no, we did, we should have done it differently.
Oh my god.
You're almost getting there.
Is it tough for you to watch someone not get it on the first try?
It hurts a little bit.
Or the second, or the third, or the fourth.
No, you gotta give it to her, because the real tutorials we have at the very beginning of the game also follows these jumping parts. So throwing you in there, of course, makes it a little more difficult.
Okay.
You can do it.
Okay.
Chad, give
more
us your
tips.
energy.
Push forward. Now, jump, press, and yes!
Yeah, oh
there
my
you
god,
go.
I did it!
First try.
Very nice.
Wait, what is
It's
that?
good to see.
Chad asks, how many different time frames are there? Like, I see the caveman era, then Western.
So we have 7 different wish worlds that have been created. One of them is Western. We have karate. We have prehistoric. We have a medieval world that will be coming, and some more that I don't want to spoil now. And yes, again, as I said, all of them basically, the feeling that we wanted to give to the players is that every single one of these levels feels to you like playing an episode of SpongeBob. And the overarching storyline that we basically have is SpongeBob trying to rescue his friends, bringing them back to Bikini Bottom. And coming back to Patrick, because he asked why he's a balloon.
So cute.
Yes, he is extremely cute. And this is one of the core features. What we focused on is having the banter between SpongeBob and Patrick is so iconic in the series, while the two are talking to each other. And we were very, very lucky getting the original writers from Nickelodeon helping us out, writing lines for us, reviewing our scripts. So it was amazing working together with them. Really, really cool. And what you will get while playing the game is a constant chit-chat between Patrick and SpongeBob. A lot of jokes coming up, but it's not only talking for Patrick. He also has a function, so to say. So sometimes he will direct you where to go through the level, so you can always follow him. The other part is if you drop down into a pit or something, Patrick will come and rescue you, bring you back up again. Not the nervous part. Yes.
So, what's the lore behind him being a balloon?
Again, he wished
for it.
Oh, he wished for it.
He wished
But
to be a
why
balloon.
would you wish to be a balloon?
Because it's Patrick and I want to be a balloon.
Okay, makes sense. Yeah, stupid question from me. I'm sorry.
Oh.
Never question Patrick.
Yeah.
Also, I love the backgrounds. It's very beautiful.
Yeah, so as you can see, it's the jellyfish fields.
Oh, I can destroy those. Oh.
That's the tikis. They're of course all back. So here you only see the wooden tikis, but we brought back a couple more. So. Oh yeah. Oh, you're.
Oh no! No way! Oh no! Is this okay? Fine. Where am I?
So now you have to go back to where you started.
Oh no.
Fun.
Well,
I mean,
actually, no,
just
it's not
more
true.
practice for the speedrun, right?
What is that?
Just walk around a little bit.
Oh,
It's
pants.
totally fine. So you see these underpants there. So again,
Yes.
we count these underpants as sort of the health of SpongeBob.
Oh.
This is also another feature with Patrick is when you're low on health during some of the fights with the enemies, Patrick will notice. He will fly by, drop underpants for you.
Aw.
So basically also saving you and being there.
Cassie, since you're an artist, do you feel like you look more into the background of games?
I do. I mean, just in general, the whole art style. I think it's funky. It's cute.
What you should do there... Did you milk the cactus?
Hey, what?
Get closer to that cactus.
I think I did,
you
actually.
did. Yeah, you did. That's fine.
I mean, I did something. Now that you say what I did, I'm like, okay, that's what I did.
Yeah, we started too fast. So at the beginning it's Mr. Krabs. In that sense here is the very familiar looking guy. And he, of course, what does Mr. Krabs want is money. You did it already. You're getting there.
It's fine.
Why can you make cacti?
Because he wants the cactus juice, so he can sell it and make money, 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 money. That's what Mr. Krabs always wants.
Is there any Easter eggs in this demo that we could find?
There is one, but I won't tell about it. Because if I tell where the secrets and Easter eggs are, then, you know, the surprise is basically gone.
Come on. Okay, I'll give up, I think.
Okay, maybe just give the controller to me and I'll just help you with that one jump, because the other parts you really mastered very well.
Oh! I'll be like, no, I want to try again, and then I can try it. It's fine.
Chat says,
just go
wait,
ahead.
the familiar-looking guy is Mr. Krabs. That sounds like a huge spoiler.
No, it's not, because he's standing over there.
Where?
We'll get back to him later. Show you.
Oh, that's how you do it. That makes
you
sense.
jump while you're in the air.
Yes.
That's why I did.
And you need to press forward to give him the momentum in the right direction.
No.
Yes, you made it.
Oh my god.
There you go.
Also, I like how pink everything is.
By the way, Chad says they would probably do the same as you, so they're feeling with you.
Oh, thank you, Chad.
So yeah, but let me tell you a bit more about the game and all the wish worlds that we have out there. I mean, one of the cool things that we also were able to do is the soundtrack that will be made for the game. So we have a lot of the original sounds and tunes that come from the series. So for example, here in the Western level, there is a saloon. And the moment you enter the saloon, you will hear the same tune that was in the Western episode of SpongeBob.
Nice.
And on top of that, because this is the score from Battle for Bikini Bottom Rehydrated was very successful. The people loved it. So we said, let's work together with the same composers. And I can say they did a very amazing job with the soundtrack itself. So I'm really looking forward also for people listening to it, getting feedback on it.
Oh, there's another one. Do you want to do that?
Yeah, milk the cacti. Come on. There you go. So, one more to go.
Chad is really hyped for that game.
Well, the jellyfish you can actually catch. Now that's the long jump.
This one?
Yeah, just go to the jellyfish and give him a nice swipe. Yeah, there you go. So, this is the long one. So
what does that mean, that is the long one? Is this going to be hard?
Yes, just glide. So as you can see with the pizza box, for example, we put a ton of references from the original series.
Is there an actual pizza in the box?
Yes, there is.
That's so cool.
Yeah,
what kind of pizza?
There is an episode where SpongeBob and Patrick actually deliver pizza. So as I said, there's a lot of references, tiny little things that you would spot and find whenever you go through the game. So for us, it basically was working on SpongeBob IP. It's basically you're looking at a big treasure box of fun stuff that you can use. So for us, especially for our creative guys at Purple Lamp, so many amazing ideas that made it into the game. We're so happy and so amazed.
Can you tease what's your favorite?
My favorite level actually is the prehistoric level, because I'm a big fan of the episode itself, and also of the prehistoric SpongeBob. Because the way they banter to each other, we also copied, of course, the way they talk to each other in the prehistoric levels. It's like a banuga, hooga, hooga. And
sounds fun to ride.
Yes. There you saw. That's what Patrick does. He's coming there to save you.
Thank you, Patrick.
Yeah, no. Just gotta put you there. There you go. So with the seesaw, give it a little bit of a... Yeah, let it go up first. Up. No, wait.
Okay.
Chad is asking, can you ride stones like in that pizza episode?
Can you ride stones? No, you Well, in the prehistoric level, we have something that goes in that direction. So if you want to watch the gameplay trailer that is currently out on YouTube, you will see that we have a rolling rock in the prehistoric. Goes in that direction, but it's not the same as it is in the pizza episode.
So Cassie, how much SpongeBob do you usually watch? Or have you watched in your life?
Yeah, I have.
Like a lot?
I wouldn't say a lot, but it's also been a while, but I like the humor. It's kind of...
Do you think you've seen most of SpongeBob?
Probably not. There's so many episodes, right?
Yeah. I was just curious, like, in comparison, like, how much both of you watched.
Well, for us, we have all the SpongeBob episodes, of course, in the office, and we're watching all of them.
All of them.
So it's always like this, somebody's watching a SpongeBob episode at work, and it's like, yes, I'm working. That's what I'm doing, that's my job.
Did you host, like, trivia nights with SpongeBob trivia?
Sorry, come again?
Did you do trivia nights with SpongeBob trivia?
No, we didn't, because I think we're very profound when it comes to this. So I would call everybody at our office pros.
Okay.
So this is one of the bigger enemies that we have in the game.
Boss time.
So basically what he does is constantly spawning more and more enemies if you don't get to him. So yeah, give him a nice twist. Yeah, he's a little bit tougher. What he does is...
Whoa!
Yes. That's his attack. It doesn't hurt you, but he pushes you away because, of course, he doesn't enjoy getting hit.
Makes sense.
Nah.
But all the enemies are themed around this jellyverse that is basically created there. So also the main currency in the game is the jelly. That they can later use to buy costumes.
What's with him?
Get up there. Yeah, he's not seeing you right now. You have to give him a double jump.
He's cute.
But you can't leave him, because what I also see is one of the things that we implement is you are in this challenge arena, which basically blocks you here until you defeated all the enemies. So don't forget the cactus.
The most important part.
Yes. And now we're going back to Mr. Krabs.
We have 38 seconds left.
Yeah, then go, 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 go.
Oh, bye.
No, that's totally fine.
Is there fall damage? No, right?
SpongeBob is a sponge, so he's squishy enough to not get hurt when he drops down somewhere.
Makes sense.
Now, coming back to the costumes. As you see, we have the Western SpongeBob in the Western level. In the karate level, he will have the classical karate outfit that he had in the episode. And in total, we're going to have 30+ costumes in the game that you will be able to unlock throughout playing it. So,
what a cliffhanger.
Yeah, there you go.
What happens afterwards?
Well, we could try again. And just be faster.
Easy.
Chat is asking, do you get a lot of references if you stop watching the show 8 or more years ago?
Actually not, because what we've really focused on is the old school Steve Hillenburg humor. So also it's the very first episodes, because they're the classic ones that everybody knows up until today. So our target group is not only the younger audience, because there is so many people like me that grew up with SpongeBob when they were young. And I've talked to so many grown-ups here on the show, and you see when the glow in their eyes when they see the new SpongeBob game coming out. It's really great. So whenever you stopped watching it, it doesn't matter.
Okay.
We're going back to the very beginning.
So chat is asking if you could play. I mean, we could make a deal, chat.
That's fine.
We let the dev play for like 4 minutes and see, maybe we see something new. Maybe 5 minutes if you're nice. And in that time, Cassie and I just talk about how impressive it is. And that we strive to be as good.
You see a
You
nice
have to
example.
speedrun it now.
Okay, that's no problem. So that would be nice now if that would have crashed.
Did it?
Apparently it did. That's the great that's the great part of showcasing. So
I mean, that's already the speedrun chat. It's already done.
0 seconds.
Give it the Alt F4, and it's just restart the build. Yeah, that's fine.
Easy peasy.
There you go.
So, how do you actually, you talked about the different target groups because it's adults and children. How do you approach that? Is that something special?
I mean, what we did, we had a lot of playtests with children. So basically, we watched them play the game, listened to their feedback, adjusted everything in the game to make it more pleasable for them. Because in the end, what I heard from a lot of people is, I want to play it with my kids. So we get exactly these. And SpongeBob was always for all audiences out there.
Would you play it with your cat, Cassie?
What?
Would you play it with your cat?
Maybe, yeah, why not? Might love it, actually.
Maybe you could train her to press the jump button.
Yeah, maybe.
That would be a really good stream. I would watch it. Chad, would you watch it? If someone played with a cat?
I mean, it's just really cool that there's games like that out there where you have all the lore and the jokes around it and you just recognize things.
It looks so easy when you play it.
Well, you can imagine I played the games a couple of times already. There you go.
I'm gonna look at the time. I'm gonna tell you when it's over because we're not gonna do the whole demo again.
Fine,
So
I'm
maybe
trying
you're
to get
lucky, Chad.
further.
Maybe you just like strive by the Easter egg, coincidentally.
It's a bit later in the build, and you need
okay.
to collect the cactus sap and bring it to Mr. Krabs to go on. Oh.
Yeah, cats
Show
on the
some more
internet might
abilities
work.
here. So we also have this bubble shoot, so you can basically trap enemies in the bubble.
Oh,
which helps you with crowd control. So if there's more enemies, you can basically take some of them out so that they don't bother you that much. There you go. More cactus.
How did you like playing the demo?
It was really fun because even though I struggled a little, it feels easy to play. You know what I mean? Like the mechanics they feel good.
So it's just really smooth?
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Also, I mean, I always love when you can float or fly like that. That's so cool. And you have a pizza. Like, what else do you want?
Now, that's one of the things that was very important for us. I mean, it is a very strongly narrative-driven game, so there is a lot of story there. We had close to 2,000 lines that were recorded only for SpongeBob.
Oh, wow.
So Tom Kenny did a great job there. So I have to also mention that we have the full original cast. The current one has voiced the whole game. So we got it in English, we have it in German, we got the Japanese original cast, which was simply hilarious to listen to. So I'll definitely, when I make the full playthrough when the game is out, I'll definitely play it in Japanese. So that's a good use, for example, for this bubble throw that we have. You have one of those enemies that is bothering you, just bubble him and then smack in.
How did you translate the humor then? Did you like do it over agencies or did you?
Yes, I mean there's people out there that know how to do this. I mean, of course, there have been reviews from our side. We helped on the translations because there's certain parts, like the enemy names and stuff like this, where you have to help them out or give them more context. So what you do, basically, all the translators, we have a document where they ask questions to us developers, where you can tell them it's meant this way, the joke should go that way. And we helped them out a lot. They did an amazing job, I have to say. And as I said, having the whole original cast is for the voiceovers, it just adds up to the quality of the game.
You sound really excited for it. That's really nice to see.
Excited all the time. We all are. I mean, working on a game like this is such a special thing for every single one of us. Getting this chance, I can honestly say, getting the chance in your life to work on a SpongeBob game is...
It's like a dream come true.
Yes,
for you,
it is. It literally is. And this is like for everyone working in game dev, having your name in the credits afterwards.
Do you take a screenshot of it? Yeah, makes sense.
So let's continue here a little bit because then I can show you.
The Easter egg?
Yes. Oh, I forgot. I have to still deliver the
Chad,
cactus
we're gonna
juice.
see the Easter egg. I hope. I'm gonna let you play one more minute just for the Easter egg, even though we're over the timer that
It's
I
not an Easter
said.
egg, but it's another very cool feature that you can see.
Just for you, Chad.
Fast, but there you go. And it's the seahorse.
No way, that's so cute.
Yes, there it is. And of course, you're able to ride it and give it a boost.
If you're at Gamescom, actually, I mean, you saw the booth tour, and you're gonna see one later. It's actually SpongeBob sitting on that seahorse as a statue down there, and it's really cute.
One of the examples of the details that we put in there, just simply keeping SpongeBob idling. There's a ton of animations, fun stuff that he's gonna do. He's gonna wiggle around, he's gonna do some memes. And yeah, you will find a lot of these tiny little details that we put into the game, just for the fans to enjoy. Because it's SpongeBob, it should be fun. It's a super fun universe, and it's been such an amazing trip for the past years working on this title. And seriously, I just can't wait for people out there to play it.
Thanks, that's a great ending of that, I guess. Chat, if you've got one more question, now's your chance. Otherwise, we're gonna go to the next game soon. Play more, we're not gonna play more, actually.
I'm sorry.
If you wanna play more, you have to play the demo yourself and be as good as the dev, so good luck with that.
Come to the Gamescom, yes.
I mean, Gamescom is until Sunday, so if you've got some time.
Please come here, visit us.
Chat is asking when will it be out and on what platforms?
That's the question, the only one I cannot answer yet. But what I can say, soon, in the next weeks, we'll let you know when the game is going to come out. But the platforms I can definitely confirm it's going to be Switch, PlayStation 4, Xbox One, and PC, of course.
Okay, and there was, are we going to get different graphics settings for PC?
We're working on that, so definitely
going
to optimize it for all the platforms. This is what our QA team and our programmers are currently doing, optimizing the game for all the platforms, so everybody, wherever you play it, you will have the best experience playing SpongeBob.
Thank you for being here.
I'm very thankful being here.
It was really fun.
It was a pleasure.
Chats, say bye to AJ, but Cassie's gonna stay with me. We're gonna go into a quick break, and then we'll be back with the Valiant. See you soon.
Goodbye, everyone. Don't forget to do the Cosmic Shake.
Yeah. Okay, it's gonna go for a little bit longer. I'm gonna say thank you.
It's been a pleasure with you. Thank you very much.
It was very fun.
Well, actually, then I can still continue if you want. It's no problem.
Show us the juicy stuff, the secret stuff.
At the very end. It's for those that really make it there.
It's already like the...
One of the tiny details is like things like jokes that we put everywhere, interacting with everything. There's going to be a ton of NPCs that you're able to talk to. So in general, the voiceovers that we did was incredible. And how much lines we have in there. People are going to love it, I'm pretty sure.
I mean, I'm sure chat will love it because they're already really excited. That's it now.
That's it now.
Thanks again for showing one more thing. Chat, that's what you wanted, right? So we're going to look at some trailers or something, and I'll see you back in a couple of minutes.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Tony.
Hey.
What are you doing?
Brett, hey, what are you doing?
What are you doing?
Going to my room.
No.
What? Go away. What?
Get your bag. Come on.
Come to my room. What? Don't step on the pizza.
Don't let anybody see you. Come on, shut the door. Well, no, get in first. No, leave your bag here. Come on, hurry.
What? What's happened in here?
AEW Fight Forever video game happened here.
All right, so now what?
Well, are you hungry? On second thought, don't eat that. But now, it's finally time to reveal AEW Fight Forever to our AEW fans at the THQ Nordic Digital Showcase. Check it out, Tony. I will be me, the one legendary DMD, and you will be Adam Cole.
Oh man, this game is awesome.
I told you would love it.
Yeah.
I told you. Am I ever wrong?
No,
Never.
no, I shouldn't.
Never.
Whoa, oh, look at that. This game it's tremendous. Are there any weapons in this game?
Are there any weapons? Look how easy this is to play. You didn't have to figure out a million freaking buttons, even though I could have, because I'm a dentist.
Oh, I know that.
But I just picked it up today and started playing, and I'm already the best at it.
Yeah.
And career mode,
Wow.
mini games.
Wow, I'm really excited you tell me about career mode, I can tell you that.
Yeah.
And almost lost my mind when I found out that AEW Fight Forever has mini games.
How did you find out about the mini games?
You told me.
AEW Fight Forever, coming soon.
D and D. Knocked your teeth out, Shivani.
Well, at least I know a good dentist.
They called him renegade, traitor, an outcast on 2 planets. But he helped us when nobody else did. And we helped him back. The Ulukai. Greetings. Mar didn't expect your visit. Otherwise, I would have cleaned up the place. So, you come to hear the legend of the Ulukai. The Ulukai could fly faster than a Ventolor. He could travel anywhere, from the darkest caverns of Yard-Ganda to the edge of the moons ruled by Yard-Ka. He explored ancient temples, unseen for 1,000 cycles, and awakened their powerful mysteries.
Nazorka, Amanor, Nikar. Oh, that's more like it.
His weapons were as much a part of him as your fingers, my toes. His aim was razor sharp. His shield, unbreakable. But as Mar used to tell him, fighting is half the battle. When saving a planet, Mar knows that a true hero must also gain the trust of its people. Do you want to know more? Have a look! Mar provides a tour for a very reasonable price.
since you took that damned scepter, you haven't been yourself. You brought us here, then abandoned the fight, abandoned your men, and even abandoned your vows! For what?
So you're alive, brother.
Aye, Lord!
The honor is ours, brother.
There's no turning back, no rest, no doubt.
Advancing!
What manner of beast? These be fools! Ventrus Nemondo, peace, peace!
I see you have brought friends.
God's name.
Back off, Dave!
In God's name. What happened to you, brother?
On the march! Back off, Dave!
By your command!
Fate is curious, don't you think? After all I had to suffer and sacrifice, it puts you in my righteous path. You. Don't make me do this, Theo.
Welcome back to THQ Nordic stream live from Gamescom in Cologne. I'm sitting here still with Cassie. If you want to check out her channel, write out !Cassie in chat and you get links to her channels, which is definitely worth a follow. And we're also joined by Jimbo.
Hello, guys.
And we're gonna play the Valiant.
Yeah, I'm very excited about that.
We are also really excited. We already started the game and can choose something now. And Cassie, it's your first time playing the Valiant?
Yes, I think I'm going to play this one, right?
Yeah, so Reinhardt, that is the three heroes you can choose from as Theo's partner. Theoderic is the main character of the game, and there is 3 heroes you can choose from, like Conrad is a ranged character, Reinhardt is a tank character, he's a very old guy, and he's very experienced, with battle-born. He has all the connections for Europe. I think you should pick Reinhardt, he's a safe choice.
Okay,
he's a tank character, he's a very beefy boy.
Oh, a little correction, it's !Cassio with an O at the end, I'm sorry.
Yeah, so this is the training ground we are entering now. This is a bit warm-up before the actual gameplay,
okay,
so you
good.
can actually learn about the base mechanics of the game before starting playing the demo.
There you go, Chad. Great.
No, I don't want to skip.
Reason. Let's go.
I see.
So, okay, as you see...
We've lost some brave men in these past battles. May God watch over their souls.
Before we head into another fight, we have to recruit and train to fill out the ranks.
So what's the premise of the game?
Yeah, so this is a squad-based RTS game. It, as you can see, I mean, not right now because it's a training camp, but you can actually you are able to like control 6 or 7 units at a time. Each unit, this is a very, I would say, it's a fast-paced game. You should just select the squad because I think he was hurt in battle. His comrades are missing. Yes. I think you should. Yeah. You should like heal him, replenish his forces by click right click on the replenish camp. Yeah, with the healing icon. Yes, cool. So this is a squad-based RTS. It's a medieval RTS, plays in the 13th century. There is the main guy, our protagonist, called Theoderic. He's a battle war guy, fought in the 4th Crusade, and he's kind of retired from battles because he had bad experiences. He was a kind of he had a very big argument with his friend called Ulrich. They found a holy relic, and Ulrich.
Ulrich is actually a German word for cozy. That's really funny.
Ah, yeah. Nice. Ulrich, yeah. And Ulrich kept the part of the holy relic they found, and he actually started behaving differently, and that Theo didn't like that really much, and they parted ways. Theo retired from the order, and there is a time when a monk came to his castle and actually said that Ulrich is planning to gather the other parts of the relic, and he is planning to do something bad with it. And Theo, as his previous friend, he couldn't just leave him be. He wants to try to stop him and also like save him because he's going a bit crazy. And that's why Theo actually decided that okay, they will go and start to find the other parts of the relic before Ulrich does, so they can stop him. And this is where the story begins. This well,
I think what I just did, I just trained the horseman,
yeah,
right?
it's really cool. Yeah, so there is Theodoric. You should select. He is selected right now.
Yeah.
There is an ability. You should click on that. Yes, and target Reinhard, your other hero, the other hero, next to it. Yeah, and a bit more right. No, a bit more right. Yes, he's a bit. His protection, this white bar before his headbar, needs to be healed. Yes. And now he's replenished fully, so he's ready to go to battle.
So many things to do.
Yes, actually, this is a bit intense. You know, strategy things, strategy games usually have many things to do.
Yeah, that's how you want it to be, right? That's what you want if you want to play something like that.
Yes, so we have things called tactical items in the game. Right now, click on Theodoric. He is now selected. Just pick up the Greek fire, and how we do that is right-click on the give a command. Yeah, Greek fire is picked up. Cool. Now, what you can do with this Greek fire is quickly burn down the enemy's health bar and the enemy's protection. Just click on the ability Greek fire and throw it on the swordsman, enemy swordsman.
Yeah, let's throw some fire.
Nice.
Bam.
That's a good sound.
Yes, he should really feel that. I mean, yeah.
Ouch.
Yeah, and we have a mechanic, I think, it's called Retribution. Each hero has a unique ability called Retribution, and you can use it by attacking another squad, just right-click on the squad, give an attack command. Yeah, it's nice. What happens is actually the heroes build up something we call vengeance, and this is a resource that you can spend, and by spending it, you release this huge damage around the heroes. As you can see, and in the right below corner, there is a counter going up.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and if you use that, the other characters in the area should really feel that. Bam. Okay. So there's going to be a bit combat training after this. I mean, you can really put your skills to the test.
Yeah.
I mean, you have all these units unlocked now. These? Yeah. So there is two other heroes. Grimhild is a shield maiden. He comes from the north, and she comes from the north, and actually, she's a sword for hire. And
a freelancer.
Yes, yes.
Just like us.
Yes. And she's very good. She always has these edgy comments. She has a cool personality. I think she fits really great in the warband. Reinhard is as I told, all the characters I voiced. He has unique voice acting. And AirHead has this really, really good, great voice actor and a deep voice, and he's a bit sarcastic because he had all the battles before, and he's not worrying about it at all. So he has all the experience, and yeah. So what you should do now is actually like bring the camera a bit down, so you should see your troops. Oh, you have all the troops right here. So what you should be aware of is always protect your archers. So you have 3 tanks units. They are very, very, very beefy. So you can just send them to battle. Like you can click on them and click attack. Oh, that's multi-select, yes. And let's attack the spearman. Yeah, let's kick his ass. Nice. Right click to attack.
Mouse is a little freaky right now.
Yeah.
Here we go.
So, try to select your archer. Yeah. And send him into attack someone. Yes.
I'm starting a war right now.
Absolutely. They stand no chance.
Fun.
I mean, it's a bit...
It's a bit too much, is it?
Yeah. Cavalry is great against archers. You should just try it. Click on the archers, right? Attack the archers, and see how much damage it does against it.
Scouting ahead.
Oh, no. Wait.
Wait.
No.
Don't rush. Okay, I think you're gonna get a surprise at any point now, because I think the...
Are they running away?
A good or a bad surprise?
I think it can be good. So you are being attacked by others because they are joined. They just can't let the others lose like that. Okay.
Ooh.
Oh, as you see, Grimhild is a shield maiden and also a spearman. She destroyed the cavalry. I mean, the reason that they are not dying on the field because it's actually a training camp, so they are just knocking each other down. So it would be weird during training if you just killed your other person. Yeah. Bring the others to the fight as well, I think. They will be.
How? I mean, there's gonna be a co-op mode where you can play with friends, and you could also play PvP, right?
Yes, there are 2 other modes, 2 multiplayer modes. One is called Conquest, and it's the PvP mode. It's like it's relatively close to closer to the regular RTS games. Like you have to gather resources, you have to spend those resources on units, you have to spend those resources on upgrades, and you basically have to control points and bring down the enemy influence over the map. That is the premise of that game mode. But we have a cooperative game mode called Last Man Standing, and it's about 3 people playing together, communicating together, and working through waves of enemies. It's like very similar to what. There is a game that had a similar game mode. It was called Dawn of War 2. Had a Last Stand game mode, and it's really similar to that. I mean, yeah. So that game mode is for those people who don't like to be challenged by others, more like working with others. And the inspiration was that table, like those games with table games where you have to actually work with others. So it's really popular now. I mean, that is sometimes it's just stressful for people to play against other people. So
yeah, Chad was saying that. Yeah.
I love how everything looks like. Well, everything looks like.
Yeah.
I'm saying this again because it's just very beautiful.
Yeah. Just look at the. There are grapes all over. I mean, if you just scroll to the right of your army, see you can. Yeah.
Oh, it's amazing.
So
this
pretty.
is Sicily, and.
Is that like based on a real real place? Like, could I visit that mountain?
Not really. I mean, these are, I think, the inspiration comes from real places, but I don't think this exact structure existed somewhere. So it's handcrafted. I really like our single-player campaign because each mission is handcrafted. So sometimes you have to sneak with your units. Sometimes you have to. Sometimes it's a more linear experience. Like you have to take part in. It's very story-driven missions. Sometimes there are missions that are just a practice for multiplayer. Sometimes there are missions that is something that we call siege mode.
I think my mouse is a little bit.
I can help you here a bit.
No, I think it's the mouse actually. It's not really working.
Yeah. So. You should just, send them here. Find out what happened to Raven. Yeah, the story. This is like a mid-campaign mission. So this is where you meet actually Grimhild at the first time.
Okay.
Is your mouse?
I think it's the battery actually.
Oh,
it's like stuttering.
It's dying.
Do we have exchange batteries? Just asking.
You just right-click or left-click if I want to get them here.
I think you have to right-click, right?
Right.
Hey, mouse, don't leave me.
Follow my lead. Yeah, let's go.
Yay, it worked.
Let's go, team.
Yeah, let's see them how they roll.
Are they gonna split up?
Yeah, it's just the fighting stuff, so.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a bit weird.
I mean, is there gonna be an ambush? There's some new batteries. Thank you. Yeah, it's RTS, yes. As you can see, it's real time. So yeah, it's real-time strategy. Oh, there's enemies.
Oh no.
Okay, they're forming up.
Oh yeah, that's way better now.
Oh, nice.
I wanna fight.
You have to work through them, I think. Yes.
This is no way to die.
So what you really should try is select your cavalry.
I am sorry for your men, Captain.
Watch out because spearmen are really dangerous to cavalry units.
At your command.
Am I gonna die?
No, I don't think. You should select Theoderic. Yes, that's that one. And use his healing ability, the right one, the right ability. Yeah. No, that's one.
Oh,
and
yeah.
select that and heal your units. Try. Yeah.
Oh.
You can give the command with left click. Select and left click, heal your units. Bam, they are replenished, so it's no problem.
So can you always use those skills?
Yes.
With like a timer? Or do you have
a cooldown?
Right? Yes. We have a resource called, it's a purple bar behind the unit's badge.
Okay.
It says how much vigor, or it's something similar to what mana is actually in other games, but we don't actually have any spells. So these and each hero can use abilities by spending that resource. So, and each ability has a cooldown that you actually have to wait for the cooldown before you can use it again.
Okay.
And
Will you help me?
What is that? A chest?
yeah, you actually found out that Grimhild actually was Grimhild's warband actually got ambushed by these Venetian troops, and they actually were quite brutal with her, with her troops, because they just hanged them from the tree, just sending a message.
Were you able to cut it?
Yeah, you can cut them down. You select a character, and right click on the tree.
Ah, that's nice.
Yeah, actually.
Oh, okay.
There are proper graves now. So they.
Oh yeah.
Ah.
Yeah.
That's a nice touch. Do you have to do that, or is that just a bonus?
No, you have to do that.
Okay.
Let's get moving.
So what should we do then? We need to find the rest of the Raven Company, because there I can spoiler you that there are some guys left there. I think you have to go back a bit where you came from. A bit and this way. Yeah. So this is what I think you should visit that place to see what's up there.
Okay, let's go.
Let's go. Reinhard was left there. Poor Reinhard.
Oh.
Gather around, brothers.
He's just enjoying the view.
Yes, I mean.
Maybe they're still morning.
Yeah, in the shadow of the tree, he's chilling out.
Chat, if you've got any questions, we can answer them. And if you're interested what's coming next, write !schedule in chat, just so you know when your favorite game will come.
Okay, I think you are about to face some trouble.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Day of reckoning is
Oh, they ambush you from the forest.
Oh, they were hidden.
Damn.
Wait. Fight.
You have to, yeah. Now they are started fighting. Oh, and there are other guys flanking you. It's gonna be,
Oh god.
It's gonna be a tough one.
Oh god.
No problem. I think Reinhard can handle them just fine.
Reinhard is strong.
Yeah.
What are you doing? You're not doing.
Yeah, but he is in the forest shooting.
So could we use another skill now? Would that be useful?
Absolutely.
Okay, let's see.
You should try. Yes, that is always useful. Healing your
Yeah, I'm
troops.
gonna heal my men.
Your archer is in trouble. You should heal that one. Left click.
Left click.
The other left click. Yes.
The one.
Yeah.
I just
Nice.
love, by the way, how outside is like chaos and we're just sitting here playing games, having fun, talking about it. I love it.
Yeah.
It's a real different Gamescom experience.
Yeah. As I told, Reinhardt can handle them just fine. I think you should bring him to the fight too, because
Chat is asking, is the story of the setting based on some real events?
so no. Actually, I wouldn't call our game is historically accurate, because the story is absolutely fictional. These are fictional characters, but the story goes through places that was real back in the time. So there are many cities that we visit during this during the hero's journey. There are some kings that you may visit on your journey who were real people back then, but the story and the characters are fictional.
Okay, cool. Did you visit any of the places you have in the game for real, for research?
I think no, because unfortunately I didn't have the opportunity to do that, because for some I had to go to the Middle East, and it's very far, and we didn't have time to visit all the places, unfortunately.
Who am I freeing here right now?
That's Grimhild's friends. You found the ravens.
Let's retake my old camp first. It's
Yeah.
nearby.
So I think what you should do now is you get a new objective. The ravens previously tried to besiege a castle, and there is a camp left that you should retake with your whole force now.
Oh, okay.
Well, you can select all, and there is a marker on the mini-map.
Can I see? Is there actually a way for me to see all the objectives in a more detailed way, and just like read up on the lore and stuff like that?
Oh, there is a small short description of the objectives in the top left corner of the screen. On the screen, actually, what chatters go down on a mission, you cannot see them, unfortunately. I mean, cannot reread them or something. But each mission has journals that the monk is writing when you are going on this journey, and he is writing down everything what's happening to the warband. So actually, when you there is a word map when you can select any missions you played before and the mission that you are currently at. And you can revisit what was happening there because the monk is writing down everything and telling you a story through the whole journey, what happened to the warband.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
We're slowly coming to an end because not yet, but soon, because Daniel just went downstairs for a booth tour, and I think he also does a quiz on Destroy All Humans, which would be fun, but I don't think they're ready yet, so we got a couple more minutes left.
Okay, cool.
And I will hear when they're ready, and we'll switch to them.
Okay, then we can retake the Raven War Camp. Yeah.
That's what we're gonna do.
This looks harder because it's
yes.
Looks like some of your warriors
like an arena.
Looks like a death pit now. I'm gonna die.
Would be a good ending though.
you are doing just fine. I think you should maybe save. You know there are allies in the map. Allies to you, and their color is usually they are yellow color. Yeah. And you can save them, so you can use your abilities on them to heal them, to save them. So, yeah.
What does this one do? Provoke. Oh, I can provoke.
Yeah,
it's like I can tag them.
You should. It's like a taunt ability. You managing. It's really effective to manage aggro with it. Yeah, you should try that.
Can you also taunt in PvP?
Yes, there are classes. Actually, Reinhardt can, and there are other X-Men that can taunt in PvP. So. Where you taunting, you are forcing the enemy to attack you, and this is a really great way to defend your comrades.
Okay, great. We're gonna stop here. You did well.
Yeah,
good job.
Awesome.
It was really fun. Thank you for explaining the game to us. And Chad, I hope you liked it too. Kassie, thank you so much for being here. It was a pleasure. Check out Kassiopeia. It's the command !Cassio. Thank you guys for being here. And let's say hi to Daniel down at the floor.
Yeah, thank you guys.
Hello, thank you for this wonderful introduction, Lena. I'm Daniel, and this is my great friend, Crypto. I'm in front of the Destroy All Humans 2 booth, and I've got the Twitch chat open. Only the Twitch chat because my smartphone is too small to put in both chats. So I'm terribly sorry, dear YouTube users, but if you want to let me know something, just go to Twitch. And I'm going to ask the guys and girls that are standing in queue right now to play Destroy All Humans 2 Reprobed, I'm going to ask them some questions, and maybe they've got the chance to win something. Oh, fuck. I may have destroyed the booth right now, but let's just put that back again, and it won't disturb anyone. Okay. Hey, if you have any questions, like I said, let me know. And we're going to discover and explore this Destroy All Humans 2 booth. You see here, we've got lots of people waiting in line for their chance to play Destroy All Humans 2. And we're going to go right to the end of the line. So the line goes along here. There are some more people in here. Some more people here, and then we go around the corner, and even more people are waiting to play Destroy All Humans 2. And then we go around the next corner, and even more people are waiting to play Destroy All Humans 2. Awesome, isn't it? This is the first day, by the way, where visitors, not only press, but all visitors can come to Gamescom, and you already see lots of people, many more than yesterday, running around here in the halls. If you would be here, well, you'd be seeing pretty crammed up places, and running through the halls isn't possible anymore. We can't even like drive with our city roller scooter, with our scooters through the halls. We're not allowed to because it's too full in here. Okay, let's see. Maybe some of them wants to skip the line. Excuse me. Hello, what's your name?
My name is Björn.
Okay, Björn. Have you played the first Destroy All Humans game?
No.
Okay, do you know anything about Destroy All Humans?
No.
Okay, but maybe the people beside you can help you. Do you think they know Destroy All Humans?
Hier vielleicht.
Do you know the first Destroy All Humans?
Yeah.
Okay, awesome. All of you have now the chance to skip the line, if you want, if you answer one question correctly. He said shit. But I think the questions will be quite easily answered by you. And before I ask that, because you played the first one, what was your favorite way to destroy all humans?
UFOs.
The UFOs? Okay. But there were many different weapons, weren't they? What was your favorite weapon from the first game?
I don't know the English words of them.
Okay, well, there were many cool weapons, just so you know.
Shrink cannon.
Okay. Maybe I can ask you nothing about weapons, because here's a question about weapons, and you do not seem to know them well. Let's say, okay, what is the name of the protagonist of the game?
Crypto.
Nice! Congratulations, you did it! Awesome. Then please stand up, all of you, and I will walk you to the front of the line. You can now feel special. You can now officially feel special. I'm terribly sorry for you. I think all of the guys here, all of the guys and girls in line will hate you now. Look at their faces. They they hate you. The disgust in their faces. Well, okay. The people behind him are like, what the fuck, man? Yeah. How do you feel right now? Do you feel good?
Bitte?
Do you feel good?
Yes.
Awesome. That's what I wanted to hear. And there's one more thing. All of you can even, come here please, choose one item from this box. There are some goodies in it, some t-shirts, some mouse pads, some squishable figurines, some masks. You can choose one item from this box if you want, because we are that generous today. Awesome, isn't it? Is this mean, guys? Is this mean to all of the other people waiting in line? No, it isn't, because they answered a question, they got it right, and they earned it. They freaking earned their way into the booth right now. And all of them are taking mouse pads. Why are all of you taking mouse pads?
PC gamer. Here. I have enough socks, and this squishy figure I already have.
Oh, okay. Okay. That's cool.
I bought the collector's edition from the first game.
Oh, you did? Will you buy the collector's edition of the second game as well? Will you buy the second collector's edition as well?
I don't think so.
Okay, that's sad. You heard it here right now. But at least not all of the other goodies are shit. They chose the playing mats because they are gamers. And because you got the answer right, the wonderful people from the booth will open this door for you now. He just went away. But she will open this door for you now. And all of these three people may skip the line, if that's okay. Awesome. Then have fun playing.
Thanks.
That was successful, wasn't it, guys? I loved using the cow to kill in the beginning. In the first one, you mean? Awesome. Daniel, how long would it take you to glue and paint the damaged statue? Well, let's take another look. Pretty long. Oh, the kid is destroying everything. Do you see that? He's rampaging through the... Oh, wow. You know, if it breaks, who it was. We've got it on camera, and we'll send that to the police, guys. You've seen it here first. Okay. What's in here, by the way? Are there any drinks in it or something? Let's look inside. Shall we look inside? Let's look inside. Oh, fuck. I put my smartphone on the wrong... There's nothing in it, guys. Awesome. I love discovering mysteries. Blame it on the kid for science. Arrest the child for vandalism. Yeah, we should do that. Or their parents. I don't think the child was old enough to go to prison, but here in Germany, parents go to prison for their kids. So that's that. Let's have another look at the queue, because there are many people waiting in line. Maybe here, maybe someone over here does not want to wait anymore. I mean, you've made yourself comfortable, but would you like to skip the line?
Maybe.
Maybe. Why only maybe?
It's comfortable.
Do you want to skip the line?
Perhaps, yes, I would like to, yes.
Would you also skip the line without him because he's so comfy?
Not without him and not without my friend, I wouldn't, no.
Okay, but you're 3 people, right? Or is he with you as well?
Nope, sorry.
Oh, that's sad. So if you get the answer right now, you 3 can go, but he doesn't. Well, let's do this one, okay? I ask you a question first. If you get it right, you, your friend, and this friend who made himself comfortable may all go and skip the line, okay?
Yeah, sure, yeah.
You only have to answer one question. About... Wow! You just attacked me! What was that? I didn't even ask you the question. Well, okay. That was an ambush of some sort. Have you played the first Destroy All Humans?
No, I haven't actually.
Have some of you played Destroy All Humans 1?
What is the question?
Did you play the first one?
Yes.
Okay, awesome. He may help you in your answer. The question is, who is Crypto's commander?
I forgot about it.
It rhymes with orthodox.
What now?
It rhymes with orthodox.
No, it's too long ago that I played.
Okay, let's ask these guys. Have you played the first Destroy All Humans? No. Have you played the first Destroy All Humans? Please? You did play the original. Okay, then maybe you can answer the question. Who is Crypto's commander?
I have no idea, I can't.
A hint, it rhymes with orthodox.
Orthodox. No, I can't.
Try to swap the D with a P.
No.
Try to say ortho, and instead of a D, use a P.
Orthodox.
Okay, well, let's hear you answer.
Parthenox.
No. Okay, I'll whisper it in your ear. Okay, is that okay with you? Orthobox.
Anything box?
Orthobox, right? Cool, awesome. You got the correct answer. That was easy, wasn't it, guys? What does the chat say? Yeah. They knew the answer, but yeah, you knew the answer as well. Awesome. Congratulations. You may now all skip the line. If you want. And you become friends with them now, and you can skip the line as well. Okay. Suddenly, they became friends. That's how friendships are made, guys. Skipping the line. Well, would you have known the answer, chat? Maybe you would have. Yeah, just destroy this barrier for a moment, like you did 5 minutes ago, attacking me.
At least it's not a magic barrier. That would be bad.
Yeah, at least it's not a magic barrier, that's true. Don't you want to skip the line? Yeah, then, go ahead. He wanted to arrest him again. He wanted to put him in here. That's a good friend, isn't it? Okay, let's see. I hope we don't annoy all of the other people again. Oh, you're still waiting for your turn? Oh, well, let's... Okay, guys. Additionally, to the skipping of the line, every one of you may choose one item from this box, from this goodie box over there. Go ahead and go to this goodie box. And every one of you may choose one item. Change of plans, you all get in the back of the line. I think I've got too much people getting ahead of the line, and everyone there is hating me right now because I just got 4 people, and you need to wait. I think for 20 minutes or something like that. That's pretty brutal. I feel bad. I feel bad, to be honest. But let's see what they chose. Okay, what did you choose from the box?
The T-shirt.
A T-shirt, and you?
Also a T-shirt.
A T-shirt, and you?
T-shirt.
Awesome. Why only T-shirts? Do you have nothing to wear at home?
No, it's just because we like collecting stuff, and T-shirts are always great to have.
Well, that's true. That's true. Okay. I need to tell you, this wonderful girl over there will let you in as soon as possible. She knows what's up. The queue is pretty long, but I think she'll do her thing and let you in. Just wait here, and you get in as quickly as possible. Awesome. Have fun playing the game.
Oh, can't wait.
Awesome. And now, we, instead of annoying all the other people in line another time, let's only annoy some of them by cutting in front of them, and let's take a look inside the playing area, guys. Let's go around here. Oh, excuse me. Can you help me with traversing this barrier? Can you? Thank you very much. That's a great guy. Thank you very much. We're just jumping in here for a moment and take a look at what it looks like in this demo area, guys. Destroy all Daniel, lol. Yeah. I think they all hate me right now, like I said, because you need to wait for some time to play, and I just got 4 people in front of the first ones. Just try to imagine waiting in line for like 2 hours, and then someone puts 4 more people in front of you. It's just so much fun. Okay, what do we see in here? We see aliens, obviously. We see some other spacefarers of some sorts. We see a moon, which is neat. We've got a UFO that crashed into the door. Doesn't happen too often. 7 people. T-Trees, you are right. And I don't want to hear that because my conscience is as bad as it can be right now. And we've got someone holding a USA flag that probably visited the moon over there. What do you say? On a scale from 1 to 10, what's the atmosphere in here? How great does this booth look? And another question, shall we take a look into another booth? What do you think? Because we can go wherever we please. We've got a camera guy. He just needs to take care of not bumping against everything. But I think Fabian does that very well. Atmosphere 8 out of 10 miss real aliens. Yeah, that's true. There are no real aliens here. But there are 2 playing stations, and none of them is getting let in. I don't know. Let's ask the people why they don't let people in when 2 stations are free. Excuse me. I've got a quick question. There are 2 spaces free over there. Why don't you let people in to play?
They're for the wheelchair drivers, for people that are disabled that can't play on the other ones. So we leave them free for them there.
For accessibility reasons.
Exactly.
Awesome, thank you. I just thought you're here twinkling your thumbs and you're just not paying attention. But accessibility reasons are very honorable. Thank you very much.
Of course. Yeah, no problem. Thank you.
See, guys, They're really nice here at Gamescom. Okay, let's walk right through here. And may we take a mask with us? Awesome, thank you. I think she didn't understand me, but I just stole a mask. And I will now put this mask on. Let's see. Maybe someone can hold my moderation cards for a short time. I don't know. Who's got some free hands? He doesn't. Where do you want to go, guys? Do you want to visit SpongeBob? Do you want to visit Alone in the Dark? I think we aren't allowed to visit Alone in the Dark. But do you want to visit SpongeBob? That could be a thing, couldn't it? Excuse me, can you hold this and this for a second? Thank you very much. Because I need to put on this mask. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. For your service, do you want some goodies? Sure. Do you have any friends with you? Is he your friend? Really? Okay, nice. Then come with me. I've got some goodies for you. Let's go this way. No, let's go this way. Okay. We've got some goodies for you because you helped me putting on this mask. There are many people here, chat. There are so many people here. This is the true Gamescom experience. I hope both of the guys don't lose me. Let's see where we've got the goodie box. I'm so sorry, Fabian, you know. So many people here, and I think he'll bump into every last one of them. Who would like goodies? Yeah. Okay, let's give them the goodies and then take another look at one of the booths and then get right out of here because it's far too cramped. It's pretty crowded, yeah? Shouldn't just trust strangers offering goodies. Yeah, well, they didn't steal from me, so they deserve some goodies. Oh, they're still waiting, but anyway. You can both take one item from this box if you want. There's some mouse pads, there's a t-shirt, take whatever you want. But only one, and don't steal more, please. Thank you very much. The 4 guys are still waiting to play. I hope they don't forget them, because if they do, these 4 guys just lost their place in line and can't play anyway. Oh, wait a moment. Wait a moment. Guys, please, hold on. Sorry. That's okay. Don't just run off. That's not polite. What did you choose?
This thing here, to squeeze it. I don't know what to do.
Yeah, did you know that the ice can pop out if you squeeze it too much? Oh. Awesome, isn't it?
Yes, really, really awesome.
Really awesome. And you chose a t-shirt. Nice, cool. Then have fun with that and enjoy Gamescom.
Thank you very much.
I'm terribly sorry. I just bumped into this wonderful woman and she was very surprised about that. Yeah, what should we do? Where shall we take a look at? We could try to take a look at SpongeBob, shall we? Okay, let's go. Let's try to get into the SpongeBob booth. Oh, I need to put this off again because we're not aliens anymore. Okay. Let the person at the front know the 4 are still waiting, lol. Not yet. I'll do that after the booth tour, of course. Okay. I don't know whether we can cross this line here or not, but we can try. Let's just wreak havoc. Can we go over here? Yeah, we could. Let's go here. Fabian, you need to find a way across this barrier. That's your thing now. Thank you very much. A few hours later, we're just going here, and then someone needs to close that thing again. Yeah, thank you very much. He's an honorable person. We just walk right into here. I think that isn't bad. That isn't too bad. Nobody said anything. We didn't tell them that we would walk in here. So just remember, if you've got a camera with you and a microphone, you can go wherever you please. They didn't know I would come in here. This is the SpongeBob SquarePants, the Cosmic Shake booth, which looks, well, like you would expect from a SpongeBobby booth. There are some kelp shakes if you're thirsty, if you want to take some. There are some cacti here on this counter, some empty bottles, awesome. Yeah, it is. It looks really awesome. Here's a mirrored something, a mirrored window, sorry, and many people playing the game, playing the gameplay demo. You just saw Lena play with the developers. I don't know where, over here. Here's the exit, and I think we shall use this very exit to exit. Let the people in line make the cosmic shake. Shall I get one? Okay, we'll do that. If one of them can do the cosmic shake and show us some dance moves, they may skip the line, okay? Let's go through here. Oh. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry, Fabian. Excuse me, are you waiting in line for SpongeBob? Are you waiting in line for SpongeBob? Yeah. Yeah? Okay, what's your name?
Paul.
Paul?
Last name or?
No, okay, your name is Paul. Awesome. Okay. Do you know that in SpongeBob, the Cosmic Shake is oriented at the Harlem Shake, the dance move?
No, I don't know.
If you can show us your best dance move, you are able to skip the line. I'll just get you into the booth if you can now show us your best dance move.
Okay.
Okay, what is your signature dance move? Awesome! That's the Cosmic Shake, guys. That's the Cosmic Shake. Nice. You earned yourself a fast pass to the line, through the line. Come with me, and we'll get you into the booth. Were that your friends?
Yeah, but it's fine.
But this is fine.
They make it in because a friend of mine is a developer here.
Oh, okay, I see. Oh, thank you very much. This is the most polite man I've met today. Let's help him get through here. This is broken again. May we step over you? We need to go through there. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Excuse me. Where is the camera? There's the camera. This beautiful guy just showed us his best dance move to the Cosmic Shake, and he earned himself a spot in here. So if you could let him through as the next player, that would be awesome. Is that okay?
I cannot do this. I'm sorry, but I don't think my boss is very...
We spoke to Flo about that, so this is fine.
I don't think so.
Of course, we did it at Destroy Humans 2 as well, so we're from the live studio team over there. So we're working for you, for THQ Nordic as well, so this is fine.
Yeah.
If someone is angry at you, just let them fire me or something. But this is fine. Just tell them Daniel did that and send them to me. But this is fine. Congratulations and have fun. Awesome. Well, this is awkward, guys. This was pretty awkward. But that's what happens when you go here unannounced. We're out of time, sadly. We wrote the most havoc we could. I hope you enjoyed this this awesome booth tour. If you want to visit the Gamescom and this THQ Nordic booth yourself, just search for us in Hall 8, and I think you can't miss this booth. Thank you very much, and Lena, not back to you because you're not ready. Yannick from the tech guys just told me there's something going on over there, and she is not ready yet. So we can use the time to let Fabian just pan over the booth one more time. It's live, of course there's errors. Yeah, it was a very happy ending. And I think, yeah, the guy I just brought in there, he's playing. And I really hope they do not fire me, to be honest. But, well, they did that. They did that, and it's fine. The guy I just brought in there is playing, so that's cool. Like I said, I hope you liked it. And, well, now back to Lena, or if she's not ready yet, into a short break. See you soon, and bye.
Welcome back, guys. I'm already sitting here with my next guests, but actually we're gonna go to a quick break and then we're gonna see some nice gameplay of AirHead. I'm really excited for that, so see you in a couple of minutes.
I did the math, I got the test, stay on the path, I lead. Under the rays, throw on the shades, this ain't the life that I need. Top down to the breeze, whole crew came with me. It's about to get litty. Shake it till you break it, baby, run. Hey, what you waiting for?
I know you have thousands of questions, but you need to trust me. Listen. Don't do anything dangerous yet, okay?
The plane for millennia has been like a paradise, but that changed recently.
This darkness is a bad sign.
Be careful out there, and please come back in one piece, okay?
I told you not to go alone. It's too dangerous for you. Hang on, Lux! I'm coming!
I do understand why Asim was mad. Now that we finally have a new Lux, he is worried to lose you.
Welcome back again at our booth at Gamescom. I'm sitting here with people you just saw before the break. I'm sitting here again with Constantin from HandyGames and with Andreas, who is the dev of AirHead, what we are gonna play right now. And I'm really excited for this one because I really like puzzle games and it already looks really cute. So maybe do you want to tell the premise of the game to chat?
Yeah, you are like, actually the whole game starts out with you not having the head at all. So you are this body running around in a cave, finding himself down there, trying to figure out what to do and who he is. And that's also part of getting to know the story. And quite soon you will find this head. And it turns out it's actually like a two-part thing that's torn apart and only one of them is left behind. And it's full of air, and since one of the parts have been ripped away, it's like seeping air all the time. So you have to sort of, Buddy decides that he's gonna save the head and try to figure out how to go through this world and help this head. And it also helps Buddy to actually be able to traverse even further than he could without the head. As you saw, if you fill it with helium, he will float, and there's also other air types, and along the way it's kind of, we're trying to make this Metroidvania-ish puzzle game where you actually are opening up parts of the world as long when you kind of get new abilities to the head, and it's always around the head that you're actually upgrading, because this head that you're running around with plays a big role in this whole world, and the machines and the creatures you meet all have like is using this head for something, and that's the thing you need to find out and learn about, also to be able to solve the puzzles, to figure out how all these creatures are actually depending on this head.
So do you always keep that head or do you change it?
There is times where you lose the head and have to maybe carry other stuff around on your shoulders as well, and there's definitely a huge segment where you have a completely different head that can even break the rocks around you and make tunnels. Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, and we also have other. There's not that many, but a few different things. But yeah, that's, if he carries something, it's on his shoulders.
Is that like a metaphor for like really deep stuff?
I'm not telling you how to. Maybe.
Maybe chat can relate.
Yeah, I think you should actually, well, we have a lot of puns also around this. Don't lose your head, and
I like that.
Yeah.
Chat is asking, was it difficult to implement the physics?
Definitely. And we actually started out by having most of the puzzle depend on a physics engine, but we ended up actually pre-animating most of the stuff, because we really, it's very important for me for it to be very precise in the way that things end up and stuff like that, and to be able to control that more like, it's also easier to, if you stand on a rock, you can actually stand on it and it's not going to shake or do something weird with you on it. So we actually ended up not using too much physics.
So you said that you pre-animated some stuff. I was actually wondering, because there's like a lot of surroundings and puzzles, and you want to use the surrounding for storytelling, right?
Yeah.
How did that process look like? Like, did you first have the puzzles or first the environment?
Yeah, the whole idea was, I think the first part of the idea was that we actually had, I came up with this little game where you actually had that head that was running out of air, and you have to sort of build new ways so you could actually reach the next air cylinder before you ran out of air, but it became like a bit like the same all over for everything. So we tried to sort of expand on that. And then that was actually lying around for some while, and then I got an idea to make a game where you sort of need to make fast decision in a complex world and see how we could actually make a game around that. And then I felt that the head that was losing air was actually fitting that quite nicely. And when we sort of decided that, I sat down with one of the level designers from the game, and we actually sketched out the whole game and all the puzzles and how they should fit into the story, because it's very important for me also that if you meet a puzzle, it's not just pulling a rock. There is puzzles where you're just pulling a rock, but usually almost all of them have some kind of significance to the actual story of the game.
Okay.
So that was all sketched out from the beginning, and the final game is almost fitting that first like sketch of which puzzles and what creatures should you meet at this point and stuff like that. So we had like a pretty precise script pretty early on, actually.
What's your favorite creature that we could meet?
That we could
maybe meet, or maybe one is
right here. Yeah, there's that one. That he's more like environmental. He's called a trice, and we have I can't remember what they are called. I can't remember. Jellyfish.
I like how the atmosphere really changed while going into the water.
Yeah, we really try to make it diverse. You start out in a very green, dark blue cave that some might have seen if they've seen some of the other footage. There's also the bird out there. You didn't actually get to see it, but we have one of the reoccurring creatures in the game is someone we call the air hunter. In the beginning, we actually called them headhunters, but it didn't really fit the characters because they are quite cute and they run around with their hands in the air all the time. And they have before the humans or whatever they are, the guys who came to the world, they were very dependent on the sort of head organisms. So they use the head for something, and their whole story, you're gonna learn more and more about that all through the game.
So basically the head and the body are two different organisms, right?
Yeah.
So is it like a parasite or
symbiosis maybe? Body is like coming from, he's like a foreigner to this environment. And you have like a library. Maybe we should actually just show that. We have like a library for people who wants to get more into depth around what's going on in the game. So you can go in and read. There's actually the air hunters there, right? That's the first one. Yeah, that's the guy.
That's cute.
Yeah, and you're gonna meet them all over. And usually it's like a family of two of the shark egg-ish creatures, and then they have these larvas, and I'm not going to tell you much more about that, but they really need the air for something very important in their lives.
Okay.
And that's part of it. And since this head has been like, there's not many more left in the world, it's very important for them to sort of get that head. So they're stealing it from you all the time, but they are not evil, and if you figure out how to actually help them and get them to get air, they will help you along the way, and you will in the end actually befriend one even more than... so that's probably the main creature in the game. But there's also the machines, and they also have much more... They are not just evil, they also have like a important role to play in this world.
Okay, so basically no one is really evil, but they all just have a different goal that maybe not align?
Yeah.
Okay.
And that's also kind of what I wanted to tell when we started out with the whole story, that things are not always what they seem, and in a complex world it might be difficult to make decisions if you don't know the whole picture. And you might do evil stuff even though you don't know it when you do it. And you might also, as body, to save this hit, maybe do evil stuff as well. And you will learn it later in the game. But hopefully you can make it all right in the end. Depends on how.
Is there different endings?
There's an ending, and then you can keep playing and get more content, and maybe even sort of twist the ending another time.
Okay, great. Replaying it gives new opportunities because you learn new skills, right?
Yeah.
And you probably watch people play the game, and do you still see people solve it differently than you've expected?
Yeah, sometimes it happens, but it is pretty. When I play puzzle games and I feel like I cheated a puzzle, I don't really like it. So I'm trying. We are really trying, and luckily, HandyGames has like a huge QA team that can help us do that. So we're really trying to make sure that you can solve puzzles. But if you're going to the indie arena here at Gamescom, you can play the game, and there's one of the second part. There's a huge puzzle that you can just bypass very easily. And many people actually do that, so we have to go home and fix that somehow.
Chat is actually asking, love how you had to cross the same part of the level with different abilities. Is that a large part of the game that you revisit parts?
Definitely. Especially when you get that drilling thing. I thought it would be fun to go back to where you started even and drill a bit in the walls there to see if you can find anything new. So that's going to be part of it. And also, just in the beginning, you're running and getting hit. And when you get it, you will have to play through the whole part that you just ran through without hit. And there will be, the puzzles will be, it will be difficult in a new way to go the other way because now you have hit. And that's also a nice way for us to just show people what the difference is when you have the hit and when you don't have it.
Dirk Federman is asking, how difficult is the game? It looks quite easy now.
Yeah, that's because Constantin knows what he's doing.
I would say it's not easy. The puzzles get more and more complex, but it's very forgiving in the sense that you never lose a lot of progress, right?
Yeah, yeah, and you can't do anything wrong, but I'm told constantly that it's too difficult. And my idea from the beginning, I had like this crazy idea that it would be nice to make a puzzle game because I was just thinking puzzle game had become too easy. So I had this crazy idea that we should kind of make a Demon Souls puzzle game.
Okay,
so that's also where the Metroidvania thing came in. And also you can get lost or maybe be annoyed because can I even solve this? Because, or am I missing an ability or something like that? Because usually when you have a puzzle game, it's easiest to solve the puzzle if you know the elements you have to work with. And you don't actually always do that in this game, and we've actually been struggling a lot to balance that. And I would say it's still pretty hard, actually.
So that's probably a game, if I streamed that, at some point I would get frustrated and make my chat look at a YouTube video of the solution so I can continue, right?
Yeah, maybe, yeah. I'm actually very... I think it's crazy when you stream puzzle games because
chat is always smarter.
Yeah, exactly.
Always.
Yeah, it just makes you look stupid, but everyone is stupid when they're playing puzzle games, right? You start out but not having any idea what you're doing, but that's part of the reward of a puzzle game. The harder it is, and the closer you get to just rage quitting before you actually solve the puzzle, the greater the reward is in your head. Oh my God, I got it. That's actually that feeling I want to hit. But it's difficult because everyone is different and have different rage quitting limits. So we also implemented this hint system that you can use, and that's actually very nice. We turned it off right now, but it will never show you hints unless you actually ask for it. But
that's good.
But it's there, and you can sort of also have different settings on when it will make hints available to you. But I think we will also, and there's also a point of interest, because for me, the whole finding your way around in the world should also be part of the puzzle. That, okay, where am I going next? I have to figure that out. That's something part of the puzzle. But to many people, it turned out finding your way around a world is not as fun as I think it is. So we actually, if you choose like the normal way of playing it, you actually have a waypoint on the map. Maybe you could actually show the map. I hope it works in this version.
Should.
Yeah, so we have a map like this, and as you can see, there's a waypoint right up there with the train. And I think we will have, like, when you start the game, at first you will be asked, do you want the hardcore version or the forgiving version? And then if you choose the hardcore version, you will start out with no hints and no point of interest on the map. And then you can always just turn them on if you... There's not going to be any like trophies or anything or achievements if you do it with or without, because I don't think that's important. The important thing is that you get the experience and see the game and get to play around in this world and enjoy your time. And obviously that is different from person to person, what they need to enjoy a trip through this world.
I'm really in awe with the graphic style. I really like it, with the lighting.
Thanks.
And the keys of the wind and stuff like that. It just really fits. Like, I could definitely watch this gameplay a lot.
Made a mistake. I just realized this is not how.
This puzzle is actually very crazy.
Yes.
I think we need to actually do something about it, because it's just...
It's good, but you really need to think or find out a lot of.
Yeah, and it's not actually obvious what you need to do. It's actually the puzzle is that we call it the head cannon. So you actually need to have enough wind to go upwards in the middle. And you have like these two funnels pushing wind into the tunnel. So you have to sort of shut everything off to get all of the air to go upwards. And that's not really obvious enough, I maybe feel. So we need to sort of make that obvious, that that's actually your goal, to sort of get all the wind streams to enter that middle part.
Oh, this... Yeah, I get why it's hard. Like, it looks so cute and you can move well, but I don't know if I would have got it.
Yeah, exactly. So I think we should... It's just that it's also then, so when we're designing something like this, it's a big part of it is also making sure that you can actually see what the goal is. And that is a bit hard right now with this puzzle. So we need to sort of point a bit more towards the whole middle section and how much wind is going in there. And right now, the only thing he's missing is the last one in the bottom. There's like a wind stream coming in down there. And he just needs that to go upwards. So he already got the rock down there, so he just needs to push that, as far as I remember.
I think so, yeah, I just need to get there.
Yeah, I think you should just run into it.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I thought I needed to push it the other way.
No, it should go,
right.
yeah, it's like
right,
a cork there. Yeah, so now you got it.
You're right.
So now he just needs to go up and throw head into the... Yeah, so now that's going up, and you have to... I'm not sure if you can actually...
I'll try.
Get to it. But that's also part of it. How can I get up there fast enough? Because you need to climb, and we have... The head is dying now, slowly, on top.
I think we'll make it.
You'll make it.
So much pressure.
Yeah, and then you have also the eyes that are also... It's actually the ears and the head. You have like the big thing, and then underneath is the eyes, and you can get more of those running around, finding that's like, what's it called, extra stuff you can find lying around, which will also make it easier for you to have a bit more air. And the eyes are sort of, what to call it, you use the eyes to use head's abilities. So if you have a light ability right now, we haven't used it here because it's very bright, but he can light up and scare some of the creatures, and when he does that, he uses the eyes. And you also, when you take the elevator, you use another ability, which is the elevator ability, or he can sort of interact with the human interfaces with the head as well when you get that ability.
Why is it ice, though?
Ice? It's not ice,
Okay.
but it just looks like ice, so we call it ice.
Okay. Makes sense.
Yeah.
Do you have a favorite passage or skill in the game?
That's funny. Yeah, definitely. I think actually I don't know, what's your favorite?
I think my favorite is the one where you can break stuff. I don't know what you call it, but it's
the
like
drill thing, the excavator.
That and also this little like almost explosion. That you can,
yeah, the last one. Oh, I don't know if we should spoil that, but yeah.
It's almost like a force push, but
yeah, there is like the blast where you can smash stuff.
Okay.
It's very epic, but I guess we shouldn't probably talk too much about it.
It's okay. I think we should just tell people how awesome we're trying to make this game.
Exactly.
There's another question in chat. What's the PG rating you aim at, and is it different from the difficulty rating of the puzzles? So, e.g., would you recommend the game to 12 and up, even though it's PG?
Yeah, it is actually quite different. I mean, the puzzles are pretty hard, and the rating is very low because there's no violence in it at all. So, but there's no reason for us to sort of aim for a higher rating because, I mean, the whole idea of the game is like it should be a non-combat Metroidvania, and so I think it's actually ending on 6, like the lowest you can get, something like that. So it's
obviously the game's not final yet, so it may change.
Yeah, but I don't think
no,
so.
there's nothing in there.
Do that, but so. Yeah, but my kids are playing it, and they can actually do it. They are 11 and 14, and they kind of enjoy it, but their attention span is a bit different from mine, obviously.
How long can they go at it?
Actually, for a couple of hours usually, but then they get frustrated at some point.
Do you help them, or do you just tell them you have to solve this yourself?
No, they get help. It's fine.
Okay.
I don't want them too frustrated.
Well, that's probably good.
Yeah. But it's part of the hint system as well. I think it's important that everyone gets the chance to play it, no matter the skill level. So we're really trying to do that. But sometimes it's not that the hints are just going to tell you what to do. So sometimes they are going to be a bit of a puzzle themselves. But yeah, so this is actually the start of the game. So you fall into this cave and it's just left there, and you have to sort of meet these creatures and see if you can figure out what's going on and how they fit into the world. And all of them have a role in the big picture. Some of them are smaller than others.
Exactly.
And also the beginning I've noticed in the indie arena that when people are playing it, the first 2 puzzles where we really want to show you, okay, you need to sort of do some exploring and run around a bit. When you're just standing in a convention like this, grabbing a controller, that can be... So we are helping people a lot with these 2 first puzzles, and then as soon as they get past this, sure, show them the glitch.
I didn't know about the glitch.
Don't jump on the...
Okay, don't jump on the rock.
No, it's okay. I'm gonna go home and fix it. Also, the particles in this area actually broke at some point. But it's fine. It's gonna be nice in the end. I'm doing what I can to finish this game.
Did you help him now, or did you?
Yeah, that's the thing. Well, actually, you kind of just changed his environment right here, but it seemed kind of harsh too.
Seemed kind of harsh, but I mean, he's happy again.
Yeah, there's new food for him down there. It's fine. He's doing good.
Okay, that's good.
But it's also setting the mood that okay, I just threw a rock on a creature that I don't even know if it's.
That's a choice.
Yeah. And that's the whole idea of this game is that okay, was what I did right now actually? Oh, there's more of that.
This the head.
That's actually the air hunter. Yeah, that's the first. No, it's actually we saw them in the background just before.
Yeah.
But this was just a short where you just see him.
Okay.
And if I animated it correctly, it should show that he's not doing well in water.
Is he blocking you now?
Yeah. You don't think it's a good idea if you move that rock.
So we'll need to find another way.
Yeah, and that's why his little baby is lying.
Aw, okay.
So he don't want you to throw the rock down on the little baby lying there. So now we are picking it up, and Don't put it too close to the wall.
Okay.
There's a bug there as well.
So is he picking it up now?
No, because he's a bit scared of you, actually.
okay,
So he's not
he's
anxious
that's
to go
fair.
too close if you also. So you need to step away.
Aww.
People are not getting that in the indie booth, so I'm probably gonna go home and change that also. It's so nice to see people play it and try to make sure that you're not blocked because it's not obvious or it doesn't make sense what's going on right now. Turns out the rock didn't even go all the way down, so it wasn't that dangerous. But he was scared and stopped you.
Okay, great. That's a great ending for the segment, I guess. Thank you so much for showing us your game. It's so cute, and chat, definitely check it out. If you're at Gamescom, go to the Indie Arena booth to play it.
Definitely.
Absolutely.
And maybe wishlist it,
That's a good idea too.
because that
Always
has
a
a
good
lot.
idea.
We love the wish lists.
So thank you both for coming here.
Thank you.
I see you later again.
Absolutely.
And you have a nice Gamescom.
Thank you. Nice to be here.
Thank you. And chat, we actually have a longer break right now. We're gonna continue the stream at roughly 2 o'clock. So don't miss us too much. We'll be back soon. And yeah, see you in an hour. And if you want to know what the schedule is, write !schedule in the chat and you see what's up to come. And it's gonna be awesome, I'm sure. Thank you guys. See you in an hour.
Take care.
Bye.
Kissing my mama while calling my papa to give me the car keys, 'cause I'm going dancing tonight. Dancing tonight. The air is bewitching. I'm from my weekend. I'm a tourist, I'm a stranger, and look at my feathers tonight. Dancing tonight. Don't you sit, sit, sit? Open up your kicks, stretch up these arms. I know you won't fly Kissing my mama while calling my papa to give me the car keys, 'cause I'm gonna dancing tonight. Dancing tonight. Don't you sit, sit, sit? Open up your kicks, stretching up these arms. I know you won't like it.
that you were beaten, 'cause the war between us is such a familiar place. I know I'm filling you up, I'm filling you up with rage. But God knows I'd give you my love, I'd give you that any day. You drive me crazy, you drive me mad, but I can never live a day without you. You drive me crazy, you drive me mad, but I can never live a day without you. I know I'm filling you up, I'm filling you up with rage. But God knows I'd give you my love, I'd give you that any day. You drive me crazy, you drive me mad, but I can never live a day without you. You drive me crazy, you drive me mad, but I can never live a day without you. You drive me crazy, you know you drive me mad, but I can never live a day without you. You know you drive me crazy, you know you drive me mad, but I can never live a day without you.
When you put your hand in my jacket, I'm thinking so irrational. You flew me international now. We can spend hours reading the signals, but that's so unoriginal. What if we took this back to my house? Under all these lights, I gotta take a minute to calm down. But I feel like if I told you I was ready right this minute, do you think that it would turn you on? I just feel like you need to know. If I told you I was ready right this minute, would you just run off and tell someone? I just feel like you need to know. I don't wanna feel like we're wasting time. Tell me, should I go and call up a taxi? We can make out for play in the backseat. Please tell me now how that all sounds. You can sleep in while I make breakfast, watch cartoons and talk about exits. And if you're happy, stick around. I just feel like this is worth the risk. I never felt a fire like this. If I told you I was ready right this minute, do you think that it would turn you on? I just feel like you need to know. If I told you I was ready right this minute, would you just run off and tell someone? I just feel like you need to know. Here, right now, we're running out of things to talk about. Right here, right now, I'm about to let the truth come out. If I told you I was ready right this minute, do you think that it would turn you on? You tell me now. If I told you I was ready right this minute, would you just run up and tell someone? Right here. If I told you I was ready right this minute, do you think that it would turn you on? I just feel like you need to know. It's clear. If I told you I was ready right this minute, would you just run up and tell someone? You were beaten, 'cause the war between us is such a familiar place. I know I'm feeling you up, I'm feeling you up with rage. But God knows I'd give you my love, I'd give you that any day. You drive me crazy, you drive me mad, but I could never live a day without you. You drive me crazy, you drive me mad, but I could never live a day without you. I know I'm feeling you up, I'm feeling you up with rage. But God knows I'd give you my love, I'd give you that any day. You drive me crazy. me crazy. You know you drive me mad. But I can never live a day without you. You know you drive me crazy. You know you drive me mad. But I can never live a day without you.
Kissing my mama while calling my papa to give me the car keys, 'cause I'm going dancing tonight. Dancing tonight. The air is bewitching. I'm from my weekend. I'm a tourist, I'm a stranger, and look at my feathers tonight.
When you put your hand in my jacket, I'm thinking so irrational. You flew me international now. We can spend hours reading the signals, but that's so unoriginal. What if we took this back to my house? Under all these lights, I gotta take a minute to calm down. But I feel like if I told you I was ready right this minute, do you think that it would turn you on? I just feel like you need to know. If I told you I was ready right this minute, would you just run off and tell someone? I just feel like you need to know. I don't wanna feel like we're wasting time. Tell me, should I go and call up a taxi? We can make out for a play in the backseat. Please tell me now how that all sounds. You can sleep in while I make breakfast, watch cartoons and talk about exits. And if you're happy, stick around. I just feel like this is worth the risk. I never felt a fire like this. If I told you I was ready right this minute, do you think that it would turn you on? I just feel like you need to know. If I told you I was ready right this minute, would you just run off and tell someone? I just feel like you need to know. Right here, right now, we're running out of things to talk about. Right here, right now, I'm about to let the truth come out. If I told you I was ready right this minute, do you think that it would turn you on? You tell me now. If I told you I was ready right this minute, would you just run up and tell someone? Right here. If I told you I was ready right this minute, do you think that it would turn you on? I just feel like you need to know. It's clear. If I told you I was ready right this minute, would you just run up and tell someone? I just feel like you need to know. If I told you I was ready right this minute, do you think that it would turn you on?
If you take my hand, bite you real hard. Feel like I'm about to burst, howling inside. Staring at the ceiling, picture never captured. Kisses nothing like ice cream, heart taken. With a passage never ending, ever stop. With the enemy basking in the dark. Shooting, preaching, sunny side leaking. Never gonna stop the light, break it, pop ticking. I can recognize all the bits inside. Wishing I could love the chance beating my drums. Hoping I could be there, if only I could meet her. Lonely when the music stopped, I'm shaking. With a passive never ending, ever stop. With the enemy basking in the dark. Hoping, chasing, sucking out engines. Never gonna stop the fight, it'll keep painless.
was enthusiastic. Oh my God, the break was not good for me. Welcome back, Twitch chat and YouTube chat. We're back and we're live at Gamescom in Germany. Hello to everyone all around the world. And I'm not sitting alone again. Good for me. I'm sitting here with Nathan.
Hello, everyone.
He's a dev on Stuntfest, and that's the game we're gonna take a peek in right now.
Yep.
I'm really excited.
This is our baby, basically. It's an 18-player elimination tournament event-based game where you play across a series of different stunt-based events, from races to distance jumps to target hits, and you employ a different bunch of strategies in each one, from driving and racing to using gadgets and other items to help you get ahead of the competition and end up being the best of the fest. We've been working on this over the past couple of years, trying to make it the best we can be and really give a great example of how you can mix and match different skill sets to make a competitive game.
This already looks insane. Like, would I be able to do that like that in my first try?
Yes, maybe.
Okay. I'm really, like, the other games we played today were like a big skill gap between the devs and people that have not played it that much. So I'm just like really cautious now.
So I will admit, we did a play test 2 weeks ago where we invited a large amount of the community to come and play with us. And I really lost. So it's one of those games where the more time you put into it, you definitely notice there's a skill ceiling, and the more you play, the better you'll get. The more you'll learn different aspects of the game and how to combine both the vehicular stuff and the stunt-based stuff. This area we're currently in is our hub area. It's the area where all players will spawn in to begin with. The section we just did at the start would be our tutorial, and then you get into the Stuntfest proper. This is an area that's full of different mini-games where you can practice the different skills you're going to need to get ahead in the stunt show, as well as try out your vehicles and all the different mods you've used. And one of our key aspects is that you can actually just leave your car behind if you need to. And then combining that with everything else is what the game's all about, really.
That looks so smooth, switching between everything. Wow, you transformed it into a car.
Yep.
Wow, that's a magic trick I would like to be able to do.
Definitely makes getting around easier.
Yeah, true.
But then it's, so this is like one of the other areas we've got with one of the mini games. Everything we're seeing currently is pre-alpha, and there's a lot of assets we'll be working on and replacing, and we're taking a lot of feedback with the community to be as transparent as possible in the development of this game. We're taking a lot of feedback and using that to make sure we craft not only something we're proud of, but something that we know the community is going to enjoy.
Okay. I mean, we were just knocked out, right? Is that just for a second, or can you be...
So if you collide into something like at force, you'll be knocked out for a few seconds and then you'll get back up. But if you control your landing, you can slow yourself and then just go into like a roll instead. So that you can keep in the game by doing that. So if I... just do that, and then he'll do like a little parkour roll, and then you can keep going, and then you can just summon your car again, and it keeps the flow going, and it keeps the speed up as well. So in some of the races, if I can show you some of the events we've got, normally it's a fully multiplayer, but obviously because of Gamescom, we can't do multiplayer, unfortunately. But I can show you one of our stunt races. This is one of my favorite maps, and one that I regularly play on, because it's a really good example of the verticality of the game and how you combine everything I've explained so far to really find the best routes and the best way of getting around the map. So straight up ahead here, we can see, instead of going across the track, I can simply leave my car behind and then take shortcuts and then summon my car back, and then using the resources, because your gadgets slowly run out and you'll have to hit certain checkpoints to regain them, and you'll have to keep watching on the bottom left-hand corner of how much you have left of certain things, and you have to figure out if you've got enough resources to hit certain shortcuts, and if you have or haven't, you can then change your playstyle to fit and make sure you can keep ahead using what you've got to hand. So you have to be able to adapt on the fly based on if you've managed to make certain pickups or if you've missed everything.
Do you have a preferred playstyle? Do you like doing a lot of shortcuts, or are you more classic?
I'm not the best at driving games, but I am, like, I play a lot of like action adventure games in my own time, so using all the stunts and all the different ramps is more my playstyle and my skill set. But the more I've been playing this to beat the rest of the dev team, because I'm hugely competitive, I have been practicing my driving a bit more to get better. And I think that's one of the key aspects that we're pushing is when you first pick up the game, you'll be good in certain areas of it, and you'll be able to compete, but to really get the most out of it, you'll have to start combining all the different aspects of how to play Stuntfest.
Okay, I heard there's, I mean, you just told us that there's a lot of shortcuts, but you programmed them in, and they're kind of obvious, I guess?
They can be. Some are really well hidden, and some are really obvious. So these ones, as you can see, there's a giant paint splash as to where it is, and if you watch the checkpoints once the actual match begins. So if I, 2 seconds. If we...
Death magic happens now. Are you like playing it in the office a lot?
I play it a lot in the office. And we play it daily to test, and I also, as community manager, run a weekly playtest, or bi-weekly playtest, where I get as many people as I can from the community to come and join me and fill out an 18-game match. And I will play it with them and collect feedback as we go to find out how people are finding it, and if they're enjoying it, what the weaknesses are, what the strengths are. And obviously, while listening to community feedback, you've got to pick certain aspects. We generally listen to, if there's a big outcry in a certain area, we will evaluate further and see how we can improve that to really make Stuntfest the best for the community, because it's one of our sort of most important things when it comes to the development of this game.
Oh.
So it's also highly destructible as well. You can just destroy your opponents. If you can't get around them, you can just go through them, depending on which car you've got. And if your car does get destroyed at any point, it doesn't mean that you're out of the race. As you probably see me driving around, there's a bunch of other cars that are dotted around. At the moment, they are all placeholder with the truck. But once we get anywhere near release and further in development, there'll be more vehicles dotted around. And you can basically eject out of your truck or your vehicle before it is destroyed and use a grappling hook to take control of the other vehicle. Like there's one there, which I unfortunately missed, but I'll grab one of the ones in a second. So it also becomes then, do I need to abandon my car now and grab another one, or can I instead use mine a little bit more? Because there's perks to keeping your own car.
Like what?
So if you keep your car, you're able to continuously summon it. But if I change car, you can't summon it anymore because it's not your car.
Oh.
So you lose that ability. So you have to be like, okay, how can I play this to get some points and stay in the race? And you have to choose on a moment-to-moment how to really make sure you do the best. So if I jump here and we see the car there, you can then jump into that car. There's no animation yet, but once we get further, there'll be like jumping into the windows, and there'll be like animations to show how you're actually getting in. You can also use the zip line to hang off other people's vehicles and use them to propel you further ahead.
That's insane. But now you can summon the...
So I can summon my old one because it still exists, but if this gets destroyed, I can't summon it anymore.
So then you're out, basically.
If you leave behind your car, if you grab one from around the stage and that gets destroyed, or you leave it behind, then you're out, yeah. You have 25 seconds to get another car, otherwise you're out for that round, and you don't get any points, and that's not good.
Hey, crazy. The obvious question is why, like, how and why did you come up with ejecting? That's so unique to the game, and I mean, I feel like I already understand the point of it, but I'm really curious how you came up with it.
I think it was drawn from multiple areas of inspiration. I don't actually know off the top of my head how they came up with it. All I know is that I can't get enough of doing it. No. But it's a question I'll have to ask, because I just walked in there like, by the way, you can eject from your car, and I was like, yep, cool, sounds good.
Makes sense.
Just, yeah, fine. But I think they really wanted to make it the game show aesthetic of it and run with that, because it's a gathering of different extreme personalities with our characters that come from all sorts of different walks of life. And it's the competition between them to be who can be effectively the best stuntman. And that sort of, it would be very boring if it was just stuntmen who couldn't then leave their car and do the stunts, etc.
What's your favorite in-air gadget?
My favorite one is the hang glider. I really like the glider. It's a great way. So one of my favorite shortcuts in this is, and I've done it multiple times to the dismay of many of our other devs, where we'll come down this corner here, and I'll be like 2nd or 3rd place, and instead of taking the track, I'll jump, hit this, and then hang glide in, and then they'll just be about to cross the finish line, but I'll cross first.
Wow.
And they get so angry, and it makes me very happy.
I bet.
Every time.
Chat is asking, is this game multiplayer only or story single-player stuff as well?
So it's multiplayer focused, but you will be able to play with bots, and you will be able to practice different game types with a full entourage of bots instead. But there'll be no like campaign.
Okay.
So another event that we like showing off is one of our distance jumps, which is you have to get as far as possible. Once you hit the ground, you put a flag down, and then you get sent back to the start, and you have to then get as far as possible. And I think you have like 90 seconds to get the furthest.
Okay.
And the furthest person gets top points.
So that's that right now?
So this is this one, yeah.
Okay. And you can't crash the others right now, right?
You can, yeah. If you wanna just clip someone's back tire, and they'll spin, and they can't do their jump, so they'll have less time to do it.
That looks really pretty.
So you can actually use the smoke both to follow like somebody's path, so you can see how they're getting that far, or you can use your smoke to make it more difficult for people to see. So it's both a helpful thing and a hindrance, depending on how you use it. But at the moment, all the bots spawn with the same car. Again, that will not be, once we're out of alpha, that will not be the case. They'll spawn with different vehicles and such.
Is there different difficulties with the bots?
I believe there will be, but currently, as of yet, not. We're still, they're still really fresh in implementation.
Okay.
I see chat asks if there will be a port to console. As of yet, we do have full controller support, but it is only PC. We're focusing on making the PC the best it possibly can be, and then if there's any changes to that, we'll let everyone know via Steam, etc.
It's so interesting because it's such a different approach to racing games. I'm in awe still.
It definitely takes multiple aspects from a bunch of different genres and brings them all together for what we're hoping to be quite a competitive game. Because of all the different aspects of it, you can be weak in certain areas and either use different vehicles or gadgets to make you stronger in those areas, while then not augmenting yourself to be good in the areas you're already strong at. So if you're a really good driver, for instance, already, you take gadgets, etc., that might make you better at stunts, or you might take gadgets that make you even faster, so that you always get top points when it comes to the racing rather than anywhere else.
Would it be possible that if you were just racing and someone else was doing stunts as well, like could the just racing person beat the stunt person?
If they're fast enough, then yes.
Yes?
If they are fast enough and they can hit the right lines, they can. But they will have to still take advantage of like some of the stunt aspects, because obviously sometimes the track will just fall away, and they'll have to jump out, and that's when they can use the stunt still to gain momentum.
Okay.
You can't purely just stay in the vehicle. Some modes even you don't have a vehicle, period.
Okay.
But yeah, so it does vary from time to time on like what the event is, because obviously you can't run a race if it's not a race. So yeah, it does vary.
You're pretty new at your job, I guess, and so it's new for you you just got into the game. How long did it take you until you were really good?
So I started with Pall Mall about 5 months ago, and when I first started, I spent most of my time just hitting every canyon and the floor and not having a clue what's going on, and accidentally pressing the eject button without realizing. And then I snuck away for a little while and practiced and practiced and practiced. And it took me about a month or so to be able to I had like a eureka moment that you get with games now and then where you go, I get it now. And then when you start combining all the different gadgets and then summoning your car and then using the grapple hook to repel past your opponent at the same time, everything starts coming together and it almost becomes like a science in a way. In that you're like, right, okay, so if I do this now and if I quick change to this, and then you slowly get better and better and better, and you get more like little eureka moments, and then you see somebody else do something that you hadn't thought of, and you're like, okay, let's have a look at that. Like our community at one point in the map that I just showed, they were stood at the edge of it outside of their car, waiting for somebody else to hit them, because then they'd naturally fly further than if they ejected. So they'd started doing that, but then they couldn't control themselves while in the air. So it was just blind luck if they landed on the ground and got points. So, but we've already seen people doing things like that continuously, and it surprises even us about all these different tactics people just find out of nowhere.
I'm really excited for the content online then.
Yeah, same.
Like, it seems like such a creative game for people to play, and there's probably going to be a lot of fun clips.
Yeah, we've already seen like a bunch of stunts come out from the playtest where people have done just tricks we didn't even expect to do, like barrel rolls out of nowhere, and then sometimes physics in video games, physics likes to be a bit weird and wonderful, but it always looks quite organic in our games, and the car will just go spinning and crashing, and there's bits flying everywhere, but it looks like something from a film.
Okay.
So it's always really good to see. Even when stuff goes wrong, it still looks like it went right.
Okay.
If you can pull it off, it is.
I have a weird question. Is there going to be an 18+ version of this game with broken bones and blood and people like cars crashing in the audience, or is that just a parallel universe where...
I think that's a parallel universe.
Okay, so...
Don't get me wrong, that does sound kind of cool, but yeah, that's just going to be for...
I thought there may be just for you guys in the office, like when you're really stressed and you're just like, I need something more, I need to see consequences, then you play that version.
Sadly not, but I might pitch the idea now, for some stress relief.
Sure, take it.
Yeah, I'll run with it, see how it goes. But yeah, it's been an interesting development, because every time we see people jump in, we'll just see them like randomly ejecting from the car, and they'll be like, okay, I don't really get it. And then you can audibly hear the moment somebody actually clicks and they understand what they're doing. They'll be like halfway through a race and they'll see somebody do something, they'll be like, I get it now, this is what I have to do. And then they instantly go from never finishing a race to finishing higher and higher and higher. When we started the playtest, I was quite easily coming first all the time. And then by the end of the playtest, I was like, I'm just not going to show my face around here anymore because I keep losing, and then it's just embarrassing. When you've got like Dev in your name, it's like, I can't lose or else I will never live it down.
The pressure must be real.
But I lost to one member of our community who every time he's like, hey, remember that time I beat you?
Oh, no.
It's like, yeah, great.
Yeah.
But
that's not fun. Don't
every
do
other
that,
playtest, I'll beat him. It's fine. He can have the one.
Good. Yeah, I mean, chat really likes the idea of the 18+ version.
I can see some of the comments. I'll float the idea, but I wouldn't hold your breath. I'll ask.
Yeah, maybe.
But I mean, we're really trying our best to, as I say, have as transparent a development as possible. We're regularly doing Q&A events on YouTube, where I've been interviewing people from programming and audio and art, and that's going to continue because we want to show people the love and attention that goes into what they may be picking up. And then using the Discord, we're allowing people to come in and chat about the game and suggest things like paint schemes they want to see or character backgrounds they think would be cool, or maybe even vehicle types. One that's been on the Discord a lot is an ambulance. People really want to see an ambulance and an ambulance driver. And because of all the impacts and stuff, I'm actually like, that's kind of, I kind of like that idea. That seems like pitch perfect for a game like Stuntfest, so.
True. I mean, you talk about the play test with the community a lot. Could just anybody from chat join that?
If you join discord.gg/Stuntfest, and then there's a link to a form that you fill out, and then literally every time I'm looking for people to do a playtest, which as I say is every other week generally, I literally just scan through and I'll grab some new people and I'll grab some old people, and we'll just grab everyone together and see how people find it, and then keep taking that feedback and making sure we work to appease both the community while also making sure we stick to our core values of what Stuntfest is.
That's so cool. So guys, if you want to shape the game a bit and give feedback and play the game before everyone else, and you're not at Gamescom playing the demo, that's your chance, Chad. That's really cool. So join the Discord, maybe.
Yep. Just the random question. The physics in game, there is some randomness to it. So just depending on velocity and what you hit and how you hit it, it is all.
Okay. Cool. So you talked about the different departments that are into the game, and what's like most impressive for you? Like, is like the music a big thing for you, or the graphics?
So I do find I'm kind of a graphics kind of guy first and foremost, but I'm finding more the sound becoming really important. And having chatted to our sound guy, I found the conversation really interesting. And then he mentioned that he'd hidden like a few Easter eggs in there. And like every now and then, there'll be a certain sound, and not really like a short sound, but it'll be like the one that I pointed out was there's a clown horn. So you like slam into something and you just hear a clown horn, like in the background as like all the parts fall off and stuff. And it's interesting to see how they've mixed that in to make it fun, but also keep it in theme as well. So, but yeah, watching all the parts come together to work as a whole is so interesting.
Yeah, makes sense. Is there any more Easter eggs you can tell us about?
Any more
Easter eggs?
Not yet. People will have to play and find them.
Makes sense. Did you already visit the booth with the game and watch people play it here?
We don't have a booth here currently. We're only in the business area.
Wow. That's a bummer for everyone that doesn't
sadly.
have a business ticket.
But I'm displaying it every day on the stage and then giving away shirts and stuff, so everyone gets to have a good look at the sort of stuff we've got going on, all the levels we've got, and the general sort of gameplay gist.
How did the business people do, though?
Really well. It was a lot of people come in and you can see there's a little bit of skepticism. I'm not quite sure what's happening, and then you show it, and then you let them have a quick play, and then again, like I said before, there's a eureka moment where they're like, I get why this is so fun now. And instantly there's a goofy smile on their face as they're like launching themselves through different things and bouncing off things. And it's such an interesting twist to see them go from like, okay, interesting to actually this is really fun. It's like watching the big goofy smiles appear it feels so good.
That's so fun. I mean, it really looks addictive and really fun, and with the bright colors. And I mean, Chad was really excited about it. So
good, I hope so.
I bet it will be great. Is there anything else you want to show us or tell us about?
Not to hand, the only thing that I recommend is come and join us and get your hands on it next playtest.
Yeah, do that, Chad. Do you have any questions left, Chad? Anything at all? Because now's your chance. If you don't want to join the playtest, now's your chance to ask. Did you have anything, like Chad, did you have any favorite parts of the game, like the favorite game mode or something?
Yeah, unfortunately, didn't quite get to show everything, but we'll be able to next time, hopefully.
Can you tease something?
So we have got, there are some races that don't involve the vehicle at all.
Okay.
Which is quite cool.
That sounds
but I'll leave that there.
Tricky, but exciting. Is there going to be customization?
Yes. Straight, I can't give any more information than that. All I can say is yes.
Okay, great. Then I will say thank you so much for showing us this fun game.
Thank you so much for having me.
It looked really fun. I'm really excited to play it myself, maybe. Thank you for coming by. And yeah.
Yeah, thank you, and thanks, chat.
Chad, we're going to go into a quick break, and I see you in a couple of minutes, and we're going to play Parish. It's going to be cool.
Break out. So everybody break out. Break out. It's time to break out. We about to, it's time. Let's go. Let's ride. Let's roll. Got me feeling so free now. It's exactly what I need. Yeah. We knocking down the door. Turn up a little more. Hey, what you waiting for? Break out. Race glasses was on me. I did the math. I got the test. Stay on the pad. I lead. Under the rays, don't want to shades. This here the life that I need. Top down to the bridge. Whole crew came with me. It's about to get litty. Shake it till you break it, baby. Run. We about to. Hey, what you waiting
for? Told you. Look at all those snails the monster kidnapped.
Look, it's Gary.
So how do we save Gary without that monster snail seeing us?
Gary is the monster snail!
Huh? They grow up so fast, don't they?
These massive amounts of candy bars must have given him a sugar rush. We can't take him back home like this. We have to cut off his candy supply first.
Already on it, buddy!
Squidward!
Squidward, bye-bye!
Squidward, Banuga!
Porifera!
Kick things off! Citizen in need! Karate Bob to the rescue!
Jelly extras were very convincingly beating me up.
I know you have thousands of questions, but you need to trust me. Listen. Don't do anything dangerous yet, okay?
The plane for millennia has been like a paradise, but that changed recently.
This darkness is a bad sign.
Be careful out there. And please come back in one piece, okay?
I told you not to go alone. It's too dangerous for you. Hang on, Lux! I'm coming!
I do understand why Asim was mad. Now that we finally have a new Lux, he is worried to lose you.
breaking news here in Sledgehammer County. After a sharp increase of car racing activity in recent days, authorities now report a staggering amount of items and racetracks popping up out of nowhere. Jan, what do you make of it?
Well, Bill, it's like you say. Random bits and pieces of racetracks, along with all different kinds of items, have been emerging all over the county. And, wait, I'm just getting word that these pieces now seem to be rising into the air, forming an ever-expanding aerial racetrack and eclipsing the sky above Sledgehammer. Bill, I've never seen anything like this. You have to wonder, who is behind this, and where does it end?
Shadows in the sky, footsteps in the night, behind me, targets in their sight, running out of light to save me. Red moon on the rise, you say your last goodnight, while I get
Enter the portal to begin your journey to Elysium. Return to me when you fail.
Welcome back. I'm sitting here with a bunch of people. You've seen Constantin today already. Welcome back on this couch. And I'm here with two new faces, Regan and Brad. And you guys are, first of all, brothers.
Yeah.
Which is exciting.
Yeah.
And you made the game Perish.
We have, yeah.
And you're going to tell us everything about it right now, right?
Yeah, exactly. Awesome to see everyone. I'm Regan. This is Brett. Yeah. We are indeed brothers, even though nobody says we look alike.
Yeah, I wouldn't have guessed that.
Yeah.
I mean, your nose is similar.
Is it?
Kinda. Yeah. Kinda.
Yeah?
Bit.
Yeah.
Your eyes. Your
You think
eyes.
so?
Yeah.
I
was going to say
We're
the
sharing
eyes.
the eyes.
yes.
Yeah.
We're sharing the eyes, we're sharing the same vision.
The soul.
That's smooth. That's smooth.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, tell us about your game.
All right, so Perish is basically a 1 to 4 player co-op experience through the depths of Grecian and Roman hell, basically. So you play Amyates, or the Pariah, and you didn't perform the rites in life to grant you entry into Elysium, into heaven. So basically, you're trapped here in this halfway realm of purgatory until you can sort of fulfill the rites of your kind of Orphic destiny and then make your way to Elysium and finally accept salvation and oblivion. So basically, we thought it'd be quite interesting to have a kind of a roguelike-ish or roguelite FPS, but give you kind of a meaty story along the way. So there's like codex entries, there's cool characters to meet along the way, and some of them are your friends, and some of them really aren't your friends. So yeah, a bit of depth to this experience, but it's also for up to 4 players as well. So there's no bots if you play single player, like something like Left 4 Dead, for example, or Back 4 Blood. Yes, if you play it by yourself, it's just you and all the denizens and demons that await. But 4 players as well, it's really fun.
So it's a co-op game.
Exactly, yeah.
That's awesome.
But if you really want to play it solo, it's just, we really tried to balance the game so it works in every case, because yeah, you don't. I think it's an issue maybe with like games like Left 4 Dead or other co-op games where playing it solo is like not really that much of an option. So we really wanted to make it one in this.
Yeah, we just want to give you the freedom to explore the various realms that we've created, the various interesting and bizarre locations, sort of inspired by Greek and Roman antiquity. And we wanted to just give you the freedom to explore those like alone or with 2 friends or 4 friends. So
yeah, exactly.
Okay, you said it's Greek and Roman mythology, kind of. Like, how big of a role is it, and what's so fascinating for you about it?
Yeah, so I studied a bit of ancient philosophy at university, so I thought that was where it piqued my interest, and I thought I want to start getting this into video games because it's just really fun. But we grew up playing shooter games, and shooter games can be smart or they can be just like crazy fun. And we thought maybe we could try and blend the 2 together. So we've got the heavy metal, we've got the guns, all the all the accoutrement that makes shooter games uniquely that genre. But we also wanted to tack on some like philosophical elements as well. So there's a whole Orphic. There's a good ending and a bad ending, and there's a really what we think is quite interesting way to get the good ending, and it involves some hardship, some extra hardship to get to the end.
Okay, sounds interesting. You just mentioned the music.
Yes.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but you did the music yourself as well, right?
Yes, exactly. Yeah. So I'm in a band, a UK metal band called Zilf, and the other guy in the band, Joe Campbell Murray, he wrote a lot of the music, and a couple of them are mine as well. And we wanted each level to have like its own handcrafted song. So every time you go through a level, the song develops, and there's like a whole cool soundtrack. Every level has its own song that develops as you play. So that's fun.
Was that the plan from the beginning, that you do your own music?
It was, yeah. The very original concept was, I want a playable metal album cover.
Yeah, that's how it started.
Cool.
And I kind of want it to be like, I don't know if you heard of the band Nile, but they're very like, they're inspired also by ancient mythology, and they blend the heaviness with the, with the interesting like mythology.
What was the biggest challenge with the music?
Making it fit the levels, because we realized, we can't just have loads of heavy songs. It's actually like not that fun after a while. So you need to add the dynamics back in. So we have, we start off with some very sort of gentle Anatolian-inspired music. We use the dulcimer and the oud and sort of, more interesting, less heavy instruments like that. And then we build into the heaviness. And then when you've completed a quarter, there's 4 quarters in the game to complete. When you complete a quarter, it drops it back down again, and it's a bit quieter, and then it builds up again. And yeah, more dynamics into the music really helped.
Sounds really cool. Was it easier to just decide on the story or the music?
It was definitely easier for the music, because that's like in our...
Absolutely.
And we did struggle with the story at first. We were like, where do we want it to be? Do we want it to be like kind of Gustav Dorje kind of... do we want it to be like a gothic game? But maybe there are too many games that look like that already. Maybe we'll jump into Egypt, and then we were like, nah, maybe not Egypt. Let's go Greek and Roman.
That's cool. So can you describe what you're doing right now?
Yeah, so basically, Perish has some sort of roguelite elements, and each level has an objective for you to complete. And as you go through the game, as you do multiple runs, you get different objectives in each area each time. As a reward for finishing any objective, so my objective here in this nice first one, we have some simpler ones at the start to sort of guide you in. You're rewarded with a selection of cards, and these cards give you like some really powerful benefits. Some of them are sort of more risk reward, some of them are just straight up amazing, some of them are references to some of the games that have inspired us, like the Dark Messiah. It just makes your kick like crazy powerful. So I could shuffle and get some new cards, but I think given I've got the Dark Messiah, I have to pick it because I always do, because it's the best. So
I always pick that one
exactly,
as well.
Yeah, it's so
the
good.
most important upgrade.
Exactly. So now when I kick this guy, he's going to go absolutely flying.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, a lot of the run is about sort of balancing what kind of cards you want, what kind of cards do you get, what kind of chances do you get. You have to build the run around what you receive and what you end up choosing.
A little bit like Left 4 Dead or Back 4 Blood as well. There's always like a safe house to just chill out, and like maybe you want to go back to the Pantheon and bank your money, because if you die during a run, you lose the money.
Yeah.
And you can't get it back. So you lose 2/3 of what you earn in the game if you die. So basically the idea is, do I push forward? Do I go back, upgrade, and then try again?
Exactly.
Get
Yeah.
further?
So here I could return to Pantheon, which is the sort of the hub world between runs where you upgrade your equipment, where you saw me in the shop. And I could bank my money, but I'll lose my progress in this run. I'll have to start again from the original temple. I'll get new objectives. Maybe I'll get cards I want. But for now, I think I'm doing quite good. In every airlock, you can sort of get some health back. If you own a lot of items, you can actually switch between your items here. So if you know as you learn the levels, you might know, oh, the Sorokos rifle is really good for this particular area or this particular boss. Or if I had this fire cannon and I'm going into the villas of Hephaestus, which are all a forge and fire based, I know the enemies there are resistant to fire, so I might want to swap out my weapon, for example. But here I'm just going to refill my consumables, my grenades essentially.
When you're playing with 3 other people and one of them goes back, is this the whole group forced to go back then?
Yeah, so everyone has to agree on what they want to do. You can sit in the portal and wait and say, "Come on, guys, get in the portal. I need to bank my money." And when there's more than one player, if you have to activate this priest to continue, but it's kind of a voting system when you're in multiplayer. So you need all 4 players, for example, to vote to continue if you want to. So we really need to encourage the sort of teamwork that's required to make it through to the end, because it's challenging but fair, I think.
Yeah.
But definitely to get to the end of a run, to make it to Elysium or not, is definitely an achievement.
Chad, just asking if the character you're playing is really small or if everything else is really big. What is it?
Everything is massive.
Everything's massive. Yeah, exactly.
Okay, makes sense with the enemies.
Exactly, yeah. All of these areas are, we're in purgatory. You could say they're all created by the gods, or the opposite of that. And in each area you get into, you sort of receive more and more resistance in the form of new enemies. So every new area you go to has at least one new enemy, or maybe even a whole set of new enemies, depending on the area you're in. So you can see here the number of enemies really increases. It ramps up pretty fast. I've got these lightning throwing wizards now, the acolytes, as they're called.
Should mention, if you die in the game as well, and you respawn and you do a level again, the objectives will change.
Exactly.
So every time you play this, if you play this level again, you'll get a completely different objective. So you get to do something different. So it's not just doing the same thing over and over again, which is nice. So yeah,
exactly.
Just tapping into that roguelike aspect again.
So cool. Chat is really curious about the music because we talked so much about it. I can hear it a little bit in the background.
Yeah, it's a little quiet.
And it's really fitting. So, Chat, if you listen closely, you can hear it.
If I get to a safe area, I could always check the music settings. Yeah, so here I've freed this chained Minotaurus.
Oh, God.
And he really goes for you. Yeah, I think especially with the visual style, we're really trying to push. It's just the 2 of us. He's the only artist. he made everything you see.
Don't know why I did that to myself.
I know, regret it now, but it's too late. And I'm glad we did, because I think it looks amazing.
Yeah, we're really happy with it, and we think it's really good fun.
You think you had an advantage because you're brothers? Like agreeing about stuff and doing compromises?
It's true, I can't fire, we can't fire each other.
Yeah.
So
That's his favourite joke this week.
There we go.
We definitely conferred an advantage, I think, because we just we get down to it, and maybe we just have similar. It's our father who got us into video games in the first place.
Yeah.
So I guess we played the same games and we wanted to make the same games. So I guess that really helped.
Yeah. What did your family say about it?
My dad absolutely loves it. He never thought we'd end up making such a big sort of game for our first game. So yeah, he's really into it.
I think he's jealous.
Next time we can join.
He wishes he had our job, yeah.
In the beginning, I saw that you had different difficulties.
Yes.
Right now, we are playing on the easiest one, I think. How does the others compare to that?
Yeah, so I can actually show you, because we have some pretty, if we look at the options here, we actually have some really detailed difficulty options. We have a number of presets, which you choose when you first start the game. So I can go on to, say, punishing, which is actually kind of the default difficulty. We put it at the top just a hint that maybe you should try that. But yeah, along with a lot of accessibility stuff, we sort of grouped them together, but we wanted to make all those are really our presets for all of these options that you can see here. So I can adjust how strong the aim assist is for my controller, or some really I think unique options that we've added that maybe take some explaining, because not many games have them. But for example, the bullet hit radius sort of makes your bullets bigger in your mind if you think of it that way. So it's sort of, you don't have to aim perfectly. So yeah, it's
yeah, I'd say it's quite granular.
Yeah, and I like that. Yeah.
If you pick an easier setting as well, we made sure we didn't really want to lock people off from various aspects of the game. So if you pick hard, it's because you want to play hard. We didn't want to lock off certain things. So maybe a couple of achievements might rely on you playing on punishing, but other than that, we didn't really want to punish people for playing a bit easier.
Exactly.
That's good. I think you can turn up the music a little bit.
Yeah, I had to look at the options. It's on Mac. Oh, that was close. It's on the Mac, so might be a stream mastering thing. You see?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So we can make it louder. Okay. Chat is asking if you would say this is a horror game.
Oh, interesting. I'd say it's kind of dark fantasy, maybe, because I think some of the characters have horror elements to them, but they're not necessarily. It's not necessarily a horror game. It's too fast-paced, too frenetic for that, I think. We have a little. We have some horror sequences, so we have various objectives that become horror, just for 5 minutes. So we have a palace called the Trajan Palace, or the Trajan Palace. It's a very opulent marbled palace, but there's a sewer system underneath it, and one of the objectives is divert the palace entirely, so don't go through the palace, go through the sewer instead. But there's all kinds of things in the sewer, and it's pitch black.
Yeah.
Oh god.
You just have a torch. So yeah, we have little horror sequences like that. Again, they're not super scary, but it's just fun.
How did it translate to the music then? Is it the cliche scary music, metal sound music, or is it?
I think we go full on Alone in the Dark, horror vibes when we go into the sewer.
Yeah,
so
definitely.
The heavy metal sort of fades away.
Oh wow.
And then it's okay, it's spooky time.
When the music stops, that's where it gets real dark. Okay.
Yes.
Makes sense.
Yeah, we got a couple of levels as well that are kind of just to keep things fresh. They kind of throw you off a little bit. So a lot of the levels are like this. It's a big level. It's explore it, do the objective, fight loads of monsters, but then suddenly you're in a completely new area and it's empty, and what's going to happen there? Just cool little twists to keep it entertaining throughout.
How long is the game?
That's we've struggled with that question.
We struggled to answer that one because it really depends on how good you are. I think if let's say you were amazing, you're amazing at the games, you're super experienced at first-person shooters, and you maybe finish the game in, I don't know, 4 or 5 runs. And to be clear, that would be astonishing. I can't wait to see someone do that.
It's not an easy game. When you pick it up for the first time, it's just not an easy game. You will like, yeah, the whole point is to sort of be humble, die a bit, get used to the flow.
Exactly.
And like enjoy the flow. Kind of, we want to, you know, we're not ashamed of the fact that we're quite interested in like, the Dark Souls flow of things, you know. Oh, I failed here. Oh, I pushed a bit too hard then. Oh, I got stuck in my, you know, the way I was playing, and maybe I'll pick a different weapon next time. So yeah.
Why are all your games that you choose like the AirHead was also Souls-like but puzzle games? Like, what's it with that?
I don't know. They're just unique projects, and yeah, as we said earlier today, that's really what we're looking for.
Okay, great.
You know, obviously, you don't reinvent the wheel every time with a new game, but just having unique elements to it makes it more interesting, we think.
Okay. I have a friend who's really like into Souls games, and I will recommend all of your games to him now. Greetings to Tastingo.
Thank you. Thank you.
So, is that like a boss fight right now because of the
So right now, this is sort of an area that I have to stay in order to escort this ballista into position. This is quite a hard objective, and we really start ramping up the sort of complexity and difficulty of some of the objectives. So here I have to load this arrow in, tension it, I'm getting killed.
Oh no.
Yeah, the objectives get more and more intricate as you get through the game as well. So there's one where you have to reassemble the enormous hulking bronze mech that is Talos. So you get to the forges of Hephaestus, and there's this huge mech, but you know his arms and his legs and his head, they're missing. So you've got to sort of reassemble him so that he can smash through the wall and let you get on to the next area. So we have fun little sequences like that.
That sounds fun.
I think I'm going to shuffle.
Yeah, shuffle it. What we got? Burning Daggers.
These are some good cards. Yeah, so you can see some of these actually, they actually make the game harder. So this one, for example, the Gold Swarm, it increases the number of enemies that can spawn, but it means all the money, the Danaki that you pick up is worth 50% more. So if you're really confident in yourself, or you just want to take a stupid risk, you can pick cards like that. It all depends on what kind of run you're on. If you're on a run to actually try and collect as much money as possible, it might be one you want to go with. But I'm actually going to pick the power card, I think. Which
I should mention what Burning Daggers are, or what daggers are in general, because daggers are unique-ish thing to the game. We really like this really indie game that came out in about 2013 called Devil Daggers, and it's all about like flinging daggers at your enemies and trying to survive as long as possible. So it was quite a fairly big influence, even though it's a very small game. Quite a big influence for me personally. So obviously there's lots of melee weapons in this game because it's supposed to be set in antiquity. Obviously we've got some classic handgun, rifle, shotgun, everything you'd want in an FPS game, but there's a lot of melee weapons to play with. The javelin, the labrius, the axe, and stuff like that. And obviously sometimes you need to get something in the distance. You can't do that with a melee weapon.
It's a nice one.
So, oh yeah, we've got the Arbalos, which is a kind of cobbler's blade. So all kinds of funny things like that that the gladiator uses later on. So yeah, so we have these things called daggers. You can see a little dagger pool at the bottom there, 3 daggers. If you've got a melee weapon, or you're in the middle of reloading and you're in a bit of a bind, it's a bit like, in COD where you get out the pistol and use that quickly. It's just like, throw some daggers at it and hope it solves the problem. And you can build up daggers throughout the game to be really powerful. So we've already seen on YouTube with the demo, people have done like dagger-only builds, and they're just like flinging daggers everywhere, and they're just completing the whole game like that.
Exactly.
Or the whole demo like that. So yeah.
Yeah, it starts off, you have 3, you're like, buh, 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 and they sort of regenerate, but quite slowly. But then if you get all of the dagger rings, which are permanent upgrades that you can buy in the shop, there's a dagger crown, which gives you really powerful upgrades to them, and you get all the dagger-related cards. By the end of the game, you're just like...
Chat has some questions for you. Is there a plan for console release?
At the moment, we want there to be. We want there to be probably after the PC release, but we can't say anything like for sure yet. But I hope so.
And is there going to be mod support?
That's probably something that I'd like to add I don't know, sort of depending on how many people want it after release, because the game's in Unreal Engine. It doesn't have like out of the box like modding support, so it'd be quite a lot of work for us to put in. But I would love to, even if it's just like making new weapons or levels. Yeah, it's sort of things that we'll finish it first, and then realize all the additional things we want to do, because
there's more things we want to do with it, and we can't wait to show you. You know, release is not the end of it. There's extra stuff coming.
Exactly. Yeah.
So yeah.
So we've got our first boss fight here in this area. I've been. It's not where I'm supposed to be. The priestess tells you as you enter this area that you've been whisked away by some unknown force into an area you're not supposed to be in, and this is actually an area that is not in the demo yet, even though it's between some of the levels in the demo, so we hid some secret levels for the demo, so that there's always something fresh for them to try out when the full game releases.
Oh. What's that based on? Oh, the music.
Yeah, there you go.
Crazy.
The music is really like timed very specifically. Maybe you want to explain about who the Cathorau or what the Cathorau is?
What's happening?
Yeah, we're just ramping it up like crazy. So this area is quite fun. So this is the mirror world. You've basically, she's an interloper. She's pulled you out of the game. She's pulled you out of your path to Elysium, and she's sort of testing you. She's a mirror demon, so she reflects what's happening in reality. So if everything's all good in the normal world, this area is supposed to be quite nice. But something's gone wrong in the world of the mundane, Mundos, which is basically the world that we all live in as mortals. Something's wrong up there, so she reflects it. Whatever happens in real life, she reflects it in the afterlife. So you know, all the monsters have little bits of lore that you can pick up. There's loads of secrets in the game, and you can, you know, if you collect them all, you can read up about all the different characters and why they're there, what their purpose and motive is. So I'm trying to get that Dark Souls feeling again, you know, just like, if you don't really care about the lore, I don't want to shove it down your throat. You just want to shoot demons, go ahead.
Exactly.
But if you like picking up, you know, collectibles and learning more about the story behind the game, learning about the, you know, if you're one of those people that needs a reason, like I'm one of those people, I need a reason. Like, why am I doing this?
Yeah. Makes sense with your philosophy.
Yeah,
exactly. Yeah.
So so if you're interested in that, you know, you can just find all the cool little pieces and learn more about the world of Perish, the lore and the backstory.
That's so cool.
Yeah, we tried to get as much sort of with a lot of the bosses. We really tried to make them feel as big as they are. So you've probably seen as she's walking around this area, she's just demolishing all of the pillars, killing me in the process. Oh, my controller's disconnected. There we go.
I mean,
I've got no chance.
You could actually die here right now because it's the end of our section, and then we see how dying looks like in the end.
There you go. You can see my money going down, all my cards burning up in front of me.
That's dramatic. I like it.
Yeah.
That's so cool. Thank you for showing us your game.
Thank you so much. Thanks for having us.
Thanks for giving us the opportunity.
It was so fun.
Here we go. We can see we come out again at the start from our coffin.
It's a nice touch.
Yeah, and we get berated by the priestess for not making it. Yeah.
Good. You should do better.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, time to improve.
Thank you, guys. Chat, check out Perish, wishlist it, and it's gonna be fun. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being here. We go into a quick break, and we'll be back with Spellforce with 2D Kiri, and I'll be not here for the next hour. Great. But yeah, Spellforce in a couple of minutes. See you then. Bye.
Right, awesome.
Hold the phone. What do these freaks want?
Crypto! The Blisk!
Blisk? Wait a minute. I thought we wiped the Blisk out.
I have no explanation. But a few of them must have somehow survived.
Not for long. Attention, Blisk. I am Cryptosporidium of the planet Furon. This planet is now a territory of the Furon Empire. And your asses belong to me. gotta fill me in on this whole Blisk thing, Pox.
They're huge, hideous brutes with giant claws and withering halitosis. Imagine a cockroach mating with a lobster.
Oi, enough already. You're making me queasy.
And there's another problem. I fear that most of our current weapons will be ineffective against the Blisk.
Yeah, well, don't you worry your virtual little head, Pox. This time they're going down for good.
You want to get the disease, you have to shoot the spores. Let's throw ya!
Destroy them! Starting with their crashed warship. Bring on the boom boom!
You are so cute when you do that.
You saved the princess! Natalia. You should probably go over and, you know, make sure she's all right or something.
I think little Crypto just woke up.
Ever since you took that damned scepter, you haven't been yourself. You brought us here, then abandoned the fight, abandoned your men, and even abandoned your vows! For what?
So you're alive, brother.
Aye, Lord!
The honor is ours, brother.
There's no turning back, no rest, no doubt. Advancing.
Whoa! What manner of beast? These be fools!
Ventrus Nervando, East.
I see you have brought friends.
In God's name. Back off, Dave! In God's name. What happened to you, brother? On the march. Back off, Dave! By your command!
Fate is curious, don't you think? After all I had to suffer and sacrifice, it puts you in my righteous path. You! Don't make me do this, Theo.
Tony.
Hey.
What are you doing?
Brett, hey, what are you doing?
What are you doing?
Going to my room.
No.
What? Come on. What?
Get your bag. Come on.
Go to my room. What? Don't step on the pizza.
Don't let anybody see you. Come on, shut the door. Well, no, get in first. No, leave your bag here. Come on, hurry.
What? What's happened in here?
AEW Fight Forever video game happened here.
All right, so now what?
Well, are you hungry? On second thought, don't eat that. But now, It's finally time to reveal AEW Fight Forever to our AEW fans at the THQ Nordic Digital Showcase. Check it out, Tony. I will be me, the one legendary DMD, and you will be Adam Cole.
Oh man, this game is awesome.
I told you would love it.
Yeah.
I told you. Am I ever wrong?
No,
Never.
no, I should.
Never.
Yeah. Whoa, look at that. This game is it's tremendous. Are there any weapons in this game?
Are there any weapons? Look how easy this is to play. You didn't have to figure out a million freaking buttons, even though I could have, because I'm a dentist.
Oh, I know that.
But I just picked it up today and started playing, and I'm already the best at it.
Yeah.
And career mode.
Wow.
Mini games.
Wow, I'm really excited you tell me about career mode, I can tell you that.
Yeah.
And almost lost my mind when I found out that AEW Fight Forever has mini games.
How did you find out about the mini games?
You told me.
AEW Fight Forever, coming soon.
D and D. Knock your teeth out, Shivani.
Well, at least I know a good dentist.
Hello and welcome everybody. We're here live from Gamescom in the THQ Nordic booth. You might not know me. Hello, welcome. I'm THQ. I'm a full-time streamer on Twitch, focusing on strategy games and accessibility, especially when it comes to simulation sickness. And I'm here today to have a look, for me, a first look at Spellforce Conquest of EO. And I also have a special guest here, Pia.
Hello.
Who is one of the developers.
Yes. My main work group is I do the story writing, so I create the characters, I make sure the lore is on point, and yeah, that's what I do.
That's really interesting. Sweet. So I get to play it?
Yes.
How much have you played it?
Oh, a lot.
Yeah.
We've been playtesting a lot, making sure that everything is smooth, that the first time experience is a very nice one. And also, since there are a lot of new players to this game, we want to make sure that they feel included and yeah, make sure that the introduction to this game is a smooth and easy one.
Yeah, that's really nice. So, welcome chat as well. Who has played Spellforce before? And do we need to play the previous Spellforce games in order to immediately dive into the story, or does it not matter and we can just go?
It does not matter at all. The story, the way we write it is to include all the new players as well. So if there's information that you should have, we will give it to you. But for those players that have played either Spellforce 1, 2, or 3, they will find some goodies in there as well, just to point out where we are in the world. And we are playing between Spellforce 3 and Spellforce 1. So we are before the Convocation and shortly after Spellforce 3.
That's great. I don't know what that means. I've played Spellforce 2, but like ages ago, and I don't remember anything. But it's good to know that we don't have to like remember or just...
Not at all.
Yeah, good. Really cool. Okay, shall we...
Let's begin.
So I've been given this.
Yes.
All right, let's try this then.
You should be able to play the game for now with just a mouse. There are, of course, some keys on the keyboard as well, but you do not have to use them, so a mouse should be fine.
Yeah, all right, we'll see. I've got a keyboard here, so everything's settled.
Yes.
We got this. Spellforce Conquest of EO. I'm really excited. Are you excited, chat? So, while this is loading, it is absolutely amazing. The THQ Nordic booth here. You enter this hall and you immediately see it. It is ginormous and it's got so many, for all the games, you've got something special. It is incredible.
Yes, there are cutouts of the games. There is a lot going on and a lot of cosplayers running around. It's beautiful.
It's really nice. What do you have for the Spellforce booth?
We have a very huge, I don't know if you can actually see it in the camera. There is a gateway that is lit up with a red light. And it's called the strategy zone, so you should be able to find us fairly easy in there.
So if you're also here somewhere in Cologne at Gamescom, you haven't been here yet, check it out.
Please do.
All right, so the campaign has started. When a letter from your master told you he discovered a way to channel the Allfire and urged you to come to his tower, you quickly gather your entourage and set out. His missive mentioned running afoul. His missive. Wow, I can read. His missive mentioned running afoul of the Circle of Mages, the most powerful covenant of magic users on EO. You can see signs of a terrible battle having raged here. Would the Circle really have attacked him in his home? What happened?
This is the way you start. You just find the tower in shambles, and of course, you need to find out what happened. And
all right, so we will investigate. Okay, if we have questions for Pierre, I will relay those questions, and you can answer them. It's not a question, but why is this UI so good?
I'd say because we can. Yeah, basically.
Right. Perfect. So what happened? You cast a scrying spell to conjure an image of what transpired. Giant images slowly form across the tower's hall. You make out two groups facing each other. Revisit the battle. Oh, so it's like this happened already?
Yes.
And
what you see, or what you're about to see, is actually in the past, because your master called you in, but you never found him in the tower, and the tower is just completely wrecked. And so it's on you to actually find out what happened, why is he gone, as well as partially rebuild the tower.
Nice. I do like this. Combat.
Yes.
Do you want to explain this to me?
I can definitely explain this.
So I don't have to read everything? That'd be great.
Of course. So for now, the first thing you see on this beautiful battle map is our units.
Yes. This is closest to.
Yes. You have the blue, which tells you, so the blue lines tell you your HP.
Yeah.
The yellow right underneath, there are 3 yellow spots. They tell you your action points. If you click your unit, you can inspect the unit and get a detailed look at what promotions they have, so what passive abilities as well as their skill set. And you can do the same for the enemies.
Okay, good.
You might have noticed already, you cannot see your enemies yet. They are basically on the other side of the battle map. But this is where you can actually use, you can use the keyboard. You can use Q and E to tilt the camera either to left or right and get a really good overview of this map.
I'll get this done. Okay, yes. Yes, we could do this. So here are our enemies.
Yes. These are your enemies, and you can click and select them as well and get an overview over what they can do.
Except for?
If the mouse wants you to, that is.
I lost my mouse. I think we might have trouble with the battery.
Then let me tell you a little bit in the meantime. The unit you have selected here is a... And we're back.
Keep talking.
Perfect.
Yeah.
The unit you have selected here still is one of your own units, is the Medusa. Units will get different kind of promotions and skills. So depending on the units you have in your stack, you will be able to do different things. Partly it will be melee, partly it will be ranged. And of course you can do magic as well, since that is what all this game is about. And for that, there is a white line right above your HP, which shows you the focus points. So this is what you spend to do magic in battles. The focus points do not reset, so you can only use as many as you got here.
Okay.
But the action points reset at every round.
Yes. So the focus points are just per combat.
Per combat, and you can use them to cast special abilities like spells.
Okay.
For example, right here in the skill down in the middle, there is a spell at the very right.
Yes, the Inferno.
Exactly. This is specific to the golem, and you need focus points to cast this in battle.
Right, focus points. Where does it say how many I need? Oh, here, 4 focus.
Exactly, yes.
Okay. It's a bit far away, chat, so that's why it's... All right. Good, cool. I love the creature design.
Thank you very much.
Awesome. Okay, we're going to turn around again. Also, hexagons.
Yes.
Perfect. Is white how far I can walk, and yellow how far I could attack?
No, you can actually walk to the yellow line,
Okay.
and this is how many action points it will cost you. So the white line is it will cost you 1 action point, and the yellow line is it will cost you 2.
Okay.
The last remaining action point will be used if you do not attack with it to get into the guard stance, which is the second from the right skill, yes?
Yep.
Which will boost you a little bit.
All right. Shall we just go then?
Sure.
Is there a mechanic for hiding behind a pillar, for example?
Yes, you will see during the battle.
Cover's the word.
You'll see during the battle that cover does make a difference, as well as flanking.
Yeah.
So if the enemy looks straight at you and you round them with another one of your units, then you can attack them from behind and they are basically helpless.
Yeah.
And you can use that to your advantage.
This is great. One more thing. Can I walk a bit and then I walk a bit more and then attack, or do I have to do that in a specific order? Like always walk first and then attack?
You can definitely choose which order, but well, how to say this? The attack takes all your action points if the attack will get stronger or if you can attack multiple times with it. So I would recommend walk first, because the attack most likely will eat up all the remaining action points.
Okay. Well, we'll see then. I'll just YOLO this, because I don't know how strong the enemies are or not. I'm going to go here. Except for I go with right click.
Yes, exactly.
Perfect. Okay, we also have a dragon.
A wyvern, yes. They are also especially good for close combat, so having that one up front would be recommended.
All right. Let's just make it move all the way up. So we can still attack now.
Yes.
And I do have full focus. So
You do have full focus. As of now, I would say the enemy is probably a bit too far away still.
Could let them come.
But if you make sure to put all your units where you want them as of now and end your turn, then they will make sure to come your way.
Of course.
This is one of our special units. As you can see, it's the Mage Apprentice, and they have some very beautiful skills. The first from the right is a Meteor Strike, which is an AoE damage spell.
Yeah.
If you left-click it now, you can actually see the range of the spell.
Maybe it's not the battery that's the issue, but the receiver. Here we go. Okay, now it works.
So the red actually shows you the area in which you can cast it. Casting as well is right-click, same as movement, and how many tiles it will affect.
Yeah, but we don't want to do this yet.
Still a little too far off.
Yeah. Okay, so we just get closer. Perfect. It sounds like we're walking on sand, though, and not on tiles.
The sounds, well, the game is still in process, so not everything as it is now or as you see it now will be in the game as it is.
Of course, of course.
So there are still some changes to happen around it.
Yeah.
Now, you've already spent all your movement points, and for most of the action points, the enemy is too far away, so I would recommend in the bottom right corner, you end your turn for now.
Yep.
That way, it's the enemy's turn, and they can actually come and try to get you.
And do we immediately use that last point
to get into guard stance?
Perfect.
Yes.
All right. Sounds good. Let's do that.
This attack right here, camera moved a bit too fast there, but this attack right there was a roar attack, which actually knocks down your willpower. And the willpower is basically the morale of your fighter units. So the more your willpower is affected, the lower your morale will get. And it can get to a point where your units decide it's better to actually flee the combat than fighting it.
Oh, okay.
Same goes for the enemies, though.
Right. So it would make sense not to just attack with physical or magical attacks, but also to maybe do something against willpower and then have the enemy flee instead of fighting them?
You can inspect the enemies and therefore also see how many armor or willpower points they have. And if you have something to knock down the willpower, then that's definitely recommended.
Yeah.
It also lowers their damage output.
Mm-hmm. We just attacked.
The enemy attacked you, and therefore your wyvern used one of its action points to counter this attack.
Okay.
So you can already see the unit the wyvern attacked is damaged. And this means this point will not get restored because you gain your action points at the beginning of the enemy's turn. So you get the chance to actually attack on your opportunity.
Okay. And does every unit have a counter attack?
Yes.
Okay. Does the enemy also have it?
Yes.
Good to know. So ranged attacks are good because then they can't counter attack?
Well, yes, range attacks are very good. You can also see the I forgot the name right there. The Medusa as well as your Mage Apprentice both have ranged attacks that are like magical bolts.
Yeah. Oh, here. I found it. Yes. The bolts.
Right. Again, if you left-click it, you see the area.
Mm-hmm.
And you can hover over the enemies, and it will show you the damage you'll most likely do.
Oh, that's convenient.
Yes.
Very nice. One more question about the counter attack. If you attack with a ranged attack, an enemy that can also do a ranged attack, do they ranged counter attack?
It should not happen as far as I remember.
Okay,
but
so it's
then
only
again,
melee.
Yes, it should only happen in melee, but I'm only here for story writing, so I think that's right, though.
It would make sense, but I was, This game is called Spellforce Conquest of EO, and it is not out yet, so I get a sneak peek, you get a sneak peek. Maybe not so sneak because we're all seeing it, but we get an early look. And here, this is Pia, one of the developers, who's guiding me through this. So if you have any interesting questions, if you want to know something about the game, now's the time to ask. We deal a lot of damage here.
Yes.
Let's do that. I like the animation. It's very nice.
You have also an enemy in the back there. The violet one is a lich. This one has a very, very mean attack because they actually can raise their fallen brothers back from the ground. So if there are, and you will also see it, if an enemy dies or one of your own units, then a gravestone will pop up. And the lich is actually capable of raising corpses out of those graves again.
Okay.
So it will not be the same unit, but they will raise, like I said, the corpses to fight you again.
Okay. So what you're saying is focus on the lich.
I would recommend focusing most attacks on the lich for now.
All right. Will there be a Spellforce 4 in the future? How about we play this one first when it's out?
Also, you're very welcome to join our Spellforce Discord. All your questions can and will be answered there at a certain point in time. As well as you can get more information on Spellforce Conquest of EO.
That is good. I'm trying to place this here. I left-clicked again.
You can also try the one right on the left from it.
Yeah.
It's a light spell, which is actually super efficient against the Lich, since they are an undead unit, and therefore the white magic will do a lot of damage on them.
Oh, it's the same attack pattern.
Yes, it is also area of effect.
Okay.
The Disordered, again, has to do with morale/willpower, so you can already see enemies don't like it.
That's the unhappy face here.
Yes.
We... Ah yeah, here. Disordered. -2 damage. How convenient. Very nice. So... The Viven. What can you do? Breathe fire.
Oh, yes.
Well, that sounds nice. Oh, well. They're not aligned, like, in a good way, but...
Not quite yet. It could change, but you can definitely do it now.
It could change, but I think we want to see it. Yeah, that's nice. That's nice. And now the enemy is burning.
Yes.
Good. The fire golem.
This is a very, very nice attack. It actually attacks 5 random units, or actually it hits 5 times on random units. Oh, with a little bit of luck, the Lich will go down.
Maybe. No.
Sadly, not this round.
Okay. But it's really cool. Since I've got you here, and I'm kind of, you know, not trying not to read everything, I just clicked the spell and I was expecting this to be also a targeted attack. So now I was surprised when just stuff happened. But yeah, no, nice. Okay. We have nobody left.
Right, I think you spent all your action points as of now.
Well, then it's the enemy turn. But we're fighting back here.
Yes. And you can already see we're dealing a good amount of damage.
Yeah, way more than the enemy does. Disordered. Here we go, flanking, yeah.
Yes.
This is the hero, right?
Yes.
Does the hero need to stay alive? Is this a game over condition?
No. A hero does not mean you immediately manage to win the game or have a game over if you lose the hero. The hero is just something added. For example, there are heroes that have their own book entries and you can have your special adventures with them. But more on that later on, because then I can show you what I'm talking about.
Absolutely. Question about this game, Pia, for you. It's heavy story driven like the previous games.
There is definitely a lot of story involved. There are many different adventures that you can play, and they are randomized. So if you start a new game, it can very well happen that the adventures you had in the game before will not pop up again. But you're not forced to actually engage with these adventures or do them in any way, shape, or form. You can always skip adventures and just fight.
That's awesome. Also, I lost the hero, so good job.
Which is still not that bad.
Let's do this here. If heroes die, can you get them back? Asking for a friend? There's actually a question from chat.
So yes, asking for a friend. There is a way for some heroes to get them back. Not all of them, or rather not all units can be revived, but there is a revive possibility.
Okay, good to know. Do I have a basic attack? Can I just right-click the enemy? And
yes, if you just go to the enemy, then the golem will do its melee attack.
Right. Beautiful. All right, 1 is down. Very important.
And with a beautiful death.
So then the Wyvern already attacked, so that's it. I feel like I probably should have positioned myself a bit better in the beginning.
I think you're not that bad off. I would just try to focus on the Lich, make sure he's out of it.
Yeah.
But the Golem is pretty tanky, so whatever those two units try to put up against them, not gonna happen.
That's true. We'll be fine then.
Most definitely.
Are there attacks of opportunity?
Yes.
Okay.
There are attacks of opportunity, so if you go out of melee range, or if your enemy goes out of melee range, then you will attack.
That makes sense. All right.
Lich is doing the best.
But it's nice that he came close to us. So now...
Golem actually already used
I see.
To react.
Well...
The Medusa still has a spell, the Petrify, our petrifying gaze, I think.
Yeah. Should we petrify the Lich then?
Oh, it's just out of range.
Out of range. Well, we can...
If you move now, don't forget, there will be an attack of opportunity.
Yeah, yeah, true. I'll petrify those then.
Oh.
I didn't click it, did I?
I think not.
Beautiful. So this is what I call Kiri difficulty, because I'm Kiri, and I play games more difficult than they actually are, because I forget things, I don't see them, and that's how it goes. That's all right. We can still fix this. That was everything, so that was my turn.
For now, yes.
Great, great. The Wyvern...
There we go.
Is dead.
Is dead, but took one with them.
At least we got that.
Also, don't forget, this is a look into the past. So what you see here already happened.
Did you set me up for failure?
Well, I did certainly not. I set you up for story.
That's a good one. That's a really good answer. I love that. I was supposed to die.
No, you can win or die in this game.
All right. No,
both options are accounted for, and both are very valid. Like I said, this happened in the past.
So does that mean, depending on how the player plays, we shape the story?
In a way, yes. There are a lot of adventures that are
so cool.
Specifically created to draw the player into the world.
I like it. I really like it. So we go with a story of something bad happened and they all died.
As you can see here, yes.
The intruders overwhelm your master's minions and apprentices. A robed figure appears in the tower's entryway. You strain to discern who it is. Move my scrying spell closer. The figure suddenly turns towards you, raises its hand, and your spell ends abruptly. Your scrying magic has been dispelled from within the past. A truly astounding feat of abjuration. Whoever it was did not care for witnesses to their actions. You nervously look around for signs of the robed figure, but the tower lies empty now. So we're gonna go and enter the tower. Images of the past will play on your mind, but you slowly walk up the dented stairway. The hall's golden chandelier has been stolen. Its soft carpets are gone. Your master's tower was not just attacked, but robbed, it appears. Tracks, traces of torn fabrics and dropped cutlery lead to a nearby camp. Find the thieves. Let's go.
So this is even better. Instead of going into a tower, we're going into the world of EO.
Yeah, this is really nice. I do like that, because, I mean, I definitely misplayed, but I don't feel like I've completely lost now, but I just...
You definitely did not.
Shaped it in a different path, and this is really nice. Also, we are great mage. I like that.
This is just, again, information for you on how to play the game.
Yeah.
For now, what you see here, the thing right in the middle is your tower now, since your master is gone.
Okay.
And you can already see it has a yellow banner, which is your banner, so your faction. And there is a unit of your faction in front of it. And as it was written there, the blue circle, or the blue, rather large hex, is your domain.
Okay. And this is our unit.
Yes. It's pretty much the same as in the fight. You can click on the units to inspect them, and in this case also level them up if that's already possible. Right here on the left side you see the Goblin Camp, which is the main adventure. It is yellow to signify that it's the main adventure. And on the right side you can already see there's other enemies outside of your domain, as well as a loot stash. And yeah.
This is the loot stash?
Yes.
Okay, very nice. We have a question from chat. Can we customize our banner? Or is that fixed to the story?
As of yet, I think that is still to be determined.
Okay.
I'm not quite sure. I think that is still to be determined.
We don't know then. Good, good. Yeah, let's do the main... Well, actually the loot.
You can definitely go for the loot first if you want to.
We're greedy. We're going to go for the loot first.
And we are a mage. We are going to need it.
Right, a mana stash, plus 10. So that was totally worth it. Do we now also have movement?
Under the portrait of your unit, you can see the movement you have left.
Yeah, okay, the boots. Thank you. All right, good to know. From the camp, you can make out the loud and obnoxious squabbling of goblins. It appears they are fighting over loot from the tower, screaming at each other at the top of their lungs. We could ambush them.
Yes.
What does the green symbol mean?
The sword signifies that you are choosing this option, you're going into a battle. And the wait and watch actually leads to more narrative. So
you want to show chat the narrative because you wrote it?
Well, you can do it either way. There is a lot of narrative you can still find, and we will get to the heroes again shortly, and then there's a lot of narrative as well to look through.
I like it. Well, let's ambush them. And then afterwards we get to more narrative. This is Spellforce, Conquest of EO. New game that will come out. It is not out yet, but I get to already play it, you get to already see it, and Pierre is one of the developers here with me.
This is what you see when you enter into a battle. Right up on the top, you see the outcome, or at least the outcome that it could be. For now, it says heroic victory, which means your unit will get little to no damage, and none of them will die.
All right.
And right at the bottom there, you see enchantments, which means there is something special happening on this battle. Since it's in your domain, you actually get a buff, which will help you immensely. And right now you can choose to auto-resolve this fight and have the AI play it for you, or start the battle and go into the fight.
You know what? We're gonna test the AI.
Sure.
And see if auto-resolve actually gives us one of these heroic victories or not. We're just gonna...
It will most definitely give you a beautiful result.
For science. All right, let's see.
And there you go.
Okay, but it only says victory.
It was a victory, as you can see.
But we didn't lose anybody.
There is little damage, and the enemies are gone, and you got your loot. On the right side, you can see you gained reputation with an yet unknown faction.
But how do I know that if I don't know them?
That you gained reputation?
Yeah.
You killed enemies within their, it's not quite the domain, but within their reach, basically.
Okay, so somebody saw that?
Yes.
And they like us for it?
People are talking.
Okay. Fair enough. Was there a specific reason why there was a 1 next to the crossed swords when we initiated
this
combat?
This is something we are still testing out on how to actually visualize that this will lead to combat. So for now, it has these 2 crossed swords, and because it was an heroic victory, we made them green, but we are still testing with this. So it might stay, it might still switch up a little bit.
Okay, very good. Can the UI be scaled? Could it be made bigger? Do you know that?
That is a good question. I'm sorry, I can actually not answer that as of now.
Could we just check though, right?
I don't think...
Or is this not in this build?
I don't think it's in the build as of yet.
So we don't know. Okay.
I'm very sorry to not be able to answer this, but all of those questions, if you post them into the Spellforce Discord, we read through this as much as we can, and we try to answer all the questions we can there. So post your questions there, and I will make sure that they get answered.
Also, then probably the person responsible for that mechanic or whatever the question is about can then answer. Yeah.
Yes.
Also, chat is saying that I'm questioning everything. I'm sorry.
No, not at all.
But you're doing a great job answering my questions, so thank you. What you said about the icon initiating combat, does that mean eventually there can be different colors, not just green?
Like I said, we're still testing out around whether we want the colors, whether they're actually helpful for the player, and if the symbols are right, etc. So this is very much still a work in progress.
Yeah. All right. So potentially. The story continues here. The now empty camp is littered with a number of your master's tools and some scattered golds, all thrown haphazardly around. We get 10 gold.
Yes.
But where are the rest of his possessions? As you turn to leave, a few goblins emerge from hiding behind one of the dirty tents. One of them, wearing a hood made of a torn silken cloth, waves excitedly at you. You! I remembers you. One of Master's pupils. Yes, yes. We serves Master. Not like these Chagrak here. Is that how you Chagrak?
Yes.
Okay. He spits at the dead goblins empathetically. Bowing, he adds, we serves you now. Yes, yes. You gives us shiny. We fights for you. Shows you where more of Master's thing is. Well, show me then. The goblins point to 2 stacks of chests and sacks not far away from where you stand. Let's collect those. Shiny.
Oh, yes.
Shiny. We like the loot. Perfect.
As you can also see in the top left corner now, there's something new available to you.
Yes.
That's what all the blinking is about.
Yep, yep.
This is because you now captured the goblin camp and it's within your domain. So that means you can actually hire goblins now. Perfect.
That's what the goblins were talking about.
Yes.
Alton Games says, wait till there's screen shake. However, we had a chat before going live here about accessibility, and Pierre assured me that there is no screen shake in Spellforce Conquest of EO.
For now, as you saw, there is no screen shake.
Thank you.
Since I'm also suffering from motion sickness in games, I totally understand.
Perfect. Thank you so much for making sure that's not in the game. Goblins to hire. Okay.
Yes.
We've got 30 gold.
Yes. As of now. And you can already see you need gold to hire them and then gold to upkeep them.
Of course, yeah. But there's also Necromancer.
Yes.
And will they be put into our, let's call it army?
Yes. Once you've selected your unit and pressed the hire button, they will, first of all, need some time to get ready for you.
Okay, so it's not instantaneously.
It's not instantaneously, and you can already see the numbers on the bottom right corner of each character indicate how many rounds it will take for them to spawn.
Oh.
After those rounds have passed, they will spawn in your tower, ready for you to send them out into the world.
Okay. 6 turns does seem like a long time.
You could go for a Goblin Archer or Brawler.
Could we hire more than one, as long as we have the money for it, or the resources for it?
Right now, you only have 1 hiring slot available. You will get more slots, either through means of expanding your tower or through means of researching and other abilities.
Okay. Where do I see the hiring spot? Is this up here?
This is the crafting, and on the right side is the hiring.
Ah, okay. I didn't check what units we have right now. I think we saw Medusas again.
The Medusas were in the battle at the beginning, so what your master had.
They're not
For
here.
now, we
Okay,
have
never
2
mind.
goblins and we have a Necromancer minion. 2 goblin brawlers, to be specific.
Okay, well then archer sounds like a good idea. Let's hire archers.
And like I said before, you can still craft your own units. You are a mage after all, a Necromancer.
Okay. So do I click here?
You can click right on the tab that is besides the hiring button on the right side.
Necromancy.
And this is where you can craft your units.
Ooh, I like this. Also, there was one more question about the word before where I was asking if that's how you pronounce it, Chagrak?
Yes.
What are they?
Well, the goblin was talking, so it's goblin language.
Goblin speech.
Yes.
Okay. Good.
Right now in the crafting screen, I would recommend just simply right-clicking on the ingredient, because then will automatically be sorted into the specific slot.
Okay, good.
And as you can already see, you have essences. You have elemental, death or life, and arcane. You will need, as a necromancer, to get rid of all life essence you can. And for that, you will need the violet essence that is on the remains. So, yes, exactly. And now you're able to craft your own skeleton warrior. The more you collect in the world, the more souls and other ingredients, the more different units you actually get to craft.
This is really nice. All right, 3 turns for a skeleton warrior.
Takes some time to reanimate them.
Of course. Okay. And we don't really have movement anymore because only 1 unit can move.
You could potentially take the minion on its own and let it walk for 1 hex, but what good does it do right now?
Yeah, no. So we're gonna end on our turn unless there's anything else. Okay.
Right now, one of the enemies decided to attack you. You can already see the goblin on the bottom is starting to blink red, which means this is the goblin that would either get damaged or even die, while the other two will be fine. They might get damaged, but they will not die.
Okay. Well, I suppose we're gonna try this though.
Sure.
And make it even worse.
I don't think so.
We'll see. How many races can you play? Can you play
you
other races?
Are actually, as the player, you yourself are not in the game, for you are the mage. So you are commanding different races, you are commanding different units, and we have over 100 units to choose from or to find in the world and to hire, all with their very own specific skill set and promotions.
That is a lot.
Yes, it is quite a lot.
Very nice, very nice. Okay, it's my turn.
As you can see, this is a new battle map. We have also a lot of them available, different terrains, different indoor and outdoor maps. So there will be a lot to discover on the battle map as well as on the world map.
Yeah, that's really nice. It looks gorgeous as well, by the way.
Thank you.
You said there are things to discover. Are there actually interactable objects on a battle map?
On the battle map, no, but what you can see is there are some animals walking around sometimes. Sometimes there is something in the very back, like a part of a watchtower you can see, and beautiful blinking lights.
All right, good to know. The Goblin Brawler, okay.
Yes.
I won't go too far this time.
Let them come to you.
I'll let them come to me, yes. Death bolts. I'll just go to the white lines. Too bad we don't have the archer yet. That would be nice already.
Soon.
Okay. So they're coming closer.
Yes.
But they can't reach us, so that's fine. They're also guarded now. Very smart. So the death bolts.
If you inspect the arsonists as well, they can actually throw the torches. So make sure not to go too close to them.
I saw that earlier, yes.
Or something that would work as well is flanking them from both sides.
Then they can't shoot anymore?
Well, if you flank them, they will most likely choose the melee attack because you're already there.
Okay. That sounds good. Yeah, because otherwise I just have to run away again. Because even if I don't get closer now, they would get closer to me and then they could also throw. So it's just... I suppose we're gonna run. Except for you can't anymore. And then you run here. All right. What does Soul Caged do?
Soul Caged means, as you've seen before in the crafting screen, you need souls to craft your undead units. And Soul Caged means this unit captured a soul or is able to capture a soul. And in the loot screen, you will see there is a new soul popping up.
Ah, okay.
There are different kinds of souls, so...
Yeah. Very good. Is there a height advantage during combat?
Height not so much as cover. So cover is a thing.
So that was my... No, wait, we could still attack, right?
Yes, they can both still attack.
Is this the melee attack? It's just the right click. Good. So I don't need to press the button. Very good. So yeah, there's no low ground or high ground really.
Exactly.
There's a visual, but it doesn't do anything. Is soul caging the only way to get souls as a necromancer?
You can find souls, you can get them through adventures, and be rewarded with souls.
Hmm? Yeah, so this is a unit that's probably gonna die. Or maybe not.
Still alive.
Because 1 HP is all you need. All right, let's see. I'll take care of this one. Oh, but they can fight back now, right?
As you can see, if you just hover over your enemy right now,
yes,
you would already kill them.
Oh.
If you just right-click on them.
Well then.
And you actually survived with all your units.
There we go. See, I can do it. We have won. Beautiful. That was really good. Can you sacrifice your own units to have higher tier souls?
I know of some spells that do sacrifice your own units or use your own units, but I must say I'm not quite sure if they're used for souls or to convert them into something. I will have to look that up.
Okay. But it's an interesting question.
It
I
is.
like that.
And also one perfect for our Discord channel.
So we now got a lesser pristine soul.
Yes, the one you captured. And you can already see your units are blinking violently, telling you that they can level up.
Yeah, I suppose that's a level up. Okay. Do we do this here or?
You can click right here.
Okay.
Yes. And either on the star or on the middle button on the bottom. These are your promotions. With each level up, you will get the possibility to choose between two. And the only thing noteworthy here is that also your enemies will get promotions when they level up.
Oh.
So whatever you see here, it's possible that an enemy already has it or will get it in the future.
Okay. Is there a skill tree behind this that we can see? Or do we only ever see those two choices?
You ever see those two choices, yes.
Okay.
But we made sure that you won't get redundant choices. So for example, if you have a melee unit, you won't get something like stronger bow skills or something like that.
Yeah, that makes sense. But is it random then? Within reason?
To a way, it is random, yeah.
Okay.
Within reason.
Okay. Interesting system. So this is the Necromancer minion. Like the missile damage, because that counts for the death bolts, right?
Yes.
Perfect. I do like that attack. Another level up. This one for the Goblin Brawler. Lucky. This unit always deals the maximum damage. That sounds perfect. They're not lucky. They look kind of adorable.
They do.
I love it. Actually, they should be lucky because they survive with 1 HP.
That's so true.
Okay, here we don't have it.
But what you see here is daily healing. So when you're on the world map, your units can heal over time except for undead. And this means that they will definitely heal a lot faster than other units.
Which sounds like a good idea. Let's go with that now. Perfect. Chat, if you still have a question for Pia about Spellforce Conquest of EO, please ask it now because our time is coming to a close already. So if you've got questions, type them now. The story continues. Returning from the camp, you wander the old familiar rooms of the tower, lost in memories of your time here as an apprentice. The place was clearly searched through before the goblins ransacked it. Your master's crafting room has been depleted, most of the other chambers ravaged. Whoever did this left no stone unturned. So we go to the library. Is there any PvP in Spellforce?
As of yet, this is the fighting you will get. So for now, there is no PvP.
So for now, it's... Okay, wait. Is it single player then, or is it co-op campaign?
This is a single player as of now.
Okay, single player as of now. Good. So upgrade paths do look unique. Do we know how many paths are available for each unit? Roughly?
I'm sorry, not even roughly at the top of my head.
Lots.
A lot, definitely a lot. I can say that much.
Okay, good. Buried beneath the toppled bookcase in your master's gutted library, you find his old grimoire, many of its beautifully illustrated pages torn out. Reverently, you open up the heavy tome. It is your master's script, most illegible. He was always secretive about his arcane research, often writing in code. We gain a spellbook, and we're going to try to decipher the grimoire. You look for the first spells he taught you, carefully flipping the large pages to one of the bookmarks attached to the spine. Some of the basics you can indeed make out, others you can almost decipher. So now we know basic spells.
Yes.
This needs further study. You gaze around the room, imagining a treasure trove of arcane knowledge hidden among the scattered scrolls and torn books. A lifetime of magical study at your disposal. Your master's missive spoke of the Allfire source he discovered not far from here. But no mortal may touch the Allfire without being consumed. You will have to find a magical conduit. Plus 10 research. I need a wisp to meld with the Allfire source.
Now, I know our time is limited already, but this is something I would still like to show you. In the bottom left corner, you now unlocked your spellbook.
Bottom right?
This is, oh, sorry, bottom left, top left corner. Wow.
Top left, okay.
Mixing everything up right here.
Okay, all good. It's blinking. I should have just, I could have seen it. Okay, yes, the spellbook.
So, the spellbook is the main source of magic that you can actually use in this game. You can already see there are spells you have already available to you, like, for example, the Summon Wisp or the Aid spell.
Yeah.
And there are also spells you still need to research, like the Exhaust, as well as there are blank spaces with just a few scribbles on them. Those mean that there can be a spell, but you still have not found it. So through research or adventures, you will gain new spells throughout the game.
I love that. I understand now why you still wanted to show this, because this looks super cool.
It is very beautiful. You can skip through the pages even. There is a lot happening in there. And this is also the book where when you gain a hero, they will have their very own page, following along with their adventures, telling the story. And yeah, lots of beautiful things to discover in here.
Amazing. I do like this. This is a very nice touch that you don't get to see everything already.
Yes.
But you know there's more coming. So this is really nice. Love that. Perfect. How do you feel when you play this game, but also when somebody else plays this game and then you see the text that you've written for it?
When I play the game, for me, this is a relaxing game because it is turn-based, so I have the time to actually think about what I'm doing next and what I want to do next. For my own adventures, sometimes I forget I wrote them, so they are basically new to me sometimes.
I love that. I can relate to that, yes.
And of course, when other players play, I'm always anxious to see their reaction, whether it's engaging enough, whether they like it enough. For the most part, I just really enjoy watching people either glow up when they read something or, you know, get all grumpy when they're like, oh my God, what's that? But story-wise, in a good way, of course.
Yeah, no, of course, I understand that. The game title is Spellforce Conquest of EO. Will there be different difficulties?
I think we're still working on that as of now. It is definitely planned.
Okay, very good. I think with that, our time is up. Thank you so much, Pia, for joining THQ Nordic stream. One of the developers of Spellforce Conquest of EO. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, you're welcome. I mean, I'm also just guest, basically, but thank you, chat, for watching. This is not over yet. I'm going to leave now, though. I'm THQ, and I'm a Twitch streamer focusing on strategy games and accessibility, especially when it comes to simulation sickness. Thank you very much for watching. Have a great time still. Continue watching the stream, !schedule, and then you'll see what else is coming up after this now, after a short break. And if you're around here at Gamescom, check out the THQ Nordic booth. It's super, super, super cool. Thank you very much. See you next time.
Breaking news here in Sledgehammer County. After a sharp increase of car racing activity in recent days, authorities now report a staggering amount of items and racetracks popping up out of nowhere. Jan, what do you make of it?
Well, Bill, it's like you say. Random bits and pieces of racetracks, along with all different kinds of items, have been emerging all over the county. And, wait, I'm just getting word that these pieces now seem to be rising into the air, forming an ever-expanding aerial racetrack and eclipsing the sky above Sledgehammer. Bill, I've never seen anything like this. You have to wonder, who is behind this, and where does it end?
Shadows in the sky, footsteps in the night, behind me, targets in their sight, running out of light to save me. Red moon on the rise, you say your last good night, while I get
break out. So everybody break out. Break out. It's time to break out. We about to, it's time. Let's go, let's ride, let's roll. Got me feeling so free now. It's exactly what I need. Yeah, we knocking down the door. Turn up a little more. Hey, what you waiting for? Break out. Waist glasses, what's on me? I did the math, I got the test, stay on the path, I lead. Under the rays, don't want the shades, this here the life that I need. Top down to the bridge, whole crew came with me. It's about to get litty. Shake it till you break it, baby, run. Hey, what you waiting for?
Battle command uplink initializing. Please stand by.
Plan incarceration, most heavily affected by the fallout.
You have proven yourself loyal to me so far, General. Our dynasty has waited long enough. Show me that my trust is not misplaced.
Braces for the inevitable retaliation.
Though they may be, they are still flesh and bone. Get to work.
Hello and welcome back to our Gamescom stream. I'm still Lena and I'm here with new guests. Hello, Malte and Frederik.
Hello. Hello.
You're here to present to us your game, Tempest Rising, and I'm really excited for that. It's for all the strategy fans. It's not just half an hour slot, it's a full hour almost. So we're gonna do a deep dive and I'm really excited to learn about your game. So want to start with the premise and dive right into it?
Absolutely. So first of all, I'm Fred Schreiber. I'm the game director on Tempest Rising.
And I'm Malte. I'm the producer on Tempest Rising.
So today Malte is going to play through the entire first mission of the game.
Oh, wow.
With a few things added just to spice it up here for Gamescom, and so there's a bit more to see than what would usually be in the first mission of the game. And then I'm going to talk you through to Tempest Rising and hopefully also answer some questions. I can see our lead game designer is also in the chat as well, helping to answer a few questions as well.
That's very good. Hi. You're prepared. I like that.
Absolutely, absolutely. So Tempest Rising, it is a real-time strategy game.
Mm-hmm.
As many have noticed, it's heavily inspired by many classic real-time strategy games from the mid-90s that helped establish this entire franchise or genre. Games like Dune 2, StarCraft, Warcraft, Command & Conquer, the classic games that focused on resource gathering, base building, and individual unit control and management. And that's the type of game that we really miss, especially within the kind of higher fidelity type games. There's been a ton of fantastic indie games within this space over the past decade or so, but it's been a very long time since there's been bigger budget titles that make a bet on this specific type of real-time strategy game. And that's the space that we really love. We grew up with these games, being huge fans of them, and we wanted to contribute to the genre that we love so much. So our main goal with Tempest Rising was to create a brand new franchise that is inspired by the roots and the foundations of the genre we love, as well as adding new innovations on top. So it's not just a kind of reboot of an old type of game, but actually something new and fresh as well.
So what's new and fresh about it?
So there are a lot of new and fresh elements that we are going to talk about later.
Okay.
I know whenever a journalist asks what's new and fresh, we're like, we'll talk about it later. We do have something called doctrines, requisition, and so on that we'll dive into a bit later. But the game has almost like an RPG element, which is deeply rooted into almost all of the mechanics in the entire game.
Okay.
And those are the elements that we're not really ready to talk about yet. The first reveal, we wanted to focus on the core aspect of what make this game great that also made the old games great. And next time we're going to talk about, or next time we're talking about the game in public, we're going to dive into a lot of the new stuff. So we're kind of taking it in two phases to say, you know what, this is what you guys remember. This is the foundation of the game. And then there's all of the additional systems that's built around it and underneath it that we're going to dive a bit deeper into a bit later. But you'll see some hints of it here and there, and we'll talk a bit about it as we go through the demo.
Okay, I'm really excited. Sounds great. Chet, are you ready? Chet is ready.
All right.
Awesome.
So, in the game, you are playing as two factions. We have the Global Defense Forces and the Tempest Dynasty. At 3D Realms and Slipgate, we have this kind of like this universe of games that we're making. They all take place, or many of them take place in the same universe, and the same with these factions. The game takes place in the fictional 1997.
Ooh.
And even though it's a sci-fi game, in our universe, 1997 is very different from the 1997 of the real world. Back in the 1960s, the Cuban crisis resulted in the first nuclear world war. And since then, throughout the 70s, 80s, and most of the 90s, the entire world experienced a nuclear winter. It was really, really hard to harvest crops. There was famine around the entire world. But as the nuclear winter kind of settled and the human race started to regain the different territories that was impacted by the nuclear war, these weird cracks started to appear in the earth, and these weird vines and plants started growing out of them. What the humans realized was that these plants are almost like mini fusion reactors. they could be the solution to the worldwide energy crisis. And before you know it, two factions have appeared. The Global Defense Forces are a collection of countries who are the caretakers of most of the sites of this planet. This planet is called Tempest, so Tempest Rising.
Makes sense.
Whereas the Tempest Dynasty are former countries that was the most impacted by the World War, who now also happen to have a lot of Tempest, because that's where the nukes were dropped. These two factions in Tempest Rising will end up in a world-spanning conflict for this resource. There is also a mysterious third faction, which might be linked to why these things are appearing from underground.
Okay.
Also something that we're not ready to talk about yet.
Okay.
The two factions that you get to play as in Tempest Rising both have a 15-mission campaign. Both campaigns are taking place throughout the same period of time, so you get to experience the war from two different angles. We're not necessarily calling one faction the good guys, the other faction the bad guys. Both of them have their own reasons to do what they're doing, and there's a lot of gray zone decisions that you'll have to make throughout both campaigns. A lot of hard decisions as well, because in war there are a lot of hard decisions. So in this demo, Malte is going to show us the first mission for the Global Defense Forces, and yeah, Malte,
yeah,
why don't you start it?
I'll go right ahead.
I just want to say, like, all the background lore and stuff, it's so interesting to listen to. Like, I would listen to that as a podcast on my way to work or something. I really like that.
So there's a lot of background lore. So here we'll get a little intro to the first mission.
Tempest harvesting operations have been disrupted in this area. Dynasty interference is suspected. Retake and hold the position. Await the arrival of a mobile construction vehicle, then build a base and recommence harvesting. Destroy any Dynasty forces and search for signs of a nearby Dynasty base.
Commander, good of you to join us. Gotta say, your file was a pretty impressive read. I'm Colonel Fisher. You'll be reporting directly to me. We can certainly use someone with your track record. Intelligence has a situation brewing in, in Iceland. We have routine Tempest harvesting all over the grid, but some of the lights are going out, starting from the east coast. If you ask me, I reckon it looks deliberate. I want you to do a sweep of the area, flush out any Dynasty forces you might find. Remind them that the GDF isn't to be trifled with. I'll link your control interface to the battle network. If you've got any questions, now's the time to voice them.
So first of all, as some of you might recall from older real-time strategy games, we have a person giving you a briefing. Something that we really wish that we could do back in the old days was to ask these people questions, interact with them, get some insight into the story, what's going on, and there might be some things that you want to know about the next mission. What's happening with the civilians? What's the situation with Tempest? Like, there's so many questions, right? So first of all of the what you can almost consider CG in the game is all real time. It's all in-game, real-time rendered. And this is Colonel Fisher. He's the first guy that you meet in the campaign, who's your general. There might be other people, and you might experience a lot of plot twists throughout the campaign and the story. But for now, you're under the impression that, all right, this is the guy you're listening to, and you have to do what he tells you. So now Malte can ask him a few questions. So Malte, why don't you try and ask him some questions?
Tempest Dynasty isn't actually led by Domovoy Malkalin. You've seen his face. He's a figurehead, being puppeted around as a mascot. All because he founded the Dynasty, gave his people something to focus on in the fallout. It's PR. These days, he probably doesn't know where he is half the time. The Dynasty is actually controlled by Alex Malkalin, his son. That man's the reason the Dynasty even qualifies as a military, rather than a band of old men waving their sticks at the world because of how the war ended. They're a threat, sure, but only because they think they've got something to point. That's why we're here.
So you can ask this guy more questions. You can learn a bit more about the backstory. And once you're done, you can say that you don't have any more questions. The highlighted by the green text that kind of progresses through the story here.
Oh, nice. I really like his voice. It's so raspy and like he's been through some stuff.
Yes.
Good voice acting.
So, now you're in the command compound. And the command compound in the game is essentially your HQ. The command compound might change throughout the game depending on what happens in the story, the plot twists, etc. But in the command compound, you can do a lot of different things. As you can see up here, we have something called Doctrine, Commissary, Armory. Those elements are some of those deeper RPG-like elements that we're opening up a bit later. But here in the first mission, in the first few missions in the game, we're just teaching the player just the basics. You know, Colonel Fisher needs to see, hey, can this guy or whoever's playing do the most basic? Can you solve a simple mission? And as you go through, more and more will unlock for you, more and more systems will be introduced to the player, and the game will open up for more and more advanced features. But for now, we can say goodbye to Colonel Fisher, and we can deploy in Iceland.
So that's what it makes it newbie friendly, because you have to play through that tutorial. So someone that didn't play those games back in the days, they still get into it.
Yeah, and the features we're introducing here were not part of those games back in the day either. So it's not really a tutorial. It's just the first mission introducing you to the core game mechanics, and then more and more will unlock and be open to you as you go through. But when you play it, it will all make sense in terms of the story, what's going on.
Okay, great.
We just have the buttons up there to kind of hint there's something that's going to unlock here.
I think also, if you noticed when we started the mission, we have the 3 different difficulties to pick from. So obviously we're creating a game that we would love to play, and also a game that really it's a love letter to the community of RTS games. But we obviously also want to create something that somebody new to the franchise or new to the genre can get into. And part of that is making sure that we have different difficulties, so we have something for everyone. And also the missions will serve as a way to teach the player new mechanics as they go, just naturally with how they progress through the various missions.
Just to answer a few questions here. So one from Sakip 910. The map that you saw in the beginning is where the story takes place for this faction currently. And even though Iceland is actually not located at that part of the map, we kind of move the sections together just to make sure that we don't see the entire world when you play this. So that's the reason why. There also a question about whether there'll be modding tools and a map editor. For us at Slipgate and 3D Realms, modding and mapping is where many of us come from, and it's a very important thing for us. But at this current time, we're not really ready to talk about that yet.
Okay.
So we're now in the beginning of the mission here. Our first objective is, of course, we need to figure out what's going on with the Dynasty. We spotted them harvesting Tempest, and that's a really, really dangerous sign, especially nearing our zones. So first, we need to find the supply outpost where they're keeping this. We have a little squad here. This is the most basic infantry in the game. These guys are called the Field Scouts. They are a bit more harder hitting than the basic infantry for the Dynasty. They also has a longer range. They have a longer range, and they're good all-around base infantry. Pretty tough guys. So let's see if we can.
There's a question in chat if it's single player or multiplayer, and I think it's both, right?
It's both, absolutely. We have a full multiplayer component to the game as well, including matchmaking and so on. So
does the matchmaking get really competitive then?
Hopefully.
That sounds great.
We hope so. So here's the next unit we're introducing the player to. These are the drone operators. And the drone operators are really, really good against... they have a pistol against infantry, not as powerful. That's for like a last resort. And then they have these drones that they control. And these drones are really, really good against structures and vehicles. The cool thing about the drones is also they have special abilities. So if you look at the section in the corner of the screen, this bar here is for the special abilities of your units. And there's a lot of empty fields that we're not showing yet, but this drone operator can control his drone within a radius around him if you want to do some more specialized, focused attacks with the drone itself. And of course, if you're not directly controlling the drone yourself, you can also just control the drone operator. Drone is also great for scouting on parts of the map which are higher than where you're located. So in order to see what's, for instance, on a cliff, you have to actually get up on it, but you can use the drones to kind of spy there ahead. So so let's continue a bit. It looks like there's some heavier enemy infantry and vehicles down here. So let's see if Melly can deal with those guys. Of course, as in many games, the enemy has a very very nice way of placing their explosive barrels. So environmental destruction, such as explosive barrels, is a really cool thing that we miss from strategy games from the 90s. So especially in the first few missions, it's a nice way of introducing how you can use explosive barrels throughout the campaign, but also how you can destroy heavier enemy gear without actually having the amount of units required to do so in a traditional way.
Chat is asking if the drone operators can hack things and if there's super weapons.
So we do have call them special weapons. What they are and what they do is not really something we will talk about yet, but you will see an example of it in this map. The drone operators are not the hacker units of this faction. So as you can see here, we found the outpost, and we're now attacking it. As we found the outpost, a few new objectives have unlocked. These are side objectives. Side objectives in Tempest Rising are entirely optional, but they might unlock interesting things for you. So the side objectives here are that there are some SAM sites and some silos. The silos is what contains the Tempest that the Dynasty have been harvesting. And of course, they also have some SAM sites, which currently makes it impossible for us to fly in reinforcements. So hopefully, if we destroy the SAM sites, we will be able to fly in a few more reinforcements.
A question for the multiplayer: is there gonna be a co-op campaign in the scenario for the multiplayer, or is it just versus?
So we're not really ready to talk about co-op and so on yet. A lot of things here in the beginning, but we also have. The game is not coming out until 2023, so there's a lot of opportunity for us to talk about more deep about the multiplayer aspect, the matchmaking, the esports aspect, and so on of the game. So we got our reinforcements here. We got what's called a Riot Medic, and we got the Hunter Tank. The Riot Medic in the game is one of the specialists. The specialists are special in the campaign. You'll get to meet the specialist throughout the campaign, and they have their own storylines. In the Tempest Rising campaign, you can decide to, addition to the main storyline of the game, you can decide to help out different specialists in their own storylines in order to unlock some of them throughout the game. In this mission, we give you a little taste of one of the specialists, which is the Riot Medic. The Riot Medic is not a traditional medic. The Riot Medic can do a few different things besides healing your units. One of the special abilities of the Riot Medic here is a little healing turret. So if Malta tries to drop this little healing turret, all infantry within the radius of the turret will be automatically healed. So it's really, really good to place in choking points, for instance, where you get attacked by a lot of units at the same time. And if you have more of them, of course, they heal even more. But they are timer-based.
What's the cooldown?
So there's a cooldown on it as well. You can actually see it if you zoom in on the top. There's like a little ring that rotates around. But for demo purposes, we're giving him as much as he wants. The Hunter Tank is, you can almost call it the bread and butter of the arsenal of vehicles for the GDF. The Riot Tank is, the Hunter Tank is kind of an all-around tank that's really, really good against vehicles and structures. Not as good against basic infantry, but at least it can drive over them. As well as it can drive over trees and a lot of other things.
That's a fun thing.
Absolutely. So as we can see here, we cleared out the outpost here, and we destroyed the SAM site, which got us some reinforcements. So our next objective is to find the power plant outpost. It also appears there are more SAM sites, so we have gotten intel about a few more SAM sites here.
Oh.
So, this is the Dynasty Tempest rig. This was what we saw in the intro cinematic for this mission. Every single mission in the game has an intro cinematic and an outro cinematic. So there's a ton of cinematics in the game as well to further the story. The Tempest rigs are the way for the Dynasty to harvest Tempest. It's a pretty interesting vehicle. Its wheels actually detach from its base, and the wheels drive out into the Tempest field and will harvest the Tempest, drive back in, and feed it into the Tempest rig. So this means that you can actually drive your refinery out to the actual Tempest field, and that way the rate of which you make money as the Dynasty is much faster than it is with the TDF. On the contrary, their refinery, the Tempest rig, is out there, out in the field, often away from the base, which makes it much more vulnerable as well. As you can see here, we also had a few soldiers here. Their plane got shut down, and they were left here, and they were trying to defend themselves. By saving these guys, you get access to them. These are the Grenadiers, another great unit for the GDF. Grenadiers are really good against buildings and infantry, and now you can see they're being healed by the riot medic.
They're so tanky looking.
They're very tanky, yeah. All right, so we got a new objective here. We found that Tempest rig we saw in the intro cinematic, so let's see if we can destroy it. But our main objective here is still, we need to find the outpost of the Dynasty and destroy them.
Okay.
If they're destroyed, whether or not the Tempest rig is still there doesn't matter. They don't have a place to put the money anyways, but if we find the Tempest rig as well, we will solve one of the side objectives. One really awesome little detail is, as you can see, the game is very, very detailed. We have a lot of level of detail variations of our infantry and units and so on. So that means when you play the game from this distance, it actually runs extremely fast, very, very smooth on a big variety of different machines. But if you zoom in, you get a ton of detail, and you actually, the units you see in this in the game are actually the same as we use in the cinematics.
Wow.
So when we record the cinematic, we use the models from here. Of course, we toggle on higher, 4K, 8K textures and so on. But it's actually the same units, structures, vehicles that we use in our intro-outro cinematics.
Primary objective accomplished.
How far could you zoom out?
You can zoom out this much right now.
Okay.
Yeah. So we found the outpost here. So now it's time to destroy those power plants. And luckily, there are also red explosive barrels around the power plants.
Is there a specific reason why this game is set in 1997?
It's set in 1997 because it works within our lore and our story. We thought that would also be a cool setting if you imagine that there was a nuclear war in the 60s, and all of a sudden throughout the 70s and 80s, you get access to almost infinite amount of power from these little fusion reactor resources. Like, what would technology then look like? So there are sci-fi elements in the game, but they're almost based around like the idea of retro sci-fi. You see a bit of that in some awesome sci-fi movies from the 80s and 90s where, they still use floppy disks and they still use old hard drives and so on, and big CRT monitors, but they also have a lot of sci-fi elements in there. That's the kind of clunky sci-fi, almost used, dirty sci-fi look that we really like. We think it's really charming. You see a tank here that's clearly inspired by a real-world tank from the time, but it also has some sci-fi elements to it and so on. So that's a style as well that we really like. So there's the Tempest rig. And finally, we get our reinforcements. So this is the mobile construction vehicle, and it unfolds into the construction yard. The construction yard is the base building required for you in order to construct other structures in the game. So through the construction yard, you will unlock your tech tree. which is based on the type of structures you have. So as you can see here in this demo, we have 6 buildings unlockable, and depending on which you build, you will unlock others. The tech tree can be, you can go into in-depth in the tech tree in the command compound as well to get more info about what you can unlock later on in the game and so on. But first of all, we need power. So we're building our power plant here. We also destroyed the Tempest rig. You can see the way that the GDF constructs buildings is that they are essentially placing a construction site, and the construction site has a little antenna, and this shows where the package will be delivered. So the way that GDF builds is that the construction yard builds these packages that unfolds into the construction, and you have these drones that will pick up the package and deliver it to your construction site. So right now we're building a refinery to harvest Tempest. As you can see here, we have the drone picking up the package and delivering it to the construction site.
New construction options.
So this is our refinery and our Tempest harvester. So the GDF has a bit more of a traditional way of harvesting. They have a harvester that goes out. As you can see, it has a little a meter that fills up on the top. And then it drives back and delivers its Tempest into this big refinery here.
It's kind of cute. It looks like it has a face.
Yeah, it's awesome. So this is the way that the global defense forces are harvesting the Tempest. Next up, let's build a barracks so we can start to expand our forces.
So you're talking about the tech tree and everything, so there's probably a lot of different approaches to the game. Do you have a favorite approaching style?
Yeah, so that's actually something we wanted to really focus on this game. In a lot of games, this is inspired by from the 90s and 2000s. Whenever you get really good at these games, there's usually a single or 2 types of playing the game that always secures a win. For many games, that's rushing. You know, it's focusing mostly on creating a lot of units and attacking the enemy base. Whereas those who like to build a nice base and defenses, that's usually not the winning strategy. So we wanted to try and balance that out a bit more. Like for me personally, for instance, I love building a great base. I love building great walls, turrets, gates, and really make like a nice looking, feeling base that's protected before I start building up a large army. And that's also an option here. That's something that's carried on from older games in the genre as well. So we actually do have, as you can see here on the defense tab, we do have walls. For this demo right here, we have the sandbags wall, we have the heavy wall, and then we have a gate as well. You can use those to kind of build like a little fortress with a gate that only opens for your own units. As you can see, Melt has also built 2 defensive turrets here. These are the Gatling turrets. They're really, really strong against infantry. As you can see, they're attacking us now with their flame troopers and the basic infantry of the Dynasty Guards. So next up here, Melde is starting to build his defenses by creating a few walls. So these are the heavy walls, as you can see. Nice little detail, like if he builds on top of a tree, the trees will automatically collapse and fall over.
Oh.
And again, these wall defenses is a really good way to keep the enemy out of your base. In order for them to get into your base, they actually have to destroy the walls.
So they can climb over it or send drones over it?
They can send drones and aircraft over the walls, yeah. Next up, Meld is here building the radar station in the game, which will unlock a few more elements in the tech tree.
Constructing.
And as you can see, he also has 2 more tabs available here. He has the infantry tab and the vehicles tab available, where he can build both, of course, infantry and vehicles from his vehicle bay.
Construction complete.
So now he's starting to slowly build up a slightly bigger army here, and as you can see, we also have a few more side objectives. These side objectives are to, they're not usually part of this mission, but they are to show the people here at Gamescom that, hey, you can actually build tanks. If you try and build 4 of them, you'll also solve a little objective here. So, as you can see, we now found the 2 last SAM sites in this map, which were part of the side objectives. So let's see what happens when Melde destroys these. But first of all, as you can see, they're heavily fortified here.
Unit lost.
Someone in chat asked what the F key is for.
F keys are shortcuts. So every single ability, button, click, everything in the entire game has keyboard shortcuts. So for the more competitive players, you can control almost most of the game with a keyboard, or mouse only if you prefer that as well. So as you can see here, the SAM sites are actually destroying the drones from the drone operator. But he destroyed the SAM site, and there's 1 more left. So let's see what happens.
Love Handles is asking, can the walls block certain types of attacks?
Yes, they can block the most basic attacks that are ground level. So as you can see here, Malde unlocked the airstrike ability. And the airstrike ability was a gift given to Malde by destroying the SAM sites in the game. The airstrike was a really useful weapon for Malde here to destroy the main gate of the base. So now he opened up this choke point in order for him to get into the base. So the main base here has one main building. In order to completely disable the Dynasty's ability to construct any buildings, we need to destroy their construction yard. Without a construction yard, they can't construct any buildings whatsoever. The only way to get a construction yard back is to build a mobile construction vehicle, which is one of the last things you can build in your tech tree. So you have to be really far in the game in order for you to gain the ability to build mobile construction vehicles. But again, when you build them, you can also start building multiple bases away from each other.
Is there a cap on how big your infantry can get?
How many units you can get?
Yeah.
Yes, so we do have a cap. We would love to, as much as anyone, to have infinite amounts of units on screens, but we also have to take care of people's GPUs and CPUs. So when you have unit caps in these types of games where you're going for such high fidelity, it's mainly because we want to make sure that enough people can actually play them. But the unit cap is pretty high here, and we're still experimenting a bit with how high can we actually go for most people, even with beefier systems, to be able to run the game even at low settings. So it's still a balance, and that's something that we'll continue to tweak. But I can already promise you that the unit cap here is pretty large. You can have a lot of units compared to many other RTS games out there. Especially those that this game was inspired by the 90s. So this is the construction yard, and finally Malde got enough units here to destroy it, and yeah, he cleared out Iceland, not all of Iceland, but at least the Dynasty's presence in Iceland, and yeah, he finished the first mission.
Good job.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
He played this many times.
Yeah, I could tell by how fast he was.
Yeah. So yeah, for those of you who haven't seen the trailer, when Malde clicks continue here, we'll get a little glimpse of the game, and yeah, let's check it out.
Battle command uplink initializing. Please stand by.
Incarceration, most heavily affected by the fallout.
You have proven yourself loyal to me so far, General. Our dynasty has waited long enough. Show me that my trust is not misplaced.
Braces for the inevitable retaliation.
Though they may be, they are still flesh and bone.
So the voice you're hearing here is actually the voice of Alex Volchalin, who is one of your commanders or generals of the Tempest dynasty.
That trailer was really cool with the music. I liked it. It got me there.
Yeah. The music is a big part of this game. We actually have, I think, 4 or 5 composers in the game.
Oh wow!
Yeah, and the soundtrack is already over 30 tracks. It's a lot of actually the main genre is primarily industrial music. We do have a few tracks that are a bit heavier in terms of like with the guitars and so on, but it's not the majority of the music. A lot of orchestrated music as well. We're working together with some great people. One of them being Adam's Gruppe, known from the Witcher series. Michael Marquis, our in-house composer, has done music for a bunch of our games. He did the music for this trailer as well. We released the full track of this as well. It's called Death Squad. But yeah, all in all, the music is an extremely important part for us in a game like Tempest Rising.
Sounds smart. I got a question that you're probably not going to answer, but I'm going to ask it anyway. So you said there's for each faction there's 15 missions, right? So you hinted there may be a third faction. Is there going to be an additional 15 missions then?
So you're not going to be able to play the third faction in the campaign.
Okay.
There's a reason for that as well. You will be able to play it in multiplayer because it's awesome. But it makes sense in terms of the story in the game and the perspective that you experience the story. You play as a commander for the humans, and whether you play for the Dynasty or GDF, you still play as a commander for the human faction, so to speak.
I get the hint.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So. So yeah, the third faction is going to be very, very interesting, and it's not what you think it is.
Okay.
It's not what people would think. Oh, it's obviously someone from outer space. That's not what it is. It's something completely different. But it's going to be insanely cool.
I hope it's plants.
You have to ask another question before he spoils the third faction.
It's not plants.
I really want to know.
No, it's not plants. Now we just eliminate everything it is. Not plants, it's not dirt.
It's not alien.
It's not the snails or the bugs.
I don't know if you're lying though, so good. Chat, do you have any more questions? You seemed really excited. Everyone was really into it, which I get. I don't think we can say what it is, guys, but if you got any more questions, go for it. And if you have anything more to share,
so see, Jan is asking if you can capture enemy buildings. Yes, you can.
We saw the tree falling down.
Oh yeah, trees are falling down as well. But yeah, we have a unit that can capture enemy buildings. Actually, if you noticed on the sidebar where you can build, you have like little squares with numbers, and those are like number 1 in one of them. That means you have 1 construction yard. If you capture enemy buildings, and especially the construction yard, you will unlock a second sidebar that is for the faction of the captured construction yard, and then you'll be able to essentially start constructing their entire tech tree. So this means that you can actually play as 2 factions in one.
Wow.
If you manage to capture the enemy's construction yard, which makes you very powerful because you have 2 factions merged into one. That's something we really loved about the Command & Conquer series. The fact that you could actually, if you were lucky enough to capture the enemy construction yard, you could play as 2 factions in one. And that's an insanely cool thing. Because all of a sudden you have double the unit roster and buildings, and mixing all of that together is super cool.
Nice. Sherp is asking, are there naval units in the game?
So there are, by naval units, if you mean ships that sail on water, then no.
Okay.
But there are...
Is there water in this game, though?
There's a screenshot where you see some units on water.
Okay. But no ships, okay.
Not in the traditional sense.
We have some questions about upcoming beta tests. Currently, we don't have anything to talk about there yet. But I mean, obviously, a lot of the people we have on board on the team right now are from the community. And we have no plans of stopping to evolve the community. So obviously, we would want people to get their hands on this and try it out before we're ready to launch anything.
I see Scarecrowd.com here leaked the fact that it's a Goat Simulator crossover for the third faction. God damn it. That would have been a cool surprise, but no, unfortunately it's not that. That would have been really, really cool, though.
There's some question that we already answered. It's going to be competitive, they said, but they didn't say more. So you have to be patient, guys. What about a demo?
Maybe. We have a demo here on the show floor. That's this, but you know, a public playable demo. Maybe it's something we'll do down the line. Again, if you look at our previous games, we've always done demos at some point. We believe that demos is a really, really good way of letting people experience a game for free, and it's a model that we've done with almost all of our games. So that's something we love to do. It would be weird if we didn't do it ever.
Okay, makes sense. I mean, if you're close to Cologne, come by it. Gamescom, we have a strategy corner over there. Have you guys hung out there yet?
Yeah. There's a huge Tempest Rising head with a red portal going through it, so we've been there.
Yeah.
We actually also hang out around there, so if you want to go say hi to, like, look for people with Tempest Rising t-shirts, you'll find some of the developers hanging around the booth as well.
Yeah. If I went there, I would have to take one of you with me so you can backseat game me. So
Absolutely.
that I can actually do something as good as you, maybe.
Especially when the business area closes, I'll have all the time in the world.
Yeah.
Okay, great. We do that. So yeah, that's basically it. Thank you for coming by. And
One quick thing I want to touch on, because I saw Shervan say a reminder that we have a Tempest Rising official Discord, and he's absolutely right, we do. And that is also a Discord where some of us developers are in and actively chatting with people. So absolutely be sure to check that out.
Yeah, we're hanging out a lot there actually, and a lot of the people, and I need to mention this as well, because a lot of the people involved in this game are from the community. So something that was extremely important for us when we started making Tempest Rising over 3 years ago was that we're big fans of this genre. We grew up playing a lot of these games, and we're making this game for us and people who like to play the games that we do. But we're also not as hardcore, in-depth fans of this genre as some other people out there. So what was important for us was that as fans of the games that inspired this, we wanted to make sure we grabbed as many people who helped keep this amazing community alive for decades and involve them as much as possible. A few examples is Wayward Strategy, who you see up here, Brandon. He has a website, a blog, very popular website and blog about strategy games, where he dives into different elements of different strategy games. He does a lot of analysis. He even does some shoutcasting and for different strategy games. He's the game designer, because we knew that Brandon, we want to make this game, but you know more about this genre than anyone we can think of. So we want you to be the designer of the game. We have another example is Plokite Wolf, who runs one of the biggest Command & Conquer websites out there, and general fan sites for RTS games. He helped design many parts of the game. He's part of pretty much every design meeting we have. He helped prepare the story for the game. He's running around here as well. He's down at the business booth showing off the game to the press. We have CC Hyper as an example. We have Goods. If anyone knows some of these people from the community, please shout out to them and tag them on Twitter. A lot of these people are key parts of the real-time strategy communities, and it was extremely important for us that we made a game not just for us but also for them, because we are all fans of this genre, and we grew up admiring the people who made these games. And in order to make games that are not only as good as them but also take it to the next level, we need to involve as many of these people as possible. So a big shout out to all of the people who are helping out, who are part of the hardcore RTS communities out there.
sounds great. So Chad, your job right now is join the Discord if you want to. It seems awesome, and wishlist the game, because that always helps. I'm saying thank you to you guys. It was a pleasure. It was really fun how excited you are. Yeah. I'm kind of hyped for it, and I've never played a game like that. So thank you for coming by.
No, thanks for having us.
Yeah, thank you.
And Chad, I'll see you soon again. We take a quick break, and there's going to be some wrestling, I heard. So see you later.
See you later.
Right now, we're running out of things to talk about. Right here, right now, I'm about to let the truth come out. If I told you I was ready right this minute, do you think that it would turn you on? You tell me now. If I told you I was ready right this minute, would you just run up and tell someone? Ready right this minute, do you think that it would turn you on?
Da geht's ja ab. Wow, ich bin ja schon gespannt. Ich hab's auch noch nicht gesehen. Ich bleib genau hier stehen und guck mir das an. Passt, nicht aufgeben, oh. Sauber. Das war's, vielen Dank. Schön, herzlichen Glückwunsch. Okay, dann gibt's für dich den, witzigerweise, den kleinen Gewinn. Ein geiles Headset von Bang & Olufsen. Ich wünsche dir viel Spaß damit, ja. Danke, dass du mitgemacht hast. Und viel Spaß auf der Messe noch. Hau rein. Dankeschön. Ciao. So, für dich gibt es den klitzekleinen Trostpreis. Warte, ich brauche mal kurz. So, bitteschön. Ganz kurz, können wir noch ein Foto machen schnell? Ist okay? Okay, super. Ja. Lächeln. Perfekt. Super geil. Herzlichen Dank, vielen Dank, dass ihr mitgemacht habt. Viel Spaß. Euch alles Gute, viel Spaß auf der Messe. Euch das Gleiche, eine tolle Gamescom. Wir sind morgen wieder hier und jetzt ist Zeit für AEW, Fight Forever. Dankeschön. Tschüss.
Ladies and gentlemen, anything goes in your main event tonight.
Gamescom! What's happening? It's the biggest man in professional wrestling, Pretty Peter Avalon. I am here on behalf of All Elite Wrestling. Are you ready for some pro wrestling action? Hell yeah! All right, all right, all right. So let's see. Our first match. Should we get it underway right now? Right now? Do you want to see it? All right. I guess I'm on your time, so let's get to the first match, all right? The following match is scheduled for one fall. Oh, don't do that. That's gross. Okay. Oh, yuck. With a 20-minute time limit. Introducing first, from Los Angeles, California, weighing in at 220 pounds, he is the fallen angel, Christopher Daniels. And introducing the challenger from the Keep, weighing in at 231 pounds, representing the Dark Order, Evil Uno.
Join the Dark Order. Join the Dark Order.
Holy shit! Holy shit!
winner of the match, the fallen angel, Christopher Daniels. Ooh-wee. Wow, wow, wow. What a match, right? What'd you think? Christopher Daniels, right? How awesome. Evil Uno, how cool, right? Damn. AEW's first match is here in Germany. That's awesome. Congratulations, you got to be there, you got to witness it. I mean, not as good as the seat that I have at ringside, but hey, whatever. How about a match, another match? How about it? You want to see another? I asked, did you want to see another match? That's a little better. Damn, listen. All right. Here we go. Second match, all right? Are we ready? The following match is scheduled for one fall. Yuck. With a 20-minute time limit. Introducing first, from Johannesburg, South Africa, weighing in at 95 kilos, and Helico.
Look at me. Some would say I got a chill vibe, but if you cross that line, I got the ill drive. This is my moment to shine, I will rise. Strap yourself in, get ready for a thrill ride. Can't stop the positivity, I'm vibing out. Get a hand to the task and then I'm riding out. No stopping, keep your eyes locked in. Always the first choice, never the second option.
I'm keeping it surreal. I can feel it in the air as I'm airing out my feels. Sealed at the beacon of an atmospheric gaze. Congealing in the deep end, make the weekend.
Keep it going, yeah. Man, you have a great song. That is a great song. I want to hear it again. That was wonderful. Woo, woo. Introducing the challenger from Maxwell Street in Chicago, Illinois, weighing in at 245 pounds, Colt Boom Boom Cabana.
Boom boom, Colt Cabana. Boom boom, Colt Cabana. Boom boom, Colt Cabana. It's Colt Cabana. Straight out of the shop, Mr. Shake and Bake 45. Wrestling 'cause he feels alive. Great memories and good times. Said no to corporate America. Give it up for your favorite character. Cabana around when his head been done. Globetrotter from here to England. And when he's back in the shop, he's gonna go to Maxwell Street. Get on his bad side.
And the winner of the match, Colt Boom Boom Cabana.
Straight out of the shy, Mr. Shake and Bake, 45. Wrestling cause he feels alive. Great memories and good times. Said no to corporate America. Give it up for your favorite character. Cabana with his headband on. Globetrotter from here to England. And when he's back in the shy, he's gonna go to Maxwell Street. Get on his bad side, hit you with the flying apple, and you find yourself spin beat. Said shimmy, shimmy, Cocoa Puff. Colts gonna wreck some stuff. Better bring it, he'll sling it. Everybody in the ring just sing it, say better bring it or you're gonna. He's the king of the ring of honor. Cabana, can't lose with Cabana. He's smooth as a banana. Everybody knows what I mean, cause it's good times, great memories. Say good times, great memories. Say good
Wow, 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 wow. You know what, folks? That's it for the wrestling today. Tomorrow, the next day, we're going to have wrestling. Same time, same place. Please join us tomorrow on behalf of THQ and AEW. Thank you very much. We'll see you tomorrow.
Ladies and gentlemen, anything goes in your main event tonight.
Home. Once it meant my father's mansion, but now it's gone. After he was elected president, it meant his vision for our country. But when they took him, they robbed us all of that dream. We need our home back. But I can't do it alone. This is not... Why would I want... This is promising. I've heard my father mention them.
Good day. We have tracked your location to Grand Chien. How may we be of service?
I am Emma Lafontaine. I want my father back.
Understandable, Miss Lafontaine.
How would this work, exactly?
First step is to hire a team. Then, they get to work.
Father, I will save you. And I will get our home back. Now, I just need to get the money.
Hello and welcome back to the live stream of THQ Nordic at Gamescom. We're back. I hope you enjoyed the wrestling, and we're gonna dive deep into more strategy stuff today. And it's really exciting who I have next to me for Jagged Alliance 3. I have with me Brett and Brian. Thanks for being here, and I'm so excited to learn everything about the game that you are allowed to say and want to share.
Well, thanks for having us. This is a lot of fun. It's a great show so far. It's going to be great to finally interact with our audience for the first time. And I see a few people that know us from the other streams we do, so it's great to see some of our familiar friends. And today we're talking about Jagged Alliance 3.
Yeah, finally.
Finally, yeah, I know. I think the Discord community for a while was like, when are they finally going to go live and talk to us? Now we're here. Hello. It'll be fun.
So, chat, please be nice to our guests. We are really excited for your questions because you're allowed to ask anything you want today, and you may get some answers. And that's basically what we're going to do. I heard you brought some B-roll that we're going to look at, but maybe for the people that don't know the game yet.
Yeah, it's a great idea. Yeah, we have some video we'll be showing as we talk. Why don't we start a little bit about just kind of discussing where the legacy of the game is coming from and kind of why you got so excited working on this?
Yeah, so I'm a big fan of Jagged Alliance. It's a franchise that's very dear to my heart. I've been playing Jagged Alliance 2 ever since it came out originally in 1999. So I've been replaying it over and over, like every year I do a playthrough. I've been playing it recently even more and more just to get excited about the project once more. And it's a unique blend of a tactical turn-based game, strategic layer which allows you to manage your mercenaries on and off the field. You manage their wages, you manage their activities, and also there's an RPG element to it. It's an open world game where you can explore different cities and locations and go and enjoy different stories, and ultimately you have to defeat the evil Queen Adriana and liberate the country of Aruco.
Yeah, there's a really fun story when I first met the team at Hemimont, and if all of you guys don't know the legacy of the studio, they've been around for quite a while, for a hot minute.
15 years in the studio myself.
Which is, that's not a small thing in this industry. That's pretty impressive. If any of you guys have played some of the tropical games, Surviving Mars, Victor Vron, there's a whole legacy there that the studio has made. But from what I understand, a few of you guys, you and the other Bouillon, like, there was a dream game that you wanted to make for a very long time in your career.
Something that the other Bouillon, we have two Bouillons in the studio, so I'm Bouillon Ivanov. Something is happening there.
Just ignore that.
Ignore the giant colors, it's fine.
Yeah, it's fine. It's supposed to be like that.
Yeah, the other Bouillon, who's also a big fan of Jagged Alliance, he had the dream to make 3 games while in Hemimont. One was Tropical, the other was Jagged Alliance, and I'm gonna
Can't say the third one.
The third one is gonna be a secret for now, but for 15 years we've been able to make the Tropical games, and now Jagged Alliance is the next passion project we were wanted to make for so many years.
Yeah, I mean it's such an interesting legacy to be a part of, because the franchise has had quite a few ups and downs. Started with some really big ups and had kind of a mixed lineage recently. And you know, our goal with Jagged Alliance 3 is to be a true successor to the core franchise. I mean, this is trying to become a game that respects the heritage that it came from. We see a lot of questions, like simple things like, are bullets going to be simulated? Is there going to be, you know, all of the mercenary characters? I was even seeing chat earlier about the characters going to be fully voiced. You know, these are all just as important to us because they're parts of the legacy we want to take homage to. So I think it's a shot to really pay respect to that game.
Yes, it's very important.
Sorry, can you move the microphone closer to your mouth so people can understand you? Great, thanks. Okay.
Okay. Yep, and the mercenaries are actually the heart and soul of the Jagged Alliance franchise in general, and they're all unique characters with their own unique personalities, and that's what's the key factor in. They have different relationships between themselves, and everybody's got a fan favorite. Mine is switches all the time because each playthrough I make, I usually stick up with several characters always, but I do try to change it up from time to time. Barry is one of my favorites. Do you Brad have any favorites?
You know, it's tricky because there's so many different. So a lot of things about Jagged Alliance are the mercenaries, the characters, and something that I think is a place that we're investing a lot of time in is those organic dialogue experiences that happen. So I have a tendency to be biased to the ones that have been written early, because their moments and their immersive moments are a little more fully fleshed out right now. Like, Fidel is absolutely hilarious. He's this like crazy psychopath that loves explosions, and he has some interactions with characters that are just so over the top, it's hilarious. And then I saw some people in chat talking about Buns, who's another staple from the previous earlier ages of the franchise, and Buns is very snarky, and so it's always funny watching Fidel and Buns interact, because like Fidel will say some random joke and Buns will have a snarky comment back, and that dialogue is to me what I find enjoyable. But I think that as we continue to expand the writing and get further on in the game's development, there's going to be more moments of that for all the different characters.
Yeah, definitely, and it's cool that the mercenaries' characters and personalities are dynamic and they change throughout the game.
Yeah, absolutely.
So when certain characters do like or hate each other from the start, but you can have a character, two characters playing together, and one would start liking the other one, and the other one will start commenting as well on the performance of the first one. For example, Livewire is a newcomer to the series. She's a bit of a tech geek, and if you have her in a party with Len, who is an old mercenary from the previous games, she might start to learn to like him because he reminds her of her father. Or she might start to dislike him because he reminds her of her father.
You know, I see a comment from chat from UI Hugh, and it's funny because the characters comment about everything.
Yeah.
Like we're doing a lot of press right now and talking about the game, and one of the things we show off in one of the there's a moment where you equip this item onto a character, and she's a little bit more highbrow, like she wants nice stuff, and other characters you equip it to, nothing would happen. You equip this item on her, and she kind of gives you some sass because she's like, I didn't go buy this thing off of a flea market. Why are you putting? I would never buy this and wear this stuff. So that personality comes out all the time, and from the environment, some characters don't like to lay prone in the mud. They'll complain about it. Like you get these organic moments all throughout the experience. It's pretty, and it's all live voice acted, so you get a lot of character coming out as you're playing.
Yeah, and there are some very cool moments. For example, Tex, who's a returning character, he's a B-movie star, and yeah, he used to play in several westerns and action movies, and from time to time he's gonna see the poster of one of his movies in some of the cities, and he's gonna comment on that, or just comment on a random movie poster of another actor he's has a feud with.
Yeah, it's part of, I mean, I don't think we actually include this character, but I remember the story you were telling me from Jagged 2, I never played this one, is the guy who was the baseball player, who had like really, do you know what his name was? And he had really bad aim, but he could throw a grenade like nobody's business because he was a retired baseball player. Even some of the new characters, we spent time kind of pulling that together. There are, and I'm not exaggerating, per character there are 15-page documents that outline the backstory, all the art reference images. I mean, we spent a lot of time diving into just how these characters are drawn and pulled forward. And then we use that for things like castings. We use it for all of the ways that we put their art together, how we actually guide the castings for the voice acting sessions. I mean, it's incredible just how much depth is going into all 40 of them. And there's a huge roster of these things.
Yeah.
Wow, that's a lot. Like, how long have you been working on this game?
Well, that's a complex question. It's been actively in development for about 3 years now.
Okay, so not that long actually.
No, but it's a long time. It's quite a bit. Yeah. There's a lot of different stages for it, but I mean, it's an experience where when you think about how much content has to go into making this world come to life, I mean, we're already at, I think we're saying in interviews, north of 300,000 voiced words, and it's still going up. Just trying to add all of this life.
It's needed, so it's the depth of the characters is important, so we have to spend the time to get it right.
Yeah, absolutely.
Is it challenging for you to, on the one hand, serve the people that used to love Jagged Alliance 2 and now also get new people? Like, is that something easy for you, or is that like a really tough challenge? How do you handle that?
Yeah, definitely not easy.
Definitely not easy. It's quite difficult to manage those two aspects. It's important to keep the legacy of Jagged Alliance and keep the depth of the game, and still manage to introduce that piece by piece to new players, because they can become overwhelmed by the sheer number of mechanics and depth that each layer, the tactical layer, the strategic layer, and even the RPG aspects of the game present. So that's definitely one of the big challenges.
Yeah, there was actually a comment on chat earlier. I can't remember who said it, but there was a comment on chat earlier when we were first watching the trailer about the similarities to how the game looks like XCOM, and I think there is a. Some people know this, not everyone knows this, but Jagged Alliance 1, the first one, was one of the very first turn-based strategy games ever made in 1995. It really created some of the genres that we play now. And those genres have continued to evolve, and certain types of things have become commonplace, like how players move in a space or how they take actions. There's kind of these standards that have established because of just people making these games for a long point in time. But Jagged Alliance is different. It has its own unique feel. We see people commenting about the 1.12 mod, which is very, very famous.
1.13, yeah.
Oh, sorry, 1.13. And it's trying to capture that feel that is true to the franchise and bring it into a modern setting is tricky. Because expectations are not just from the game itself, but from all the other games that have been built based on its lineage, how you bring that together and still make it feel unique. One thing that I know people that are watching that are from the core fan group, they noticed right away from our trailers is that we kind of took a pretty big departure from the standard in the industry right now and don't show hit percentage when you're trying to decide what kind of shot you're going to take. And there were quite a few YouTube comments on our last trailer discussing that and why we're doing it and why we're not, and is it good or is it not. There's a story behind that we can share if we have time to tell a fun development story.
Yeah, sure.
Sure.
Go ahead.
We started building up Jagged Alliance initially as something that's more in the traditional modern sense of how tactical games work, and we indeed have the chance to hit. And we tried to play the game that way, and it just didn't feel like Jagged Alliance combat. It didn't feel like a realistic gunfight with all of the chaotic mess that happens in a gunfight.
And we had we had the AP system, like the weapons were balanced and tuned to be Jagged Alliance-like. But the problem that was happening is that, and we were doing even like early focus tests. Players were playing it with the amount of chance to hit being what they would use to make a decision.
Yeah, every decision was based on that.
Every decision was based on that. So it's like, if it was a 75% chance, I'd ignore it. If it was 85 or above, I would take the shot. And so like where you would move in the map or how you position your players when you take an action was all being heavily influenced by it. And that's not a bad thing. There's amazing games out there that leverage that type of system very effectively. But it didn't feel like Jagged Alliance. We even tried doing things like tuning the AI to help put different pressures on the player to see if we could just kind of like get that more simulation-style gameplay feel that Jagged Alliance is famous for, and it wasn't really working. And we went through this is months of prototyping and testing. And then one of our other creative directors, Bouillon with an I, yours is with a Y, is with an I, had the idea of actually just removing it as an experiment. We actually didn't think it was going to work. I remember having the conversation about it, and there was a great trepidation from the design team where I was like, are we crazy enough to even try this? This is not the way these games are done right now. But we tried it, and
what we actually saw when people started playing and testing was that actually they started looking at the map and looking at the tactical situation and exploring and experimenting with combat, trying to do the shots and looking what happens and the result, and then doing a different choice based on that. And they started playing more around the map and around the obstacles and around the enemies, not only trying to hit the closest enemy for the most amount of damage, but just looking at the situation and analyzing it.
Absolutely.
And experimenting more and more.
And it also allowed us to open up the AI, because once that happened and we saw players taking different decisions, then the AI could become more dynamic. We could let the AI not be so pressured, because they also could make bad decisions, and the whole thing felt different. Now I saw, I can't see his names cut off. I just see the end, Dzingzo, I think. I'm horrible at pronouncing stream names. I'm famous for pronouncing them wrong, by the way.
That's a thing.
Good, good. So we're both that way, or are you good at it? You're good
no,
at it?
I'm not good at it.
Sweet, pals. So we actually are going to add feedback to give you some decision making. So like we have a lot of VO that's like, oh, this is a horrible shot, I couldn't take it, and we have some information that kind of helps you make that decision. But it's not a percentage.
It's not a percentage. You know the ranges of the weapons, which weapon type has different weapon ranges that they are effective in, and so you know if your weapon is effective at this range. The characters themselves will comment, they will say, that's a crazy shot, I will never make it, or otherwise, I will definitely make this shot, I'm gonna kill that guy. So you do get some feedback, and with a bit of experimentation and just learning how each weapon type plays, you get the sense of what you can do and cannot do, and this sort of chaos that happens in combat is what brings the fun part, and back to the Jagged Alliance type of tactical combat.
Absolutely. I mean, once we got that figured out, and this is, we always get the questions about like, when is the game going to come out? What is the release date? It's one of the reasons why for a lot of these products, we don't answer that question, because we have to figure these things out to make the game, the best version of itself it can be. And I think once that started falling into place, then everything and the whole design of the game changed. We had all sorts of things we could play with because we weren't always balancing to the puzzle. We were now balancing to experimentation. And even things like there's a, how chances work for like shooting through an object. By the way, for all of those who have asked, and I've seen it, yes, we are doing full simulation for all weapon fire. Guns fire as a trajectory.
There's a trajectory. There
they
are
penetrate
different
objects.
calibers of guns. So if you have a high-powered rifle with a high enough caliber, it will penetrate through a brick wall and can hit an enemy on the other side. You can
or sometimes hit a civilian on the other side, which I have accidentally done that a few times, which is not good. Like there's a lot of open world components to the Jagged Alliance franchise that we're embracing, and you're trying to be on friends with like certain people, and sometimes you may make a bad shot trying to kill an enemy, and then you may accidentally kill a civilian, and those people aren't so happy with you anymore, and that causes like you
can get into quite a situation. There are, for example, there's this city which has a communist faction, former communists who can become allies or can become enemies, and if you misfire and just wound one of those guys by accident, all of the factions gonna turn against you and say you hurt one of our guys, and that's gonna be a problem, and you will have to fight quite a difficult fight.
Yeah, it's and that's, I think that kind of connects to one of the other things, which is like the game's experience is designed to be very open and explorative, and it's not just in the combat, right? Obviously, you're seeing from the language you're using that's super important to us, but there was also this nature of trying to figure out how do we bring that open world gameplay back into it, and that really ties not just to like how the moment-to-moment gameplay goes, but even like the strategic view. And I saw multiple factions with lots of question marks. I mean, there's a lot of different. The map is huge.
The map is huge.
So many locations.
Yeah. So the world map, it's the world map is again divided into sectors, like in the regional Jagged Alliance and Jagged Alliance 2. We have over 160 playable sectors, and there's a lot to explore and find out. There are different locations, a lot of different environments to go into, but once you get past the first initial maps, it's up to you where you want to go. You have the general quest of just go and rescue the president who has been kidnapped. He's a democratically elected president of a fictional country, and there's a lot of chaos going on in the country because of diamond mines, recent diamond deposits that haven't been found. And different factions are vying for control over that deposits. Mostly the Legion, which is your primary enemy, but there are other factions in the world. And
I mean, it's part of, I think, when you get to that part of the game, which is pretty early on. Once that happens, you can go and do whatever you want.
Yeah.
And there's strategic things that you can do. There are story things you can do. If you want to go and just go beeline to the story, you could. But even that's kind of hard to do because, and I saw people talking about quests earlier. Yes, there's quests in the game, but they're not quests in the way you may think about it. It's very, very different. We actually, in the beginning, and this is what we were talking about before, we had some of these early experiments where we had your typical quest log with all the steps that you take and everything.
Yeah, it was a bit railroaded, and felt
it's
very
weird because
off.
it wasn't railroaded because the game was open, but it felt that way.
Yeah, it
felt wrong. And we were trying to figure out, okay, how do we remove this? Because there's lots of things you can do. There's no order you have to do them in. But because of that visual presentation and the way it kind of inspired you to approach your progression, it kind of made you feel like you had to go from step 1 to 2 to 3 to 4 to 5. So we ended up ripping that whole system out and replacing it with this notes-based system where you have like this, well, that's a whole different topic about the theme of the UI, but you have this kind of like PDA kind of thing, and when you run into information, you actually get like notes that you kind of put in your PDA. And you go look at those notes and they kind of give you information about, oh, you met this person and their husband is missing, or, oh, maybe there's something in this part of the world, maybe you should go find it, or you've heard a rumor about this town that has this person that's whatever. And then as you're going through, you find more information to discover things. It's a lot more organic, even though functionally it's very similar to the way quests kind of work. It doesn't come across that way at all.
Yeah, it's there. You know some information. You know about that there's something interesting in a given sector, so you may go there and try to explore and see what's happening. But the interesting thing is because the satellite view, which is the world map and the world of Jagged Alliance 3. It's dynamic, and you can actually have an enemy squad moving in to attack one of your positions, and you meet it at that exact spot where you've heard that there's something going on there, and that changes the whole dynamic of the exploration down there. You have to fight an enemy squad there, and then you can go in and explore and find out what's happening in that specific location, what the story point is there.
Yeah, I see I can't read the name, it's Dieter 2. I've actually seen, I think, 3 or 4 people ask now, can you make your own merc? We're not saying anything yet. We're not going to say anything yet. That's all I'm going to say. I'll let you read into that as you will. No answer sometimes can be. You know what? I'm just going to stop. I'm going to stop there. But you'll see. Maybe. Who knows?
You're talking much about keeping the feeling of the old game and serving to the community, but also you're modernizing it. And you talked about how that's a tough challenge with like stuff like that. Can you give me an example of something that stayed the same kinda and something that was really, really modernized?
That's a really good question.
Well, for something that stays the same, it's probably the shooting mechanic and how you aim, and you can spend additional action. So there's an action point system in the game. Every merc has stats, and one of them is agility, which defines how many action points each character has. And when you are in tactical combat, when you take aim at an enemy, you can spend additional action points to make the shot, to take a better aim and make the shot more likely to hit. So that's something that's very reminiscent, very characteristic of the Jagged Alliance combat. Yeah. And for something that's different, I think
well, one thing, I mean, I want to hear what you have to say, for sure. I think one thing that jumps out to me is that in Jagged Alliance 2, I mean, this is 1999, Jagged Alliance was in 1995, games didn't really teach you how to play themselves at all. Like, you maybe would have a manual, some manuals are huge, but you were just like, here's this thing, no tutorial, no tooltips, really, just go figure it. I saw someone commenting about how, like, yeah, Jag 2 was just like, good luck.
No, there's actually a pop-up that starts when you first enter the game, but it's like 20 or 30 pages long. You have to read through a lot of it.
But you're not going to read. So I think that something that's very modernized, we're not trying, we're very purposely leaving things very explorative, but there is a lot of attention being played to UX and how you flow through different experiences, the feedback that you get and how multidimensional it is, from sound to visual effects to tooltips. I mean, we do a lot to help the player understand state and understand what's happening in the world without, you know, railroading them, without guiding them in a line. And I think that that's something that's a very modern trope that nowadays, even if a game doesn't have a specific tutorial kind of setup, they're still being very aware of how any player should go in and be able to understand the world around them. Even stuff like being consistent with their iconization and being very disciplined. There's a lot of that's modern UI discipline type stuff that we're being very careful with. What was your answer going to be?
I was going to say that the satellite view, which is the world map, it's a bit different visually. It retains all of the strategic layer depth that Jagged Alliance 2 had, but right now we have a timeline which shows all the important events on it, and it's much easier to track down what's happening when you have multiple squads, like 3 squads moving around, and there's an enemy attack trying to take one of your diamond mines, and everything is moving. The timeline really helps you track down what's happening.
There's also someone that you may know was complaining at you guys incessantly for over a year about how I kept on running out of money. Like you would like, and the game premise is, you know, that you're a mercenary squad and you have to be able to make money to pay for the mercenaries. You can run out of money and that's it. Like once the money's down, then everyone leaves and the game kind of ends. And for a long time in development, you would not necessarily know when that was happening. Like you would go hire mercs, and you would be in trouble the moment you did that because you spent too much money for stuff that you're like, I already lost, I didn't even realize it. So there's a lot of feedback about how do you understand how much money you're spending and when these guys need to get paid. And so the team at
the timeline really helps.
It really helped a lot.
Yeah, with this.
Chat is asking if you can tell us something about the multiplayer or co-op gameplay.
I don't think we've really talked about that yet officially.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Yeah, it's something you're gonna have to wait for. There is some cool things that we're doing on that front, and some that we're still exploring. So we're gonna try to make sure we identify how all that's gonna work best before we come and get. We don't want to give you half details, so
Okay.
I'm not quite ready to talk about that yet.
Can you tell us if there will be vehicles?
I don't believe we have vehicles in the sense we're thinking about it yet.
I think in the sense
I mean,
that they were used in.
Yeah. I mean, there are vehicles and there are objects in the game that you interact with, but I don't think in the sense that you're getting into something and driving around. That's not.
There are port cities where you can board boats and do water travel and travel up along the river or along the coastline, but that's like fast travel in the satellite view and not vehicles you can command.
Well, it has some mechanics involved too, because there is a cost to some of those components, and there is like traversal times that matter. And you also have like as you're hiring, because you can hire multiple squads of mercenaries, and you can kind of get up to like 3 or 4 different squads of 4 to 6 mercenaries each. So as that management gets bigger, like where they're moving and how they're moving becomes a thing. So there are some traversal elements there that are vehicle based, but I don't know if it's in the way that maybe Grandista was thinking about it.
Can you tell us something about the ratio between the macro and micromanagement?
That's a good question. I think it happens in 2 different places. So we have like the game is broken up into 2 main ways that you engage with it. You have kind of your tactical map, or your tactical view, which is when you're in a map and you're like fighting enemies, you're exploring. There's a lot of open exploration and looting and talking to people, and all that's fully 3D rendered, and you've seen from the videos. And that's very it can be very micro-esque, because it's like each movement, each mercenary that you're moving and who they're talking to and what weapon they're using, that's very micro. But then when you go to the satellite view where you see the map and you're moving things around there, there's a lot of macro management there about like how much money you have, what state your outposts are in, how well trained your mercs are. There's a lot of elements of macro there.
You definitely have to manage the time of your mercs and the money you're earning. And you can send your mercs on different assignments to help train local militia or to train themselves and improve their stats.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of macro in the satellite view.
But even in the tactical view, I guess there's still levels of macro, because all the mercenaries have, they do level up and they get perks, and you can customize them on a per merc basis. So that is kind of like a progression that helps you kind of define how your squad's going to play. And we have a weapon mod system, so you can customize all your weapons, and there's a lot of potency in the weapon mod system. There's a lot of things that you can do to shift weapons to work in completely different ways. There's even, I know in the interviews, Booyan was talking about, yeah, you can go ahead and say it.
That's a good example.
I love the example. I was going to steal it from him.
Yeah.
It's your example. I'll let you.
So if you want, you could build an AK for a stealth weapon, which sounds a little bit ridiculous, but you can actually add this huge silencer suppressor, and you can add a reflex scope to it, and that will allow you to aim even further. Usually you have 3 aims. With the reflex scope, it goes down up to 5 aims, and the whole weapon is built around the idea that you're going to do a single very powerful shot, and if that's from stealth, that could be an instant kill. And that's the basic idea of this built on the Kalashnikov. And you can have another Kalashnikov that's built entirely for nighttime combat, for example. You put a thermal scope on it, it's going to ignore all of the penalties from nighttime combat, it's going to ignore all the penalties from fog or other weather effects. Let's say you put a bipod on it, and that's going to allow you to use it much better from the prone position. Your mercenaries can go prone. And since every mercenary has 2 quick weapon slots, they can swap for very few action points. This allows you to mix and match multiple playing styles, and you could combine weapons quite effectively. You could always go into the inventory and equip another weapon, but that's going to probably take you an entire turn, and that's not always a good idea in the middle of a chaotic battle.
Yeah, there's also different dynamics there too, because you can decide to have weapons for different circumstances, even as dramatic as melee versus range. You have melee weapons. Some characters are very effective using melee, so it's like you may have someone with a knife that deals with up close and personal stuff as well as like a mid-range assault rifle or Uzi or whatever. And there's that kind of plays and allows the customization to really be whatever you want it to be. Even like dual wielding a fast shot pistol and a slow shot pistol. I mean, there's a lot of flexibility there.
So you're talking a lot about customization options, but will there be also options for modding?
So yes, that's that.
We know that basically Jagged Alliance 2 is alive because of the modding community, and we know there's a very passionate modding community. We understand that they would want to mod the game and make improvements, or maybe just add additional content, make new maps. I'm hoping that somebody will actually recreate Jagged Alliance 2 in Jagged Alliance 3. That's my hope. And maybe even Jagged Alliance 1. That's going to be a bit more difficult. So,
if someone makes that's watching this right now, we will play the entire thing on stream.
Yeah, definitely.
You have my word right now. Someone in the dev team will stream the entire Jagged Alliance 2 and Jagged Alliance 3 experience. Guaranteed. You can hold me to it. Absolutely.
That's fan service. I like it.
Yeah, that'd be fun.
Huey is asking, will there be something like Bobby Ray's shop?
So, not specifically like that, but you could find some interesting local vendors here and there. There's a particularly interesting NPCs like that. It's an old granny from Serbia, and she's holding. She has a weapons shop, and you can go and buy certain weapons from her, and stock restocks from time to time. But that's more of like an quest exploration type of thing you can do inside the world rather than from online from the browser.
Yeah. There's another question about, and I think we haven't talked about this enough during this conversation. It's good to spend a few minutes on it, which is the RPG elements. Because Jagged Alliance is definitely a role-playing game as well, and I think that there's a lot of dialogue systems that are involved when it comes to there's different skill checks for individual mercs and their individual unique skills, as well as kind of general stats for wisdom or there's a lot of different layers that come together for what kind of options can open up, and those have cascading impacts as you progress. So there can be a situation where you could, oddly enough, you can always just pull up your gun and shoot somebody. So we actually had a big debate about that at one point on whether we wanted to still support it because it makes things really complicated. But at any point in time, you can just decide, I'm going to just fight this guy and blow him. I'm not going to talk to this person. But when you talk to someone, you could maybe intimidate them, or you could learn something about them to blackmail with them later, or you could just fight them right then and there. There's a lot of different elements, and a lot of that gets baked into the RPG elements that are about each merc.
Yeah, and that's where the mercenaries and their unique personalities also come in. Every mercenary is going to comment on what's happening, in what's discussed in a conversation. You could have different topics unlock in conversations because you have specific mercenary. For example, if you have Fidel, who's a bit of a crazy psycho, he can easily intimidate an enemy, or when you find this crazy explosive experts who's supplying explosives, yeah, to the local, yeah, she's supplying explosive to a fortress you have to take in your quests. And when they meet with Fidel, since she's a crazy explosives expert and he's a crazy explosive expert, they have this kind of dynamic.
It's one of my favorite conversations. It's hilarious.
It's hilarious. There are explosions in it as well, so it's very fun.
But it's actually, I mean, it's part of, I think, the legacy there is that the replayability is magnified by how these circumstances evolve based on which mercenary you decide to bring with you. And that's all evolving. It's not just the role-playing in a sense of what quest do you get, but it's the personalities that come out, how the characters react to those personalities. We have a lot of quips that show up as you're in a dialogue system, and those quips are based on all the different mercenaries coming in. And there's so many of them. So one dialogue with one character may be completely different depending on what your party layout is.
Do you have a favorite moment or thing in the game that you personally just really love? That's maybe a little niche and people wouldn't maybe see it otherwise?
Oh, I can tell you about something that one of our designers mentioned last week about a good crazy moment he had. So there was a fight that was happening on the second story of a big building. So he had a grenade launcher with him, and there was this big bad boss fight. So he launched a grenade towards the boss, but there was a mishap, and the grenade landed almost next to the mercenary itself. It blew up, destroyed the whole floor, and everybody of the team fell down, got both blown up and extra damage from the fall down. And one of the mercenaries actually got stuck on the rooftop, and he was alone, and he was sitting there for all of the enemies around. So it's this kind of chaotic mess that could happen, that highlights this experimental approach to combat we want to have, and that was a very fun and interesting moment.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, my experiences that I really like are usually just how I keep on getting surprised by content that I already even know. You know, working on this product the whole way through, you think you understand how the game is built, you think you've seen everything, and I've definitely had experiences where I've brought someone into a conversation and have them. It's always like I've played Ernie Island. I probably played it like 50 times, and I think I know everything. And there'll be a Nil Merc that'll show up, and all of a sudden, like, Pierre will like go off on a rant about something. I'm like, I didn't even know that existed. Like, when I send them an email, like, when did this get written? Like, when did this even come in? And like, it's been there forever. You just never triggered it before. Like, that stuff happens a lot, even to someone who knows the game as well as I do. So I think that it's not one moment. It's just how many different places where those emergent elements can come out, and the personality of the mercs can come out. I really think that's really unique.
That's great. There's a simple question in chat. Will there be controller support?
We are trying to support controller.
Yeah, I actually saw another interesting questions. It was about would it be playable on the Steam Deck. I actually got a Steam Deck, and I have it running on my Steam.
I got mine. Steam Deck Bros.
Yeah.
You got a Steam Deck?
Yeah. I have it working on my Steam Deck. It's not official support, definitely. I had to do a lot of tweaking with the controls.
Asen, as the CTO, his mind was be going crazy. You're saying this on stream.
Yeah, but I had a lot of fun trying the game on the Steam Deck and using sort of a controller type support. But yeah, we will support controller.
Yeah, I also saw comments about the music and someone liking the music for the trailer. Yeah, I don't know the exact track count, but it's quite extensive. Yeah, George, the composer, he's a phenomenal. They've worked with him before on Surviving Mars, which
and on Victor Run
soundtrack.
as well.
Yeah, Victor Run too. And it's all live recorded. Everything is live. We have even some really cool ethnic music that we've brought in. We had a recording session we did with a group down in South Africa for some unique sounds. So there's a lot of really cool stuff we're doing in the soundtrack. I'm actually heading next week to go and do more soundtrack recording with an orchestra in Prague. So it's actively being done right now.
Wow.
It's really, really cool stuff. It's a great... George is incredible to work with. His team is phenomenal. The music is really special. So if you're a big music fan for game music, I think you'll have a very, very nice soundtrack to enjoy.
And I think he nailed down the feel of the Jagged Alliance music as well.
Yeah, it was a lot of... We actually... some of my background back in my previous life before game development was music-based, and the early soundtracks when we first started, it just didn't have the right kind of organic feel. And we worked very closely together to kind of experiment and identify the sound that would make sense for Jagged Alliance. And I think we have a couple different identities that exist, but they all blend together because there's so many different regions and characters of the sound that we want to bring to play. But the tapestry is quite exciting. So I think people will enjoy. By the way, Kermit the Frog's around there. I know Kermit the Frog. How's it going, man? Good to see you.
One is asking, is the soundtrack DMCA free and can be played by streamers during the game?
It will definitely be able to be played by streamers during the game. Absolutely.
Great. Smart.
Yeah. I mean, we've done that for almost, these are the projects that I work on. Yeah, it's really important to be able to, we're very actually, there's a lot that we're trying to do to support the streaming community. For some people that recognize me from some of the other games, like I was on Expeditions Rome, which is another turn-based game that came out earlier last year. There's a lot of cool things we're trying to do to support streamers and make their life better and easier, and make it better, easier to entertain audiences with our products. So I think you'll be very excited about what's going to be happening with Jagged Alliance down the road.
That sounds awesome. So we're almost at the end. Chat, if you have any more questions, ask them now. We've got like a couple more minutes, and if you have something that you definitely want to share that you didn't yet, it's your last chance right now.
Anything you wanna share that maybe we didn't cover, Beyond?
I see that there's a question if there's an addition to the Dovich. There are still only a couple of Doviches in the game, but they're there.
I guess there's one thing we haven't talked about that I think is kind of interesting. And I wish we actually had a chance. We had brought like some cool images to show the example of this. But the game takes place in like late 90s, early 2000s. We didn't want the characters to be geriatric by making it present. So we wanted to make it kind of follow the timeline sequence of the original 2 games so we can bring those mercenaries back. And one of the most fun exercises, more as like a geek out for me, was kind of going back to the era of the internet in 1999 or 2000 and the era of technology, because we want, like, if everyone, people who are big Jagged Alliance fans, like Jagged Alliance 2, you had the laptop, you had like the billboard systems you checked in, the famous personality test. There's a lot of things. The UI wasn't just a UI, there was immersive elements in it that brought the game to life. So we've done quite a bit of research to do the exact same thing with Jagged Alliance 3, but in a new era. So for friends out there that use either AIM or, it's funny, I've asked a number of press people this week if they remember their ICQ number, and quite a few actually could recite it on rote. So we're trying to bring some of those elements in. If you watch the trailer, you'll see, like, we call it Snipe, but it's like a messaging app, and you'll see you have like a phone call icon on it. All of the UI is framed in this little like a Palm-esque device, because I had a Palm 3 when I was young. We all had like these little devices. We actually even looked at we have like old pop-up ads that come up sometimes, because back then the internet had pop-ups everywhere. It was just the way it sucked, but it's the way it was. We have elements from weird banner ads, certain like email spam tendencies, like all these little things to bring the character of technology of that era, just as more of an homage to kind of make the game feel more immersive. So that's been, the conversations were hilarious. I think the UI artist at one point wanted to kill us, because she's like, I'm young, I didn't use like this stuff, I have no idea what it looked like. And we're like, here's all the ICQ skins, and I use Trillion. And she's like, what's Trillion? It's like, there's a whole conversation, but I think the end result is it definitely has helped breathed that immersive era to the front, and that's such an important part of this game. Like, the game has to feel, the combat is serious, but the game itself is immersive, and it's also funny, and it's real.
Lighthearted element, yeah.
It's all those things, and that's which hopefully when you guys play it, you'll get a chance to experience that and enjoy that too.
Thank you for sharing that about your game. There's a lot of passion there, and it was really great to listen to that. And chat is really excited, I think. So thank you so much for your time and your insights. Thanks for being here.
Thank you so much, and we appreciate all of you for coming and spending time with us today.
And chat, I'm telling you, we are gonna go on a quick break again now. Think about all the things we just heard, and after the break, we're gonna play Alone in the Dark. We're not gonna play it, but we'll look at Alone in the Dark. So stay here, go take a pee, and we'll be right back.
Ever since you took that damned scepter, you haven't been yourself. You brought us here, then abandoned the fight, abandoned your men, and even abandoned your vows. For what?
So you're alive, brother.
Aye, Lord. The honor is ours, brother.
There's no turning back, no rest, no doubt.
Advancing.
What manner of beast? These be fools! Ventrus Nemando, peace be!
I see you have brought friends.
God's name. Back off, Dave! In God's name.
What happened to you, brother?
On the march. Back off, Dave!
By your command! Fate is curious, don't you think? After all I had to suffer and sacrifice, it puts you in my righteous path. You. Don't make me do this, Theo.
Breaking news here in Sledgehammer County. After a sharp increase of car racing activity in recent days, authorities now report a staggering amount of items and racetracks popping up out of nowhere. Jan, what do you make of it?
Well, Bill, it's like you say. Random bits and pieces of racetracks, along with all different kinds of items, have been emerging all over the county. And, wait, I'm just getting word that these pieces now seem to be rising into the air, forming an ever-expanding aerial racetrack and eclipsing the sky above Sledgehammer. Bill, I've never seen anything like this. You have to wonder, who is behind this, and where does it end?
Shadows in the sky, footsteps in the night, behind me, targets in their sight, running out of light to save me. Red moon on the rise, you say your last good night, while I begin.
There is a house in New Orleans they call the Rising Sun, where thousands of young to salvation have gone. Oh God, she knows I'm one.
Don't let them get inside, compare. They're not the good kind.
Derceto isn't cursed or blessed. It's a battleground.
Maybe the Dark Man just likes it when you suffer.
Have you ever talked to a doctor about your condition?
This is madness!
Are you crazy?
Fall on your knees, wear the mask, raise his name.
Welcome to the madhouse, Detective.
Welcome back, Chad. We are still at Gamescom at the THQ Nordic booth, and I have a new guest with me. Welcome, Michael.
Thank you for having me.
Thanks for being here. This is exciting. We're going to talk about Alone in the Dark, and we just watched the trailer, so everyone should know what it's basically about, but feel free to tell us anyways in your words.
Yeah, we've been working on this for a while now, and of course it's based on the original from 1992. Yeah, I mean there's been a range of installments to this series, but we've been trying to focus on the very original and see how we can bring that back today. This is not something that we sort of took lightly. It's an IP that we value very much, and me personally, it's a game that I played when I was a kid. So I definitely wanted to sort of do it right. Yeah, I hope to be able to show you that it's at least worth giving a try when it comes out.
I bet it is, because actually, like, the line at the demo is always like full. Like, the fair didn't even start and people are standing in line for it. So people are pretty hyped. Chad, are you hyped for this game? Because Gamescom floor is, definitely. I heard you brought a presentation to show us.
Yeah, we've been doing this presentation for like a couple of days now. Since this is Gamescom, we just talk to everyone who wants to listen, basically. So we have this presentation that we do for all the journalists. So we thought that we maybe just burn it through here, and you can kind of hear what we've been telling these couple of days, because we want to share.
Yeah, please
all
share
the
it
things
with
that
us.
we could talk about. Yeah, for sure. So, yeah, let's get started, I guess. Yeah, all right. So here we have the splash screen of our game, our version of Alone in the Dark, and yeah.
The cover art is really pretty, and I actually got a question for it.
Oh, go for it.
Because, I mean, you're doing horror, obviously.
Yeah.
And my question is, like, how important is a very good and explicit graphic in this style important? Like, is it important for the horror? Like.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, it's so easy when you start doing horror games nowadays that you go into this kind of, I guess it would kind of very stark kind of graphics that's very harsh and hard, and there's no softness to it. And for us, it was very important because the original game was kind of quirky and it had a lot of charm to it, and we felt that we at least wanted to try to capture that in some way. Also, it kind of makes it stand out from all the other games out there. So for us, Alone in the Dark is a lot about mystery as much as horror. And having this kind of warmness to it, and it kind of brings out a lot of emotion, at least for me.
Yeah.
I care a lot more about these kind of characters that we present in the game by having them look that way. We're not going for like a stark realism or anything like that. We're kind of having this a slight level of abstraction where they become not cartoonish, but they definitely have a lot more character rather than just being just a real person, if that makes sense.
Makes sense, yeah. Okay, so should we go
Yeah,
into
let's go
it?
in. So we started, of course, by looking at the original from 1992, and it, of course, looked like this. And a modern audience would probably, you know, say, "What the heck is this?" It looks really kind of goofy. But the way that we look at it is because if you play it, it's actually quite effective still. I would say because of how it plays, and it's such a weird mood, and it's quite, I don't know, eerie. Which is something we want to capture. Stuff that so you were talking about before, how they kind of look and style, and you can kind of see we're keeping a bit of the color scheme, because it sort of brings out so much of the of that style and that sort of warmth that we're talking about. But of course, we have upped the. We're trying to reimagine it and do our thing, and I guess we can skip this part because now we usually show the trailer. Do you want to watch it again, or should we just skip it?
I mean, we just watch it.
We just watch it. Let's just skip it. Yeah. Okay. So we're going. What we're doing is that we're trying to do a love letter to the original. And we try to figure out what all of that would mean. You know, we really want to do it right, so it's the dense atmosphere, and of course we want to return to a haunted mansion because that's really what the original game was all about. It was a haunted mansion scenario. You couldn't really get away from that. It was the whole thing.
So is the Fear of the Unknown still in focus?
Oh, for sure. Yeah. And we want to. A lot of the sort of exploration we want from coming to a strange house and just walking through and uncovering the secrets and all the strange things that you can find there. And I think for the sort of a modern audience, I think you shouldn't be too worried about me gushing over the original, because if you played like modern horror games, you will recognize that classical third-person horror, where you over-the-shoulder camera and you sort of walk around. You have the puzzles, you have some combat, you have all the scares, and and we also have the story, of course. Yeah. So we have some stuff where we're showing the exploration. You can here we see.
I love the wallpaper.
yeah, exactly. It's such a great.
It adds so much character.
Yeah. It's I love this stuff, and this is of course our Desetto. And you see, we first saw Edward Carnby, who's the detective, and here we see Emily Hartwood, who is our other protagonist. But we can see some stuff from. We're sort of venturing outside the house as well, because if we would just. I should probably be clear about this. We're not remaking the original. We would never attempt to sort of improve on the original, because the original is the granddaddy of, survival horror games. So we're doing our sort of love letter to it. And we wanted to expand it a little bit because, for instance, if we did like a pure remake of the original, it would be a fairly short game. And we wanted to go further on. And what was really cool, if you looked into the original game, all the backstory and all the lore that you found there, you would realize that it's not like a run-of-the-mill ghost story. It's not like it's in the New England or, in the moors of in the British Isles or something like that. It's actually placed in Louisiana, outside of New Orleans. Which opens up this whole thing of, this American Southern Gothic, which is a kind of a feel that you don't see a lot in games or movies. You often have this kind of moonlit, cold nights from the sort of the Edgar Allan Poe stories and things like that. But we thought like, oh, this is amazing that it takes place in the deep American South, because we can really try to bring that in, that kind of sticky, warm climate, have that seep into the house. But of course, as we were sort of reading up on the place of Louisiana and New Orleans, things like that, we were.
Yeah, I was saying the one street looked like where Mardi Gras is.
Yeah, exactly. So it's French quarters. Yes, because it's such a rich history and such a rich culture. We thought we should probably make some detours. But for all the fans of the original out there, you should know that the very heart of our game is still a haunted house. That's really important to us. So you will do some detours, go some small adventures, but you will always return. That's where the main part of the investigation takes part. That's where the mystery is. So yeah, all right. So of course, yeah, we will have puzzles. Here we see a very simple example of it. Yeah, all of this stuff, by the way, is pre-alpha footage, so please excuse us if it isn't perfect, but we still have some stuff to do.
For pre-alpha, this looks pretty legit.
Yeah, no, we're happy with it. It's turning out pretty damn well. Yeah, it's cool.
I'm really excited. Like, I just see the pictures right now, but I'm really excited how the sound design is going to emphasize that.
Yeah.
Because it's already so moody, and I feel like it's going to creep me out a lot.
Yeah, I hope so. Yeah, no, it's a really good soundscape. We have a fantastic sound guy called Arne Berger-Suega, who sort of like everything from like the sound guy to the musical director, and also a composer. So he's able to sort of design the whole soundscape all at once. And as you find out later, that we also got a collaborator for him, a fantastic jazz guy who's sort of bringing in a lot of cool musical sort of melodies to help him out. And it's a really important part for horror games, and we wouldn't want to be without it.
Rixdorf is asking, what was the biggest challenge to change or adapt from the original and not lose the spirit of it?
Yeah, I guess I'd say it was very easy when we started doing combat stuff to just run away with it. It was like, oh, it's cool to shoot things. And then, no, wait a minute. This isn't like this is not like a shooting gallery. This isn't, you're not a Navy SEAL breaking down the door and shooting things. No, you're actually playing like ordinary people. You know, Edward Carnby is like a detective, and Emily Hartwood is even more like a civilian. So, of course, they're Americans. They could probably fire a gun. So that was fine, but we didn't want them to be sort of kicking down the door and just doing combat rolls everywhere. So we had to bring it back and sort of try to figure out how to make it more desperate and fit more of that feeling that you got from the original. So I would say that's one of the big ones. But yeah, no, mostly I would say that it has been a series of fun challenges actually to sort of bring this into the 2023 here.
Was there also something unfun?
No, I guess the most unfun part is that when it sort of stops, when there's nothing else to pick from it. So what I kind of did was looking into the original, I just started over-analyzing it. It was like, how much can I pull from this? And eventually the well runs dry. So I kind of looked into the second and the third game a little bit. And then, of course, we had to invent new stuff so we could kind of fill it up with enough of the story and the stuff we wanted to do. It's all been a really fun ride, but it's more about trying to figure out what we can do and how to apply it in a good way. So, yeah.
Sounds good.
Here we have like the 4 pillars basically of our game. So we have the exploration. I don't know. We sort of go back and forth with intense combat, but what we actually mean is desperate combat. we always felt like like I said, we don't want the player to feel like it's a power fantasy. It's not like now you've played for several hours and then I'm just a god. You know, I'm just killing everything mercilessly. No, it's supposed to be really like desperate, and you can pick up things and throw at the monsters. You can club them with melee weapons and things like that. So it's yeah.
Is there different difficulty settings?
We've been sort of discussing that a little bit. We would probably have like a normal and a story setting. We don't want to go like Soulsborne things, you know. We don't want the difficulty of the game to really stop you from playing, because it's fun if you can kind of get through it. It is an experience, and we wouldn't want to stop people from playing. But yeah, there's like every now and then somebody comes in. Maybe we could have like an iron mode, or you basically like the hardcore version of. Yeah, we might discuss that, but so far we haven't seen a real good reason for it.
Could I play the game in a pacifist run and not fight?
As it is right now, I can think of at least one monster you would have to kill. But the idea is that you should be able to sneak past them or maybe run at times. But yeah, we're playing back and forth with that, because also, when you say pacifist run, we don't want it to be too easy. We don't want you to just be able to, I'm just charging through this thing and nothing's happening, right? But yeah, it's definitely like a balancing act.
Lucas is asking, any possibility to make it classic with fixed camera angles?
No, I don't think so. No, it's because so much of the game that we discovered. Let's just say this: I have total respect for you, Lucas. I totally understand where you're coming from, because this is not like this is not a choice we made easily. We kind of started out with thinking about do we want fixed camera angles, or do we, you know, how do we do this? And the thing is that when you do the fixed camera angles, everything is kind of small. You have this fixed settings. You can have like an awesome, cool composition, but we want the player to be exploring a lot and looking at all the nice graphics we have. So even though we could say like, oh, now he approaches the he approaches a painting or something, we could pull in with the camera, you know, and we could show that really close up. But it was just easier, and it was actually more fun, because it's interesting when we started doing some levels. You see that people play differently. So if we have a fixed camera angle, it's easier for the player just to charge through, because it's hard to sort of pick up what really matters to them. But when you have that third-person camera, it's sort of makes it more interesting to have a look around, I would say. So yeah, but it was definitely not something that we took lightly. It was a big conversation. Yeah.
One of the points is cinematic story that matches to the question machines are human is asking. Will it be a linear story, or will there be moments when I can change the ending because of how I solve a situation?
It is sort of linear, I would say, but not strictly linear. I don't want to give away too much. What's interesting about the story is that, like in the original game, you get to play as either Edward Carnby or Emily Hartwood. But in our version, you get to do that as well. But the person that you're not playing is sticking around as an NPC. Because we have NPCs in this. Let me just do this thing. So the cinematic story basically means that. So if you look back at the original, there was story, but it was basically backstory. You know, it was passive story. The setup was the guy who owned Derceto, Jeremy Hartwood. He had hung himself in the attic. And that sort of was the catalyst for Emily or Edward to go to the house and explore. And you would find out things about what had happened there through notes. That's all fine. It's really cool. It's a good backstory. It's fun to read them. But when we were doing it, we thought, well, can we do more of this? And what we figured out is that we would want we want the player to step into an ongoing story. So it feels like it's not already done. So that was kind of a thing with the first game, that it kind of felt like we didn't really play much of a part in the sort of the story. But here we wanted you to step into an ongoing story. So that meant bringing in some characters. So the first thing we did was Jeremy Hartwood, who kills himself to set off the first game, he doesn't kill himself. Instead, he realizes that he needs help.
Oh,
so
good for him.
Yeah, exactly. Good for him. Yeah, I'm sure he'll be all right. No, but he goes to a private hospital in the countryside outside of New Orleans, and that's our Derceto. So suddenly, instead of a private home, we have a private hospital, and we can populate that with a bunch of weird characters. Of course, not too many, because that would be too crowded, and we want you to be sort of alone in the dark, right?
I mean, what's scary about hospitals or asylums, right?
Yeah. Yeah. So you will find a bunch of quirky patients and some staff members and a doctor, and so but sort of like the original game, you will be able to walk around and explore and find and uncover mysteries, but also you will bump into these weird characters that has a sort of a Lynchian tone, like David Lynchian tone, and I think it really adds to it, because it kind of adds a sense of antagonism, even though, because you don't really know, are these people good or bad? I don't know. Are they just trying to mess with me or something? And I kind of like that. It's a nice sort of confusion, but they also all participate in this weird story that unfurls. So yeah, I really hope that the audience will sort of appreciate this sort of expansion, I guess, of the original. I guess I kind of want to add the fact that, so even though we added all this stuff, we did try to pull all the stuff from the original. So it was a lot of over-analyzing of the original texts. It's almost like if you imagine someone was just ripping up the story or something, and then we came along 30 years after, and it's like, oh, what are all these cool things? So we're kind of archaeologists trying to imagine what it meant, and we, of course, created our own meaning out of it. So it's really just sort of really trying to take some minor detail that we found and just run with it and go crazy. So a lot of the characters are just sort of names from the original. So for instance, the guy who runs the hospital is called Dr. Gray. It's just a name in the original game. And it's just a fun thing to sort of bring him to life and see, who is this guy? What's his deal, you know? And then we had, there's a girl who appears in Alone in the Dark 2 called Grace Saunders. And we brought her in as a patient. And if you had a chance to play the playable teaser, that's the protagonist we have there. Yeah.
Sounds great. Let's look back into the presentation, maybe.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I was losing track anyway. So
it was interesting. It's so good.
Yeah, and while we're talking about this, this is just said now is this private hospital that where the rich and wealthy pretty much send their family members who are embarrassing the family. And people who know the backstory of the original game, Jeremy Hartwood killed himself because he was haunted by a dark man, or the dark man in a way, which is this weird entity that we don't really know a lot about. And we keep him around as this sort of spirit or ghost or whatever you want to call it. You will discover if you play the game what that's all about. And here you can see we bring this sort of new active story to life with fantastic looking cutscenes. Yeah, we have great people at a company called Gate 21 doing the characters and things like that, and then we have Metric Minds doing stage acting and sort of the motion capture and things like that, and they're putting all the cutscenes together. It's such a huge undertaking. We have people on our side doing, helping with lighting and visual effects and things like that. It's a huge thing. So, I'm really happy how it turned out. You can probably see here as well that we have this kind of that graphics that we were talking about before. It has a sort of graphical quality that isn't truly sort of photorealistic. There's a slight stylistic tone to it, and it really makes them almost larger than life, all the characters. Here we see Grace, of course, who's for you people who are watching, don't be alarmed. This is from the playable teaser. It's not from the full game. The playable teaser is available here at Gamescom, and we will most likely release it in some way later down the line. I mean, we made it after all. It would be a waste to just sort of lock it up in a vault somewhere. So I'm sure it will be available to the public at some point. But if you do get to play it, it is a prologue to the full game, because we didn't want to spoil the full game in any way. So the full game starts off with Emily Hartwood getting a strange letter from her uncle Jeremy Hartwood, who basically cry for help. And in the playable teaser, you get to run around as this young kid, Grace, who helps out posting this letter. Yeah.
Hey, sounds promising. I mean, I like it when the demo of the game is basically additional content. That's such a cool trend right now, I feel like, and I really like that you do that, and you want to let people enjoy that as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's a weird thing when they said they wanted to show something at Gamescom. We were like kind of alarmed by the fact that we don't want to spoil anything. But what's fun is also that there was a playable teaser back in 1993 for Alone in the Dark 2, and it was called Jack in the Dark. So we're kind of, and it actually had Grace Saunders, the kid that you just saw, as the protagonist, and it was a self-contained story. And I mean, back then, I don't know, I haven't heard about playable teasers back then. I don't even think they called it a playable teaser, but it's kind of technically a one. So we played around with that. We called ours Grace in the Dark, which was kind of cute. And of course, Grace already existed in our version because she was a patient. We wanted to bring her in. And so it was really easy. It kind of wrote itself, basically. It was really
How much more work was it to do that demo?
I guess it was something like maybe 2-3 months or something like that. It's
How long is it?
maybe 15 minutes, I guess.
And will it be included in the final game?
I hope so in some way. I'm sure we'll probably release it in Steam or something. Maybe beforehand even. I am not a marketing guy, but I suppose they would want people to be trying it out and playing it. So yeah.
Okay, sounds great. Should we look more at the presentation?
Oh, I don't know if there's anything left.
Okay.
Yeah, there's maybe a couple of slides left. Yeah, maybe, let's do it. Okay, so yeah, so the playable teaser, Grace in the Dark, is available. So anyone who's at Gamescom, go play it or wait for it. It's probably coming out at some point. Oh yeah, here we see some stuff from it. I guess we shouldn't really spoil it, so maybe let's skip it. I do kind of like. I get happy every time I see Grace because she is one of the patients. She's such a weird kid.
Why is she so weird?
Yeah, I mean, you don't have to play to find out, and even then, it's difficult to find out. Yeah, again, Derceto is a weird place, and not anything can happen, but some weird things can happen. And when you play, you will slowly start to figure out why it's happening and what can be done about it. But yeah, I just get really happy seeing her because she's such a fun character to write for, and the actors actually are just amazing. So yeah, I hope you'll all like it. And also she kind of shows the weirdness of the whole tone of the game. So yeah. Oh yeah.
Is there anything known yet about supported languages?
Let's see. I think it's voiced in German and French. I'm gonna get our producer's gonna slap me, but I'm pretty sure it's those. And there's like a bunch that in text, so it should be available.
Okay.
Yeah, it should be good. And yeah, you can play as either Edward Carnby or Emily Hartwood, just like in the original. But as I said, depending on who you pick, the story actually changes a little bit because what you're basically doing, both of them in our game, both of them arrive at the house at the same time because Emily hires Edward Carnby to go help her find her uncle. So what you do is you're actually choosing who's going to be the active protagonist. So the other one is going to stick around and be like an NPC. So what you will find out if you play them both is that it's not like one timeline where you see two different perspectives. It's actually, you're actually changing how the scenario plays out depending on who you're choosing to play. And without saying too much, Emily is of course the niece of Jeremy, so she has more of a personal stories. I would wager to say it's a little bit more serious in tone, while Edward is more he's more detached, but he's also more experienced in investigation. It's more of like a kind of a gumshoe noir-y thing. They're both really fun in different ways.
Okay.
So yeah, you should definitely play both if you want like a full experience.
Which one would you favor for the first run?
Who would I play first? It really depends. I would just say play the one that you sort of favor the most, or I mean, the one you seems coolest. What I really hope is that when you start playing either one, like halfway through, you're gonna be like, I wonder what would have happened if I play the other person. Because I mean, the cutscenes are all different. It's not like we're just swapping characters or anything
So
like
you basically made 2 games.
Yeah, when you put it like that, it sounds really expensive than it was. But yeah, yeah, no, but for sure, there's a lot of work going into it, and we might have been more frugal if we thought it through. But now we've done it, so yeah, yeah, I think, yeah, it's kind of 2 games, I guess. Yeah,
Awesome.
it's cool. I mean, they're still trying they're trying to achieve the same thing, it's the same objective, but they just have slightly different takes on it.
A question in chat is, how long is the game gonna be? More like 10 hours or more like 20?
No, we're 10 is a good number. We don't really know. This is so fun because we've been talking about all kinds of numbers throughout the production, and whenever we say like, hey, we send something off to our publishers, we say, here you got 30 minutes of gameplay or something, and they will come back and it's like, this took us like 90 minutes to 120 minutes to play, and we're like, we have no idea to calculate this time anymore because we don't know. And I guess it's the same with things like if you play like Resident Evil. Sometimes some people just sort of burn through them in a few, 5 hours or something like that, and then there's the people who take like 20 hours.
I always go to how long to beat before a game, and it's so crazy that some people do it in like 2 hours, and some people like take 12 hours for every little detail.
Yeah.
I always try to figure out where I am.
Yeah, I guess I would say, I'd say 10 is a good number, but of course you should play twice. With the 2 different characters. So, and if I guess the second run would be quicker, so it's not like 20 hours, but I don't know, let's say 16, 17 if you're doing a completionist run.
What engine does it run on?
Unreal 4.
Okay.
Yeah.
And how long did it take for you to make this game?
We've been working on it since 2019. So Pieces Interactive, the developers in Skövde, they contacted me and said, hey, we're going to try to pitch this a version of Alone in the Dark for our publishers. Do you want to try to help us with this? Because I've been doing some horror stuff before. I had been a writer for a game called Amnesia: The Dark Descent and another one called Soma, and it's a kind of indie horror, psychological stuff. And they thought, oh, this might work because they want a slightly more mature kind of horror rather than sort of in your face screaming all the time. So yeah, I was happy to help out because I mean it's such an iconic game, but it is absolutely terrifying sitting down. So now I'm gonna try to sort of improve on this masterpiece, or this sort of this artifact. It seems I don't know. It seems presumptuous and almost a little bit sacrilegious, but we did it anyway. So hopefully all the original creators will sort of forgive us.
They probably will. There's a lot of people talking about speedrunning. They want to speedrun this game. Do you think that will be possible?
Yeah, sure. I'm sure they can. I mean, it's so funny because every time you do a game, you think, I mean, at least there's they have to get through this thing and they need to get through that thing, and then there's the cutscenes and things like that. And you think it's gonna be like a few hours or something, and then someone pops up on YouTube and it's like, I played this game in 5 minutes, and it's like, oh shit. But I mean, it doesn't really matter. It's fun with speedrunners because it's such a different kind of attitude to the game. And I mean, if you start, I mean, Alone in the Dark is such an experience. So if you start it's like clicking past the cutscenes and things like that, you should probably start asking yourself, do I really want to play this game? Is this the right game for me? Because do I value my time a bit more than this? But yeah, but if you like horror experiences and maybe some story to it, give it a try. Yeah.
Sounds good. That sounds like a good conclusion as well. Yeah. We're not going to show gameplay. If you want to see gameplay, you have to come to Gamescom and play it in our booth. We're going to be here until Sunday, so come on over. And for everyone that can't come, you heard it, the prologue will probably be online someday.
Yeah.
Maybe. Probably. So
fingers crossed, yeah.
Follow the game on socials probably, and you will hear about it. So thank you so much for coming here and telling us about your awesome game.
All right, thank you for having me.
Thank you. And chat, do you know what that means? the stream for today is over. We had a wonderful day. I mean, how versatile was it? We played so many games. We played strategy games. We saw wrestling. It was intense. I mean, I learned so much today, and I had so much fun with you guys. And we'll be back tomorrow morning. Daniel will be hosting again, and we'll start at 10 a.m. German time. And I hope you liked it. Maybe leave a follow. Maybe tune in tomorrow to see what's happening at Gamescom. And thank you so much for watching. I'll see you guys. I'll be back on Saturday, so I see you on Saturday, but you'll see this tomorrow. Goodbye and good night.
When you put your hand in my jacket, I'm thinking so irrational. You flew me international now. We can spend hours reading the signals, but that's so unoriginal. What if we took this back to my house? Under all these lights, I gotta take a minute to calm down. But I feel like if I told you I was ready right this minute, do you think that it would turn you on? I just feel like you need to know. If I told you I was ready right this minute, would you just run off and tell someone? I just feel like you need to know. I don't wanna feel like we're wasting time. Tell me, should I go and call up a taxi? We can make out for play in the backseat. Please tell me now how that all sounds. You can sleep in while I make breakfast, watch cartoons and talk about exits. And if you're happy, stick around. I just feel like this is worth the risk. I never felt a fire like this. If I told you I was ready right this minute, do you think that it would turn you on? I just feel like you need to know. If I told you I was ready right this minute, would you just run off and tell someone? I just feel like you need to know. Right here, right now, we're running out of things to talk about. Right here, right now. If I told you I was ready right this minute,